opened a convenience store in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, The Convenience Store That Scammed Me. Robbery. Give me your brains. Wow, Uncle Owner, why are you still sleeping in? Why did I sleep in? If you hadn't been scribbling on the Hokage rock a few days ago, would I have stayed up with you until midnight? Do you know how long it takes to make up for a night of staying up all night? How can you be energetic during the day if you don't get more sleep? Feng thought in a daze, turned over, covered his head with a quilt, and did not intend to pay attention to the noisy kid outside. Seeing that his shouting was of no use, the person outside the door started knocking on the door with his hands, hoping to wake up the person sleeping in the room with a sound, but after shooting for a long time, the door still didn't open. Today was an important day for the people outside the door. In the past, they could be late, but not today, so the person outside the door said expectantly, "Uncle Owner, today is the day I officially become a ninja. You must come." What? Feng only felt a buzzing in his ears and did not hear a single word of what was said afterwards. When his ears finally became quiet and he could no longer hear any sound, Feng had already fallen asleep. Feng stretched out his body and made a sound that could be easily misunderstood. Sure enough, it's most comfortable to sleep until you wake up naturally, after getting up, washing, and sitting on the toilet to excrete the toxins accumulated throughout the night. Feng went downstairs, opened the door, and started his business for the day. Feng runs a convenience store that sells ordinary goods. What's unusual is that the store is located in the troubled Konoha village, and he also hired a bearded kid named Uzumaki Naruto as a clerk. People who like to read comics, when they hear the two keywords Konoha village and Uzumaki Naruto, they will definitely think of Naruto, also known as Black Zetsu saves his mother. Feng is half a comics fan. The reason why I say half is because Feng usually watches anime instead of the original comics. Anime has a lot more original plots than comics, and is more enjoyable to watch. At least for him, Feng would only think about reading the comics when he came across an anime that he particularly liked and the plot had not been updated. Who says comics always come out first and anime always comes out later? Feng had heard of the famous Naruto, but he had never read it because he didn't like to follow the updates. Even if he is hooked, he will choose to save up for a while and watch it all at once. Those who are not hooked will wait until it is finished before watching it. Therefore, for the Naruto that is sought after by countless people, he has always been only heard of but not seen. Of course, sometimes he would save things and forget about them until he saw them one day and then remembered them again. Naruto was like this. Feng had been saving it for a long time but hadn't watched it yet. One day, when he was browsing a forum to see if there was any anime that he was interested in, he found that everyone was discussing non-combustible garbage rubbish. Feng was immediately curious. You know, this is a forum for anime fans, and they usually discuss various anime or comics. The atmosphere is also very good. Even if you encounter something you don't like, no one will criticize it. They will just silently send their blessings. Such as "I wish you a happy movie viewing" or something like that. It's not easy to find such a harmonious forum these days. Keyboard warriors seem to have disappeared here. Feng also likes the atmosphere here. When he's out of dramas to watch, he always goes here and can always find the anime that interests him. The forum, which was very harmonious in the past, exploded like boiling water because of an anime, and everyone joined in the condemnation of the anime driven by curiosity. Feng clicked on the link in the forum. This link is a video clip made by a great artist, and the content is a comparison between the two generations of Naruto. When he first watched it, Feng didn't think there was anything wrong. After he finished watching the entire video, he understood why Naruto was called the second generation, but he was still a little confused. If that was all, netizens' reaction shouldn't have been so big. The old is replaced by the new. When the new protagonist comes to power, the old protagonist will surely abdicate. Even if he does not abdicate, his influence will be diluted. Many anime stories are like this. There is nothing wrong with the production team. It's just the old routine. Why is it that now, netizens have so many objections to the new protagonist and do not even acknowledge that this anime is the sequel to Naruto? Feng, who has never watched Naruto, naturally does not understand the status of Naruto, who has accompanied the youth of several generations. In the minds of many netizens, if you haven't seen it, you have no right to speak. Feng knows this very well, so he plans to see what kind of charm Naruto, which has been completed for several years, has that makes so many netizens so unreliable about its sequel. Before he could finish reading, he woke up and found himself in a strange place. Everyone was speaking Japanese, but he could understand them. Strangely, the family knows their own abilities. My previous Japanese level was at most at the level of being able to understand simple words such as compression belt and transfer warehouse. Even when I watch anime, I only watch those that have been translated into Chinese, so I say that I am half a comic fan. The more experienced ones have already learned foreign languages and translated them by themselves. Not only that, Feng also found himself the owner of a convenience store. The goods he sold were very ordinary, not much different from those in many convenience stores in the country. The only difference may be that ordinary convenience stores also sell some daily necessities, but his store only sells snacks, drinks, and the best-selling cigarettes. The convenience store has 2 floors. The first floor is a shop and the second floor is accommodation. The area is not small, about 100 square meters. There is nothing much to say about the second floor, which has 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom. The key point is that the first floor, with an area of about 100 square meters, is only occupied by less than half of the shelves, and the remaining half is a leisure area. Is it a leisure area? Feng was not sure whose leisure area would be so big. A set of sofas, even if they are bent against the wall, and there is a table in front of the sofas, there are still more than 40 square meters. Right, what is this 40 plus square meters used for? Why is it just sitting there empty? Who designed it? The most annoying thing was that Feng found that he couldn't get out. Every time he walked out of the convenience store door and was more than 1 meter away, he felt there was an invisible barrier in front of him, stopping him from moving forward. At the same time, there was a force pulling him backwards, and the farther he was from the door, the stronger the pulling force became. He also tried to jump out of the second floor window to see how high the barrier was, but he was disappointed. Before his feet even touched the ground, he was already on the first floor. Inside, he asked for help from people outside, but he found that the people outside could not see him or hear him speaking, but he could see and hear others speaking anyway. He tried every possible way, but he couldn't get out. No matter what, he just couldn't get out. Being bored, he started wandering around the store, starting with the second floor. After all, he woke up in a bedroom on the second floor. Well, that's great. In case others don't know the purpose of each room, there is a nameplate on the door of each room, which reads, owner's bedroom, employee bedroom, bathroom, and utility room. The kitchen is not enclosed but open, similar to a Western kitchen, and is shared with the living room. The kitchen is equipped with a complete range of utensils, including pots, pans, range hoods, gas stoves, refrigerators, ovens and microwave ovens. Basically, all the kitchen appliances and utensils commonly used in modern families are available. The living room is no different, with sofas, TV cabinets, coffee tables and everything else. The bathroom is also fully equipped with a shower, toilet and washing machine. The same goes for the bedroom, with a bed, wardrobe, and bedside tables. Everything is normal and no different from an ordinary modern family. The utility room was not introduced because Feng didn't know what was in it and he couldn't even open the door. After talking about the second floor, let's talk about the first floor. The first floor has basically been introduced. Now I will introduce those that have not been mentioned. At the entrance on the first floor, the entire wall is made of glass, and the door is also a sliding glass door. Except for the glass door, all other glass has been specially treated so that people outside cannot see inside, but people inside can see outside. Don't ask how Feng knew it. The only thing you can ask is that he was just bored and ran out to see it. When he tried to get out, he walked around the convenience store to see if there were any loopholes. Naturally, he was disappointed. There were none. As soon as you enter the door, there is a cashier counter on the left, with only a cash register on it, and behind the cashier counter is a tobacco and alcohol cabinet. On the right is a refrigerator with 8 doors, which is no different from the common convenience store refrigerators. Each door has 1, 2, 3, 6 layers, which contain various kinds of drinks. In the middle are 4 groups of double-sided shelves, 1 meter long and 1 meter 35 wide, with end shelves in the front and back, on which various snacks are placed. They are all very common, right? But the annoying thing is that the snacks on the shelves are all domestic snacks, and the labels on them are all in Chinese in a place where Japanese is spoken, and the background seems to be ancient, selling domestic snacks. Or modern ones. Let's not talk about whether others will buy them, but whether they can understand the product descriptions above. Next to the leisure area, there are 2 doors. Behind one door is a staircase leading to the second floor. There are only stairs. When you open the door, you will see the stairs. There is nothing else behind another door is the bathroom. There is nothing much to say about this. There is a squat toilet for guests. The mop and broom used for cleaning the first floor are also placed here. That's all there is to the convenience store. By the way, there is also a TV on the second floor. It's quite big, about 100 inches, and it's hung on the wall. Woo. Tears from your Feng. What's the use of a TV that can't be turned on? Even the game console next to the TV is just a decoration. If the TV can't be turned on, the game console can't be played at all. Yi Feng stayed in the store all day, unable to go out, and without internet, he couldn't access the internet or watch TV to kill time. The only way for Yi Feng to pass the time was to read the instructions on the snack packaging. Eating was also a problem. The kitchen was well equipped, but the refrigerator was empty, not even any vegetables. He couldn't cook even if he wanted to. Fortunately, the gas stove is still usable, there is water in the faucet, and there is instant noodles on the first floor, so I can cook some noodles to sustain myself for a while. There is also bread, which is okay, and I can eat any snacks I want. Eat it. What else can you do? Yi Feng didn't know how long he had spent in the convenience store. Anyway, he tried all the snacks and drinks. The snacks he ate and the drinks he drank would always be automatically replenished after he woke up the next day. He ate it every day and every meal. In the end, Yi Feng got tired of it and almost vomited. He had no choice but to sleep. Unless he was extremely hungry, he really didn't want to eat anything in the store. What's particularly outrageous is that there is a ramen shop across the street from his store, and he can smell the aroma of ramen. Every time he eats instant noodles, he would sit at the door, smell the aroma, eat a bite of noodles, smell the aroma, and eat a bite of noodles. It was only when he saw the uncle selling ramen that he realized where he had come to, the world of Naruto. Chapter 2 IN number 039, finally out. After observing for a few days, he didn't find anything different about the uncle selling ramen. He was just an ordinary boss. He opens the shop in the morning, closes it at night and goes home to rest. Like many other businessmen, he lives a repetitive life every day. Sometimes Yi Feng would get bored and wonder, was it because he had been observing for too short a time, or was it because the uncle was hiding too deeply? It looks normal no matter how you look at it. It's not like what netizens joked about, that the uncle is a mysterious master with one of the highest martial arts powers in the world, and netizens' ridicule is not without basis. Whenever a disaster occurs in Konoha village, the uncle is always able to avert danger. Others may die, but the uncle is still fine. This made many people wonder if the uncle was a hidden master when they first watched it. How else can this be explained? But even until the comics and animation were completed, the original author did not reveal the uncle's hidden identity. It seemed that the uncle was just an ordinary person, but he was just lucky and managed to escape every time anyway. In the end, the stories about the uncle's identity became more and more bizarre, and not many people cared about what the original author was thinking. Everyone agreed that the uncle was a master, a member of the legendary Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Yi Feng didn't really care about the uncle's identity. He was just trapped in the store and bored. There were limited things he could do every day. Sitting at the door of the store and watching people coming and going was one of his few ways to pass the time. In the first few days after arriving in this world, the uncle's ramen restaurant was not open, so Yi Feng did not recognize where he had come. The passers-by did provide him with a lot of clues, but at that time Yi Feng's attention was not on their words and actions at all. He was thinking every day about how he could get out after he had tried every possible method, even digging a tunnel, and still to no avail. He finally sat at the door, cigarette in mouth, feeling depressed. To his surprise, he found that the ramen restaurant across the street was open. Before the door opened, there were few people on the street. After the door opened, there were more people on the street. The ramen restaurant's business has always been good. When it is closed in the morning, there are always many people waiting at the door. After it opens, there is always a constant stream of customers. The stall is too small to accommodate many people, so many people just take the food away. The opportunity for him to come out was also on that day. One night, Yi Feng was bored again. He slept until the afternoon, which resulted in him not feeling sleepy at all at night. Unable to sleep, he sat at the door, wanting to see what time the ramen restaurant would be open in the evening. He waited and waited until there was no one on the street. The uncles in the ramen restaurant were preparing to close their stall, and Yi Feng was also preparing to go back to sleep. Then the ramen restaurant welcomed its last customer, a little devil with yellow hair and a beard as usual. Uzumaki Naruto sat on a stool, ordered a bowl of his favorite ramen, and prepared to go home after finishing it. He likes it here. He grew up under strange looks, Has no friends, and no one wants to play with him. He didn't understand why everyone was so hostile to him. Those people looked at him as if he were a monster, and their eyes were filled with inexplicable hatred towards him. Only with his uncle could he feel a moment of peace. The uncle was very nice and enthusiastic towards everyone. Here, he had never felt the way people outside looked at him. Every time I come here, the uncle will entertain me warmly. He didn't want to go home. The house was empty and he was alone. He didn't know who his parents were. He had also fantasized that if his parents were still alive, he would not be treated as a monster. He didn't dare to come here when there were many people. He was afraid that his coming would affect the uncle's business. Although the uncle always said that it was okay and Naruto could come anytime he wanted, but no matter what, he can cause trouble anywhere else, but not here. Naruto, what are you thinking about? If you don't eat now, the noodles will get cold. The noodle shop owner's words interrupted Naruto's complicated thoughts. Naruto scratched his head, not quite understanding what was wrong with him today. Why did I suddenly think of these things today? Aren't you already used to it? I'm used to having no friends and living alone. Why are you thinking about it? Is it just adding to your troubles? Be happy and don't think about these messy things. You are the man who will become Hokage. Naruto secretly encouraged himself in his heart. Then after saying I'm starting to eat, Naruto started to eat the ramen. In no time Naruto was eating happily when he suddenly stiffened. He always felt that there was a burning gaze behind him, staring at him and the ramen in his hand. Naruto silently pulled the ramen closer to himself, blocking the view behind him. This is my ramen. I won't give it to you, Naruto thought. No matter what the eyes behind him said, he would never give up the ramen in his hand. This was the last bowl of ramen on the stall tonight. How could he give it to others? Maybe it was because Naruto blocked the ramen bowl with his body. The sight behind him not only did not disappear, but instead shifted to him. Naruto felt uncomfortable being stared at, and even his movements when eating ramen slowed down. Finally, after finishing his ramen soup, Naruto couldn't help it anymore, and turned around and said unhappily, "Hey, didn't anyone tell you that it's very rude to stare at others while they eat?" Naruto became even more upset when he saw the person behind him staring at him, looking left and right, and refusing to admit that the person who was staring at him was him. After paying the bill, Naruto walked up to the man and said in an even more annoyed tone, "Hey, what are you looking at? Don't think that I didn't know it was you just because you're like this. If you don't apologize to me, I won't forgive you. Are you talking about me?" Feng pointed at himself and asked uncertainly, "Is there anyone else here besides you? Fuck, can you see me?" Feng was a little surprised. It was not easy. After so many days, he finally met someone who could communicate with him. You, what do you mean? Naruto took a few steps back in fear. Could it be that he had encountered something unclean? For fear of scaring away the person in front of him, Feng calmed himself down and said in a gentle tone, "Don't be afraid, little brother, I'm just joking with you." "Well, I apologize, I'm sorry." Hearing the person in front of him apologize, Naruto felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time he heard someone apologize to him since he was a child. In the past, he was the one who apologized to others, which made him very happy. "Haha, I forgive you. Let's forget about what happened just now." "But uncle, staring at others while they eat is very rude. You can't do that again in the future." "I'm sorry," Feng apologized quickly, and explained, "I just saw that you were eating so deliciously that I couldn't help but stare at you." This is true. When he thought about how he had been eating either instant noodles or bread snacks every day these days, and seeing Naruto eating so deliciously, he felt a little greedy. After the ramen bowl was blocked by Naruto, he shifted his gaze to Naruto. Of course he could recognize Naruto's identity. After all, Naruto's features were too obvious, and before he came to this world, he was also watching the anime Naruto as the protagonist of the anime. How could Feng not recognize the identity of the ramen-eating kid? Although he had been very interested in Naruto before, after being trapped for so many days, his greatest interest now was to go outside and have a good meal. Who cares if he is the protagonist or not? The world is big, eating is the most important thing. Besides, I can't go out and others can't see me. So even if I am interested, what can I do? Feng didn't expect that his gaze would be noticed by others. When Naruto said the first sentence, he thought he was talking to someone else. He looked left and right, trying to see where that person was. The surprise came so suddenly that Naruto actually walked towards him and talked to him. Because Feng didn't believe it, he went out of his way to confirm it. After finding out that he was not mistaken, he was sure that someone can see him and talk to him was true. Galulu. Just when Feng wanted to say something to get Naruto to talk to him more, His stomach protested. "Uncle, are you hungry? Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is the most delicious food I have ever eaten. If you go now, you might be able to catch it." Naruto enthusiastically recommended Uncle Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto is like this. Whoever treats him well, he will be twice as good to them. Because of the attitude of the owner of Ichiraku Noodles towards him, Naruto fell in love with noodles, especially the ramen made by the owner of Ichiraku Noodles himself. So whenever someone asks him what his favorite food is, the first thing he thinks of is ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku. When he recommends something to others, he always likes to recommend Ichiraku ramen, thus bringing a lot of business to Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Feng wanted to eat, but, "I have no money." This crappy convenience store didn't have a penny in the cash register. He was sleeping when he got there, and he didn't like to wear clothes when sleeping, so he was only wearing a pair of underwear. If he hadn't discovered the clothes in the closet, he would have had to wander around in his underwear these past few days. Damn, the clothes in the closet are all from his own home and belong to him. Besides, even if you have money, that is another world, the money of another country, and you can't use it in this world. Naruto was also stunned. He didn't expect that there were people poorer than him in Konoha village. Thinking of the uncle's apology to him just now, Naruto decided, "Uncle, I'll treat you." Naruto felt a little painful as he didn't have much money. But it was rare for a stranger to show kindness to him, so Naruto made up his mind. After saying that, Naruto pulled Feng and ran to the ramen restaurant opposite in a hurry. "Hey, wait, hey." Feng was just about to say that he couldn't go out. He had already thought of a reason. He had to look after the store and couldn't leave it for too long. But before he could get the words out, Naruto had already pulled him and ran towards the ramen restaurant across the street. Getting closer. "Hey, I came out. I came out. I came out. Woo woo woo. Uncle, I know ramen is delicious, but you don't have to cry, right? The first time I ate ramen, I didn't cry." Feng was so happy that he cried. He was so excited that he should have laughed, but he cried instead. "I just thought of my parents. I was sad when I thought about how they couldn't eat such delicious ramen." He just made up an excuse casually, but he didn't expect Naruto to take it seriously. "Then you can ask Grandpa and Grandma to come over and eat together next time. Uncle Ichiraku's shop is open every day. It was closed for the past few days, so I didn't get to eat delicious ramen." Speaking of this, Naruto was still a little unhappy. Eating ramen was his daily necessity. As long as he had money, he would patronize Ichiraku Noodle House and never miss it. My parents are in another world. Chapter 3. What should I do? In the literal sense of the word, another world, Feng's parents are still alive and well. They are not both dead, and he is not from an orphanage. Feng's growth trajectory is no different from that of ordinary people. He came from an ordinary family, grew up peacefully, and graduated from university smoothly. As a result, before he found a job and officially entered society, he came here. How did he get here? He woke up and was already here. He didn't know anything else. After I arrived, I was trapped in the store and couldn't get out. There was no guidance from a novice, no sudden voice in my head, nothing. I don't know what my parents would think if I suddenly disappeared. I'm afraid they would be very happy, because finally no one would disturb their world of two. Feng didn't think that his disappearance would make his parents sad. He even suspected that his parents were the ones that got him here. Feng remembered that when he was very young, his parents once said that after he graduated from college, they would send him to other worlds to train. What else can he say? This is their family tradition. He has a cousin whom he has never met, but he has already started his career of training before him. At that time, Feng didn't take it seriously. What kind of nonsense was this? Did he treat him as a 3-year-old child? He was obviously already 13 years old because his parents were obsessed with novels during that period. Feng felt that they were too immersed in the novels and regarded themselves as characters in the novels. Otherwise, why would they talk nonsense? This matter just passed. Feng didn't take it to heart, and his parents never mentioned it again. As a result, now, yes, I'm sorry, Naruto thought that his words had hurt Feng, causing him to recall his deceased parents. He was so scared that he quickly apologized. He understood this feeling. He had not seen his parents since he was a child. Although he was used to hiding his emotions, when he returned to his home where he was alone, he could not help but envy the families where both parents were present. He had also imagined what a lively scene it would be at home if his parents were both there, but fantasy is just fantasy, and it will never happen. As he thought about it, Naruto couldn't help but fall silent. After drinking the last mouthful of soup, Feng lit a cigarette contentedly. Looking at Naruto, who seemed to have misunderstood, he had no intention of explaining. Even if he explained, He didn't think Naruto would understand. Moreover, because his parents are obsessed with novels, he would read some novels from time to time and deeply agree with some of the routines in novels. Why do those time travelers in novels become the protagonists of a world? Is it because they are gifted and have a unique bloodline? Yes, but there are also those with low talent and mediocre pedigree. Why can the latter also become protagonists? Isn't it because they hide it deeply enough? If he says right from the start that he is a time traveler, a person from another world, do you think he will live to the second chapter? The villains are not fools. If they don't eliminate those who pose a threat to them as soon as possible, would they keep them to be killed? The world of Naruto is very dangerous. Even the safest Konoha village is relatively safe. Aren't there enough ordinary people dying in anime? It's not uncommon for children to go to the battlefield. I just arrived here. And I don't know anything except running a convenience store whose function I don't know. Let alone being a ninja. I would have to admit defeat if a few ordinary people came. Feng didn't think that nothing would happen to him after he revealed his identity. Maybe one day when you wake up, you will find yourself tied to an operating table with a person spitting out a snake's tongue standing next to you. However, seeing Naruto's negative mood, Feng, in order to repay the kindness of the meal, comforted him. There is nothing to apologize for. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the ultimate fate that everyone cannot escape. Some people die, but they live forever in people's hearts. Some people live, but they don't get recognition from others, which makes them no different from being dead. Huh? The last sentence doesn't seem right. If you think about it carefully, isn't it similar to Naruto's current situation? Did you say the wrong thing? Is this talking about me? I am the one who is not recognized by everyone. Naruto raised his head, with some tear marks on his face, and seemed puzzled, as if he wanted to get an answer from Feng. Then is it a mistake for me to be alive? What nonsense are you talking about? Feng said seriously in the smoke. Everyone has his or her own meaning of existence. Every life is an independent individual. You live for yourself, not for others. Everyone has a different personality, which leads to different ideas. It is normal to want to be recognized by others, but if you want to commit suicide because you can't get recognition from others, that is not normal. For example, Feng changed the subject and asked directly, do you have someone you like? Hey. Naruto's negative mood was interrupted by the sudden question. His face turned red like a peeled and seeded dragon fruit, and he said shyly, it's annoying. It's annoying that you suddenly ask me such a question. Looking at you like this, it must be true. Feng didn't point it out. He naturally knew who Naruto liked. Let's just say, based on your mood just now, if something happens to you, will the person you like still wait for you? Feng, who was smoking a cigarette, was obviously alone, but he said devilish words. If the person you like happens to have someone he likes, and that person is not you, you are gone, and the person you like can happily throw himself into the arms of someone else. By then, your love rival will be living a shameless life with your goddess, and a year later, the child will be born. If time goes on any longer, your goddess might not even remember what you look like. Enough, Naruto shouted, stopping Feng, who wanted to continue talking. His face turned pale, as if Feng had hit the nail on the head. I will never allow my Sakura to lie in Sasuke's arms. The example Feng gave deeply hurt Naruto's heart. He felt uncomfortable when he thought of his goddess being with the guy he hated. Yeah, but which girl would like the decadent look you had just now? Yes, if Hinata saw what Naruto looked like just now, wouldn't she be heartbroken? But Feng would not say this. Do you want to win the heart of the goddess? The devil's whisper echoed in his ears, and Naruto nodded without hesitation. Yes, if you want, come back with me. I will teach you a lesson tonight. Feng walked into his convenience store without looking back just now. He wanted to say something to comfort Naruto. But he suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart that the convenience store was calling him and told him to go back quickly. Feng didn't know what this premonition was about. It was like his period, coming unexpectedly. Not only that, Feng also felt a suction force, the same suction force that sucked him back when he left the convenience store before he came out. He also felt that if he didn't get back to the convenience store in time, the suction would suck him back. In order not to expose any abnormality in front of outsiders, Feng had to temporarily change the topic, but he didn't know whether he could get out again after Naruto left, so he wanted to take Naruto back with him to see the situation first. Naruto had no doubts, and in order to win the heart of the goddess, after paying the bill, he followed Feng back to the convenience store. But as soon as Feng stepped into the convenience store, the suction disappeared, and the screen of the cash register on the counter began to light up. Feng was a little curious. When he was trapped in the store before, He went to every place he could go and explored every place he could explore, and of course he checked the cash register, but no matter how he pressed the cash register's power button, the cash register didn't respond at all. How come it suddenly started up by itself now? Not caring about Naruto, who was following behind him, Feng walked to the cashier counter and stared at the content that appeared on the cash register screen in a daze. To put it simply, I don't know which great person created the convenience store, but it's a system-like thing, or it's just a practice work. The functions of a convenience store are not as complete as those of a system. It can only be opened in a fixed location and can only be moved when certain conditions are met. It also has no branches to open. When it was manufactured, its manufacturer did not add the function of opening branches because it was just a practice piece. Its maker threw it aside and ignored it after making it. An unknown amount of time had passed before its maker happened to see it while cleaning and tidying up things. He thought that since he himself didn't need it, maybe others could use it, so he threw it aside and it came out. Then it bound to Feng and came here. The above is Feng's imagination. The actual situation is not that complicated, only the ability of the convenience store is shown on the screen. The convenience store has a mysterious power. When the owner is inside the convenience store, no one else can harm the owner in any way or by any means. The convenience store has absolute defense, cannot be destroyed, and has some other magical functions. The issue that Feng was most concerned about, the reason why he couldn't get out, was also discovered by him in terms of content. As the owner of a convenience store with mysterious powers, while enjoying the benefits brought by the convenience store, you also have to bear certain obligations. The store owner has to recruit store clerks before he can leave the convenience store. The owner cannot leave until he has recruited a clerk. And he must stay 1 meter away from the convenience stores. For the criteria for recruiting store clerks, the store owner can make his own judgment. When the store owner meets a suitable clerk, he or she will have 1 hour of free time. When the time is almost up, the store owner will receive a reminder. If the clerk is not signed after 1 hour, the store owner will be forced to return to the store. This is also the reason why Feng felt the suction. This was the convenience store reminding Feng that time was running out then, no more. The only obligation a store owner needs to fulfill is to recruit store clerks. Apart from that, there is nothing else to do. Whether or not to open the store depends entirely on the store owner's mood. Oh, one more thing to add, when there are no store clerks, the convenience store will enter an unobservable state. This was the reason why Feng could see others and hear them speak, but others could not see him or hear him speak. The reason why he couldn't go out was found. As for the candidate for the store clerk, Feng couldn't find anyone else except the one in front of him. Looking at Naruto, Feng chuckled, "Young man, do you want to be favored by the goddess? Do you want to live with a goddess? Do you want to have a happy family with a goddess? It's better to act than to think. Sign this contract." "Hey? I haven't finished talking yet. What are you talking about?" "Sign here." "Okay." Feng nodded blankly, thinking, are all kids nowadays so precocious? When he was Naruto's age, how could he understand all this? Naruto quickly wrote his name on a piece of paper, and then asked with longing, "Uncle, what should I do?" Chapter 4. We are all classmates. First you do this, then that, and finally this, understand? Yeah. Naruto looked excited and nodded repeatedly. I don't know if it was because he was thinking about what would happen after the success, but he couldn't stop smiling. Feng yawned and waved his hand. "Now that you understand, let's go back. It's getting late. I'll look forward to your good news tomorrow. I will definitely succeed. I want to be the Hokage." Before leaving, Naruto did not forget to cheer himself up. Come on, Feng said perfunctorily. How could he know the way of love? Although it cannot be said that he did not understand it at all, but that was all paper talk and he had no practical experience. Otherwise, he would not even had a girlfriend before coming to this world. The experiences passed on to Naruto were all learned by him from the internet, and the love skills on the internet can only be described as delicious chicken soup. The reason why he told Naruto that he wanted to teach him love skills was just an excuse to delay Naruto and make him go back to the store with him. Then came the matter of employee contracts, which he just went along with. Judging from his appearance at the time, if he didn't say it, Naruto would definitely stay and not leave. Not to mention a certain bearded kid who came to the store the next day with a bruise on his head and complained about him after Naruto signed the employee contract. Feng's life finally returned to normal. He could go out, but he was too lazy to go out. Apart from going out to eat and open for business, he rarely goes out. What are you doing here? Don't you know that if an ordinary person wanders around in the world of Naruto, it is easy to get into trouble, no matter whether others believe it or not? Yi Feng believes it firmly. Why did he come out? He was originally a lazy person, living a homebody's life, and would not go out if he could. Why did he come out? He had been trying to get out before because he didn't know where he was and whether he would be trapped for the rest of his life. Being a homebody with choices and being a homebody who is locked up by others are two different things. Besides, after Naruto signed the contract, his convenience store seemed to be activated, and some things that were unusable could be used. For example, you can watch TV and play game consoles. What's even more outrageous is that the TV Yi Feng originally thought was not just a TV. Although it had all the functions that an ordinary TV should have. But, damn, it could actually access the internet. Yi Feng didn't know which network it was connected to, but it could access the internet. Everything a computer could do, it could also do. It was just outrageous. Maybe it's an all-in-one computer? Yi Feng guessed, because he didn't see the computer host but as a computer screen. It seems too big. Yi Feng always feels pain in his eyes when using it to surf the internet. Yes, it also has a keyboard and mouse, wireless ones, which are placed in the utility room. The door of the utility room can also be opened, and when it is opened, it is a completely different world. It doesn't look big from the outside, but Yi Feng estimated that it is about 100 square meters. The overall area seems to be about the same as the store on the first floor, but it is more spacious than the first floor. There are at least a few sets of shelves and refrigerators on the first floor. The leisure area also occupies a part of the space. There are also shelves in the utility room, but they are only against the wall. 3 sets of shelves filled 3 walls, leaving the middle empty with nothing in it. There was a strange door on the wall directly opposite the door. Although there were no shelves, Yi Feng was able to open this door, but there was nothing there except a white liquid that looked like mist. Yi Feng didn't try to go through the fog. Who knows what is behind the fog? He had finally recovered to normal, so he didn't want to commit suicide. How many people had died because of their curiosity? Regarding the fog behind the door, its function was not indicated on the cash register, so in the previous chapter Yi Feng imagined that this convenience store, with its system-like thing, was the practice work of some great god. Otherwise, why wouldn't even the instruction manual be complete? Naruto moved in and lived in the staff dormitory. The day after he signed the contract under Yi Feng's deception, he launched an offensive against his goddess. According to the love experience taught by Yi Feng, everything was fine at the beginning. Others were surprised at his changes. Even his goddess Sakura had a certain change in her attitude towards him. As a result, the brat became too proud of himself, and his true nature was exposed, which angered Sakura, so he went to Yi Feng to complain, saying that the method Yi Feng taught him was completely useless, and he was beaten up. Yi Feng denied it and said that Naruto was being too hasty and that pursuing girls should be done step by step. Then he casually said that there were employee dormitories in the store and asked Naruto if he wanted to move in. Really, he was just saying it casually. Who knew Naruto would actually move in? Yi Feng did not expect that it would be so easy for Naruto to move in. From what he saw in the anime, he knew that Naruto was always under surveillance. Anyone who contacted Naruto or did anything unusual would be secretly investigated by the third Hokage. This kind of investigation continued until Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy and went out on a mission. Then it gradually weakened and ended only after the death of the third Hokage. He didn't want to be interrogated by the third Hokage's men because of too much contact with Naruto. He couldn't bear it, and he might confess everything without being tortured. This is one of the reasons why he tries to go out as little as possible. Only when he is in a convenience store will he be safe. In the first few days after Naruto moved in, he was always worried when he went out for a meal, fearing that some masked people would suddenly appear beside him while he was eating and say something like, "Come with us, someone wants to see you." As a result, after a few days, nothing happened. Although the attitude of every Konoha villager who met him was similar to that towards Naruto, but no one doubted his appearance, and even when Naruto moved into his convenience store, everyone looked as if it was not strange. Yi Feng didn't know why, but it seemed like many people knew him. It was not until later that he found out that the convenience store would provide a benefit for newbies and arrange a reasonable identity for him. Moreover, during the 1-hour free time when he meets the right employee but has not yet signed the contract, outsiders will not see or hear him speak from an outsider's perspective. The employees who had not signed the contract did not have a nervous breakdown or talk to themselves, but were just in a daze. This is also the reason why boss Ichiraku did not greet Yi Feng when Naruto took Yi Feng to eat ramen. Logically speaking, given Ichiraku's personality, he should be very enthusiastic in introducing his own ramen to a stranger like Yi Feng, a first-time customer. There is no introduction because in Uncle Ichiraku's perspective, Naruto was always alone. Naruto finished his ramen and just sat there in a daze, perhaps because he thought Naruto was worried about something. Boss Ichiraku did not disturb Naruto, so Feng never heard Boss Ichiraku talking to Naruto, but he didn't know it yet. After a few days of worrying and realizing that nothing was wrong, he started going out to eat free meals. He only went out to eat free meals. He likes staying at home, and he doesn't need to go out to buy anything. For a stay-at-home guy, as long as he has internet and food, he can stay at home forever. The meal was paid for by Naruto. He was penniless now, so he could only spend Naruto's money first. When Naruto was not around, he would keep a record of the expenses. The convenience store has been open all the time, but there are not many customers coming. Perhaps it has something to do with Feng opening the store too late. He always opens the store after waking up naturally and closes it as soon as it gets dark. Arbitrary working hours have led to poor business for convenience stores. Feng didn't care. Anyway, the convenience store didn't require him to make a certain amount of sales every day, so he could open the store whenever he wanted. With the addition of Naruto, the convenience store became a little more lively at night. He often took Naruto with him and stayed up late at night to play games. This also caused Naruto to be in a bad mood the next day, and Naruto's teacher Iruka even visited his home for this reason. Then one night, Feng suddenly had an idea and told Naruto that the color on the Hokage rock was too monotonous and it would look better with some color. He also enthusiastically discussed with Naruto what color should be added. To be honest, he drank some wine that night, maybe a little too much? Anyway, Feng couldn't remember clearly what was said at that time. He only remembered that Naruto put in the effort, and as an instigator, he accompanied Naruto in cleaning until midnight. Uncle shopkeeper, uncle shopkeeper, uncle shopkeeper. Each sound was louder than the last, making Feng's head buzz, pushing away Naruto, who was yelling beside him. Feng rubbed his ears and said dissatisfiedly, "I heard you, kid. Why are you yelling so loudly?" "What? I called you for a long time but you didn't respond," he said unhappily. Naruto was even more dissatisfied than him. "Didn't I tell you this morning that today is my graduation day and you have to come to school to see me?" "What? Did you say that?" Feng looked confused. Did Naruto say that? It seemed like he said it, but it also seemed like he didn't. He remembered that when he was half asleep in the morning, he seemed to hear someone saying something to him, but he didn't hear it clearly. "I didn't hear it clearly, so I didn't say it." "Well, the logic makes sense," Feng said confidently. "What if I didn't go?" Naruto was already used to someone's character. He didn't say anything, but just put his hand in front of Feng to express his attitude. "Well, Naruto," Feng smiled awkwardly, "you know, our convenience store business is not very good. I will definitely pay you back. Please give me a few more days. It's all because of you, the store owner. If you hadn't gotten up so late every day, the business in the store would have been better a long time ago." Naruto retracted his outstretched hand, somewhat dissatisfied. After remembering ramen, he developed a new hobby, which is tasting the snacks in the store. Playing games doesn't count, he means eating. Speaking of food, he saw his friend who was left aside. The shop owner blames you. What does this have to do with me?" Feng was confused. "He didn't do anything, I forgot." Naruto finally remembered his purpose. He was going to bring his friends to the store to have lunch. This cocky guy is Sasuke, and this is the beautiful, kind, smart and cute Sakura. Feng selectively ignored a series of adjectives. These were the idioms he gave to Naruto. If these adjectives were used to describe Hinata, he would still believe them to some extent. However, if they were used to describe Sakura, it would be more or less inappropriate. He knew Sakura's personality. Sakura felt embarrassed by what Naruto said. She wanted to get angry, but in front of outsiders, she had to maintain her image as a lady. Ignoring Naruto's words, Sakura reintroduced herself. "Hello, store owner, we are Naruto's classmates. My name is Iruno Sakura, and his name is Uchiha Sasuke, us." Chapter 5. I might know you. You said you were having lunch together at noon to celebrate graduation. Feng stroked his chin, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said thoughtfully, "Or did Naruto invite you?" "He invited me." Hiruno Sakura was about to nod when she saw the shop owner in front of her. Said with a firm face, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This kid told me that he has no friends." Hey, Naruto said angrily, "Uncle owner, you're going too far. I have friends too, and Sakura is my best friend." "What about the classmate next to you?" "Humph." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and looked like he didn't want anyone to get close to him. "I don't know him. I just came here with Sakura." "Oh, Sasuke-kun actually said that he came with me. Oh wow, what can that guy in Eboshi have to compete with me? A stick figure appeared in Hiruno Sakura's mind, waving its arms and declaring its determination to win. Although she was very excited inside, Hiruno Sakura did not show it on her face. It was only the steam rising from her head that made Yi Feng notice something was wrong. He kindly reminded, "Hiruno Sakura, there's smoke coming out of your head." Hiruno Sakura looked up in panic and found that there was nothing above her head. Then she realized that she was being teased. She had heard from Naruto a long time ago that the owner of their store was a weird person. She didn't quite believe it at first, thinking that such words coming from Naruto's mouth were not credible at all. Today, I realized that what Naruto said sometimes can still be believed. "Uncle shop owner, can you be a little more normal?" Naruto sighed tiredly. After spending a few days with the uncle shop owner, he felt that he was much more mature than the uncle shop owner. At least when he spoke, he knew what to say and what not to say, although this knowing is only divided into sometimes. But at least you can't tease a girl when you meet her for the first time, right? How could there be smoke coming out of Sakura's head, such a cute girl? Where is the smoke, really? Naruto felt a little resentful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought Sakura and Sasuke to the restaurant to eat. Ahem, it was just a joke. Yi Feng coughed a few times and pretended to be serious. "Since you are here for a dinner party, let me cook for you at noon today. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Yi Feng rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. When it comes to cooking, his cooking skills are no less than some great chefs. Whether it is Chinese or Western food, he can cook it well. It's a pity that most people can't enjoy his excellent cooking skills. Naruto, who had been fooled before, turned pale when he heard that Yi Feng was going to cook for him personally, and quickly shook his head to refuse. "No need, Uncle Owner, I think we should just go out to eat." As he said this, he was about to take Sakura and Sasuke away. Looking at the confusion on Sakura and Sasuke's faces, it was obvious that they didn't know the seriousness of the situation. "Stop," Yi Feng shouted, frightening Naruto so much that his whole body froze. "What do you mean by this? Do you think the food I cooked is not tasty?" Naruto had a sad face and could not speak clearly. Shop owner, please let me go. I have something to do this afternoon. If you don't explain yourself clearly to me today, you won't be able to leave this door." Yi Feng was very unhappy. He cooked for your classmate with good intentions, but your classmate hasn't even expressed his opinion yet, and you're already complaining about him. "Is the food I cook so bad that it scares you so much?" Sakura and Sasuke were a little curious. They came to the store as guests at Naruto's invitation, and they heard from Naruto himself that he was now working in a store and had moved into the store. He also said that he had an eccentric boss who took him to play games every night at the same time. Because Naruto behaved out of character a few days ago and caused a sensation in the class, the classmates in the class became curious about the reason why he had changed so much. Finally, after Sakura, Haruno took the initiative to say a few nice words and Naruto got so excited that he told him everything. He decided to come and see the culprit who changed Naruto. "It's just that I didn't find the opportunity before, so I came to the store now under the pretext of a dinner party." Upon closer look, it turned out that just as Naruto had said, his shop owner was really an eccentric person. However, after one curiosity was satisfied, another curiosity came up again. Why did Naruto get so scared when he heard that the owner was cooking by himself? Or should I say, terrified? Naruto was indeed very scared. He thought he was not a picky eater. As long as it was edible and other people could eat it, he would eat it. Later he found out that he was totally wrong. He still remembered that on the second night after he moved in, the owner told him that in order for the convenience store to grow, hiring an employee, they must celebrate. So that night, Yi Feng cooked a large table of dishes. Naruto ate them and thought they tasted good, no worse than what he had eaten in a restaurant. Then he knelt down and almost lived in the toilet at night. He felt like something was churning in his stomach, causing him unbearable pain. The toilet water was changed again and again. Finally, he was so exhausted that he couldn't even walk out of the toilet. Although his stomach ache was gone the next day, he didn't have much energy. The experience of that night was still fresh in his memory. Now when he heard that Yi Feng was going to cook for him personally, his legs began to tremble and he became uncontrollable. He almost subconsciously wanted to escape from this place. Seeing Naruto's legs trembling, Yi Feng remembered the reason. He knew the problem with his cooking skills. It was strange to say, he could eat the food he cooked himself without any problem, but if others ate it, they would definitely have diarrhea. He originally thought that he had come to another world and that this problem had disappeared, But he did not expect that it still existed, only that its power had weakened a lot before he came. The food he cooked could cause people to have diarrhea for several days, and hospitalization was not uncommon. However, Naruto only survived one night and was able to recover the next day. Although he was not in good spirits, at least he could walk by himself. This made him sigh at the time, saying that he was worthy of being the protagonist in the Naruto world, and that he was more resilient than others. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Feng did not force it. If Naruto was alone, he would stuff some rice into Naruto's mouth no matter what. In retaliation for Naruto getting up early and calling him to get up, but now that Naruto's classmates Sakura and Sasuke were here, he gave Naruto some face. In order not to hurt innocent people, Feng changed his mind. Forget it, let's have hot pot for lunch. There are ingredients upstairs. This is good. Naruto was pleasantly surprised. Hot pot was good. It was his favorite food besides ramen. The most important thing is that you don't need the owner to do anything to eat hot pot. He can do it himself. The convenience store was closed to customers and temporarily stopped operating. Feng took the three of them to the second floor and directed Naruto to do things he cannot interfere with cooking, as it will spoil the taste if he does. Hot pot is simple to make, so he doesn't need to interfere, and Naruto can do it on his own. Feng taught Naruto how to make hot pot. Feng didn't know whether there was hot pot in the world of Naruto, but it wouldn't be surprising if there was. Anyway, from the worldview of anime, anything that happened was understandable. Maybe hot pot has always existed in the Naruto world, but it has not been shown. If not, it doesn't matter. Just think of him as the first person to try it. The base of the pot is a ready-made ingredient and is placed in the utility room. Like the snacks on the first floor, the consumables in the utility room on the second floor will also be automatically replenished. If it is not a consumable item and it is damaged and cannot be used, you can put it in the utility room and it will automatically recover. He didn't know what the principle was, and Feng was too lazy to delve into it. As for the things in convenience stores, he couldn't figure out anything even if he wanted to study them, so it was fine as long as it could be used, no matter what it was. The ingredients were put in water. Naruto was talking about interesting things in school. Sakura agreed from time to time, and Sasuke had a cold expression and ate the dishes he had put in without saying a word. His curiosity satisfied, Sasuke had no desire to speak while eating. Feng observed the reactions of several people and found it very interesting. When Naruto was talking, he would always glance at Sakura unconsciously, and Sakura would glance at Sasuke from time to time. Sasuke would look up, seemingly unintentionally, but actually deliberately, to look at Naruto. The three of them looked at each other, and everyone had his own thoughts in his heart. Naruto must be happy that he and his goddess were assigned to the same team, so they would have more opportunities to spend time together in the future. Coincidentally, Sakura had similar thoughts. She was thinking that since she and her male god were grouped together, wasn't it like the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and there is hope that they will fall in love over time? Sasuke probably couldn't understand why, with his grades, he would become teammates with the last in the class. No, not just the class, but the whole school. What is the existence of the team in Naruto? It requires teammates to get along with each other day and night, cooperate with each other tacitly, and be able to rest assured and leave your back to your teammates. Being together day and night means that team members need to complete tasks together, kill enemies together, and tacit cooperation is also honed in this process. They trust each other and are honest with each other. Therefore, the selection of team members is done with great caution. Although they have no say in the selection of team members, it is usually arranged by their superiors. During the few years in the ninja school, someone will investigate their personalities and academic performance, and the teams they are assigned to have almost never made mistakes. It is precisely because of this that Sasuke couldn't understand why the people above him assigned the last place student to the same team as him. Isn't this holding him back? One's own strength needs an opponent of equal strength to improve. What role can a tail ender play in one's own strength improvement? Being a punching bag, he couldn't figure it out, but the fact was already determined. However, he had already thought about it. When he met his teacher in the afternoon, he would explain the situation to the teacher in advance, in case his teacher disagreed. When he asked to change teams after training for a period of time after watching for a while, Feng felt a little bored. They were all very young, and none of them had the vitality and energy of a child. But think about it, in a world where even little children have to go to the battlefield, the innocence of children has long been wiped out. This is true for children from ordinary families, and even more so for children from ninja families. Thinking of this, Feng became more determined to stay at home if possible. This world is too dangerous. It is better to stay in the store, where he will feel safer being bored and having almost finished the hot pot. Feng took the initiative to start a conversation. Naruto, you just said that your teacher asked you to wait for him in the classroom this afternoon. Tell me, what is your teacher's name? I might even know him. Well, I know him, but he doesn't know me. But he forgot. Naruto and the other two don't know what the name of their teacher is. The school hasn't announced it yet, so they have to wait until the afternoon. Chapter 6. Is it really alright? This meal was the most difficult one Feng had ever eaten. Naruto was a chatterbox and kept talking. Sakura didn't talk much, but every time she said a few words, the topic would unconsciously turn to Sasuke. Sasuke's face showed a look of "I'm worried, don't bother me," making it difficult for Feng to find a suitable topic to talk about. However, it can be seen that Sasuke is very satisfied with a hot pot. Apart from Naruto, he ate the most after the meal. The four of them sat on the sofa to digest the food. Just when Feng was thinking about taking a nap in the afternoon and opening the store if he could wake up, or closing the store if he couldn't wake up, Naruto suggested playing games. Sasuke was not interested, as his mind was full of thoughts on how to improve his strength. Sakura, on the other hand, wanted to play, mainly because she had never seen such a large TV screen, and she was also very curious about the game that Naruto had been talking about these days, but she was worried that she would neglect the male idol because of playing games, so in the end, the people who played became Feng and Naruto. Naruto, I would like to create opportunities for you, but you are not interested, so it has nothing to do with me. Feng touched Naruto's shoulder and said teasingly before dinner, when preparing the ingredients, Naruto found him, wanting to take the opportunity of playing games to get closer to his goddess Sakura. For this, he was prepared to be late in the afternoon and asked Feng to cooperate. Feng also agreed. He wanted to watch the fun and see if Sakura would beat up Naruto for being late. It turned out that Sakura didn't play games at all, which made Naruto's plan fail. Wow, how could you say that, Uncle Shop Owner? Naruto shouted excitedly, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Sakura, but found that Sakura was holding her cheek with her hand, looking at Sasuke seriously, and didn't hear the noise here at all. Naruto was a little disappointed. Why didn't you look at me more? How am I worse than that arrogant Sasuke? However, Sakura's serious look is really cute. I like it. Humph. The little man in Naruto's heart twisted his body back and forth. Naruto's mind was so focused on Sakura that he didn't even know that the game character he was controlling had died. Naruto groaned, holding his head, and said in pain, Uncle Owner, why did you hit me again? Not satisfied with just one hit, Feng knocked on Naruto's head again. Looking at the bump that appeared on Naruto's head, he was once again amazed at the magic of anime characters. How could another bump grow on top of a bump? I'm just reminding you that your afternoon class is almost over. Opening his eyes and glancing at the clock hanging on the living room wall, Sasuke stood up without saying a word and walked down to the second floor. As soon as Sakura saw Sasuke leaving, she immediately stood up and followed him. Before leaving, she said hello to Feng. Thank you for the hospitality, Uncle Owner. Today is really. The voice gradually became weaker and her figure disappeared on the second floor. Feng didn't hear clearly what she said in the second half of the sentence. Wait for me. The goddess had left, and Naruto no longer had the heart to play games, so he quickly chased after her. Looking at Naruto's hurriedly leaving back, Feng shouted, help me close the door. Got it. Naruto waved his hand without even turning his head. The living room, which was very lively just now, became empty again in the blink of an eye. Feng was alone, and after a few people left, he continued to play the single-player game. He forgot about the lunch break. How could he be distracted while playing games? This was a great disrespect to the game and a lack of recognition for the game developers. Uncle Shop Owner, I'm back. Naruto greeted him weakly and placed the bags of food he was carrying in the kitchen. Since moving into the store, Naruto's meals have improved significantly. Before, the only things he had at home were cup noodles and milk, and his cooking skills were limited to making instant noodles without sausage. Now, although Feng seldom cooks, every time he cooks, he will let Naruto watch and learn. It is said that if you want to win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. Having good cooking skills is one of the shortcuts to winning the heart of a goddess. Naruto took this statement seriously. Every time Feng cooked, he would learn very seriously and fantasize about going on missions in the future. Sakura would eat the food he cooked and praise it highly. She gradually forgot about Sasuke and pestered him to cook for her every day. Whenever he thought of this, Naruto would laugh out loud happily. How could he know that Feng was planning to teach Naruto all his cooking skills so that he wouldn't have to do it himself in the future? Therefore, Naruto had one more activity after school every day, which was to go to the market to buy vegetables for the next day's food. After playing games for an entire afternoon, Feng was tired, so he found a movie to watch and planned to relax. The plot of the movie was at its most exciting moment, so Naruto's greeting was in vain. Feng just said him as a response, his eyes still fixed on the TV without moving at all. "Hey." Naruto sat next to Feng and sighed. Seeing that Feng did not respond, he sighed again. "Hey." This mouthful also prolonged the sound. Feng remained unmoved. "Cough, cough, 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 that's enough. If you keep coughing, your lungs will burst." Feng pressed the remote control to pause the movie, looking helpless. "What do you want to say? Can't you wait until I finish watching the movie?" Naruto told Feng that he had an exam tomorrow and wanted Feng to give him some advice, but Naruto was a little worried. "Uncle Owner, do you think I can graduate smoothly tomorrow?" Thinking of what their teacher said in the afternoon, Naruto became a little worried. He had barely passed the school's graduation exam, and he didn't expect that there was another exam standing in front of him. If he failed the exam, he would be sent back to the ninja school. Being sent back to the ninja school, doesn't it mean that I will be separated from Sakura? Judging from Sakura's past performance, Naruto had no doubt that Sakura could pass the exam, and Sasuke, who graduated from school with the highest honors, would have no problem either. My grades were the worst, so I was eliminated. Sakura and Sasuke, then. Naruto didn't dare to think about it any further, fearing that he couldn't bear it. Naruto always behaves very strong in front of outsiders, but he doesn't know why he has no psychological defense in front of the shop owner. Maybe when he tells him about his troubles, the shop owner will always comfort him tirelessly. He couldn't figure it out. And he didn't want to figure it out, but he knew that every time he finished talking to the shop owner, he would feel as if everything had suddenly become clear. He felt very safe living in the store, and Naruto sometimes wondered, is this what home feels like? Have you met your teacher? Okay, tell me, what are his physical features and his name? Feng, who had watched Naruto, of course knew who Naruto's instructor was, but given his identity, he shouldn't know before it was announced. Only a few people knew which teacher would teach which class, so he asked this question. Shit, most of his attention was on Sakura, and Naruto forgot what his teacher looked like for a moment. After trying hard to recall, he finally remembered some of the characteristics: short white hair, wearing a mask that covered one eye, and then? That's it. Feng was speechless. When you were in school, didn't your teacher teach you to remember the characteristics of the enemy? Otherwise, when you get on the battlefield, won't you be able to tell who is your friend and who is the enemy? Teacher is not an enemy, Naruto retorted cunningly. Okay. Feng didn't expect Naruto to say anything useful. These characteristics are enough. Feng pretended to think for a while and said, is your teacher called Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi. Naruto looked surprised. How did you know that? I heard it from a guest. Feng made up an excuse. Your teacher is very famous in the village and in the entire ninja world. He is very powerful, and is called the copy ninja by the ninjas from other villages. Why is it copy ninja? Naruto was a little curious. He remembered that the teacher in school said that every ninja with a title was a famous figure in the ninja world. It can also be said that title also represents strength. You don't give yourself a title. You will only get it when you are recognized by everyone and everyone thinks that your ability is worthy of the title. The ninja world is huge and there are many ninjas, but how many of them have titles? Having a title means being very strong, and being very strong means tomorrow's exam will be very strict, and a very strict exam means that the chance of passing the exam will be very small, and the chance is very small, which means that Sakura and Sasuke. Before Feng said anything, Naruto was frightened by his own thoughts. He hit Naruto on the head unhappily. As Naruto felt the pain, Feng continued, the reason why he is called the copy ninja is because he knows many ninjutsu and can copy other people's ninjutsu when fighting with the enemy. That's why he is called the copy ninja. Think about it, you are fighting with someone, and suddenly someone uses the same moves as you. Without any defense, will you be hit? Naruto thought about the scenario and nodded. It was very likely that he would be scared at least during a fight. Victory or defeat often takes a moment. The enemy will not give you a chance to relax. A qualified ninja will take advantage of your weakness to kill you. However, the shop owner's description is really hard to describe. What is a fight? That's called a battle. I'm not saying that your teacher is an old silver coin. Although I'm not a ninja, I know that if you want to kill someone, you must use every possible means. No matter what the move is, as long as it can kill the enemy, it is a good move. Your teacher knows a lot of ninjutsu. You will learn a lot under his guidance. These have nothing to do with the content of your exam tomorrow. They are just to prepare you mentally. If you want to pass the exam, I have a way. Do you want to hear it? Naruto nodded frantically. He naturally wanted it very much. Then I'll leave dinner to you today. Feng lay down on the sofa and waved his hand. You'll have the energy to talk after dinner? Naruto's cooking skills are just edible. Don't expect him to learn much from Feng in such a short time. Feng simply isn't picky after eating and drinking. Feng lit up a cigarette and said slowly, "Hiss, if you want to pass the exam, you have to do this. Do you understand?" Naruto nodded again. He nodded quite a few times tonight. If it weren't for his good physique, he would have a sore neck tomorrow morning. Is it really okay to do this? It's not that Naruto doesn't believe Feng, but he feels that this method is too simple. Just do as I say, and I guarantee you'll pass, Feng said confidently. Sometimes, the simpler the method, the more effective it is. Chapter 7. Is there something wrong with your brain? The next morning, before dawn, Naruto got up, carried his backpack, and went to the training ground. The backpack was filled with ninja tools, which he brought according to the teacher's request. For this reason, he didn't even eat breakfast. Although he rarely ate breakfast, he was not the only one who arrived at the training ground. Sakura and Sasuke were also there. They gathered here, waiting for the teacher's assessment. Sasuke was still the same, with a cold expression on his face, making it impossible for others to tell what he was thinking. Sasuke was determined to pass today's test. He knew his own strength, and he also knew that the test would not be too difficult. After all, it was only a selection of genin. Although he was not clear about the specific content of the assessment, if it was just a test of each person's strength, Sasuke was still confident that he could pass it. Sakura was vaguely worried. In the ninja school, she knew that although her performance was okay, her hard power was not good enough. In a fight, many people could defeat her. This is what she was worried about. If she failed the test, she would be separated from Sasuke. For her, today was not a test, but a test of love. It concerned her future life, so she had to give it her all. Naruto was sitting on the ground, dozing off. Last night, Feng dragged him to play games until late at night. After finally falling asleep, it was time to meet up as agreed upon, so he felt a bit listless when he got here. Otherwise, with his personality, he would start mocking Sasuke as soon as he saw him, and would be attentive to Sakura as soon as he saw her. He was not worried about today's test at all. His shop owner had already taught him the secret to pass the test. As long as he did as instructed, today's test would not be a problem for him at all. But Naruto forgot that the last time he did as Feng said, he was beaten up. The sun gradually rose. The three of them waited from before dawn until almost noon. Kakashi walked leisurely in front of them and raised his hand to greet them. "Hey, good morning, everyone." "Morning." Naruto stood up from the ground in an instant and pointed at Kakashi with an indignant look on his face. "Too slow, teacher, you are late." "Too slow, And the accent. It turned out that not only Naruto was angry, Sakura also stood up and criticized her teacher for being late. Although Sasuke didn't say anything, his unhappy expression could be easily seen on his face. Kakashi explained lazily, "Because a black cat walked past me, it got lost." You could tell from the expressions on the three people's faces that no one believed this explanation. Well, Kakashi was just about to find another excuse, to explain it again, but then he remembered that he was a teacher. So what if the agreed time was 5 o'clock in the morning? So what if he was a few hours late? The final right of interpretation lies with him. He can come whenever he wants. If he is unhappy, he can just not come today. With this in mind, there is no need to explain and the assessment can start directly. Kakashi took out an alarm clock from his backpack, set the time, and started talking about the content of today's exams. For several people, the three people's attention was quickly diverted. Compared to the exam, being late was not a big deal. "Okay, I set the alarm for 12 o'clock, Kakashi said, shaking the bell in his hand. "Your task today is to take the bell away from me before noon. Those who don't grab the bell will have no lunch." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. No one paid any attention to Naruto's yelling. Kakashi continued, "And you will be tied to that log and watch me eat my lunchbox." There were 3 pieces of wood standing on the open space not far away. It was obvious that the logs Kakashi was talking about were these 3, Gilulu, Gilulu, Gulu. The sounds of stomach growling rang out almost at the same time, 2 long and 1 short. Sakura covered her stomach awkwardly, not wanting anyone else to hear her growling stomach. "So this is the reason why we are not allowed to have breakfast," Several people had this thought at the same time. Naruto even covered his face, unable to believe it. Sasuke leaned slightly sideways and looked at people with the side of his eyes. Even though he was hungry, he still maintained his pride. But, Sakura asked curiously, why are there only 2 bells? As Kakashi was wearing a mask, the few people could not see the expression on his face. They could only judge from his crescent-shaped eyes that he was in a very happy mood. Yes, Kakashi was laughing. Only 2, which means at least one person will be tied to the log. That person will be disqualified for failing the mission and will be sent back to school. At least one, or at most all of them will have to go back. You may also use weapons, for you cannot get the bell unless you are determined to kill me, but it's too dangerous, teacher. Sakura didn't quite agree with the use of weapons. If someone failed to stop themselves or failed to dodge, wouldn't it mean someone would get hurt? This is just an assessment. There's no need to get to the point of bloodshed, right? Yeah, Naruto nodded in agreement. Sakura was right. He thought so too. Even the blackboard eraser can't be avoided. The blackboard eraser was Naruto's prank. Yesterday afternoon, all the other students were taken away by their instructors, but the 3 of them were still waiting. After waiting for a long time and seeing no one, Naruto put the eraser on the door, thinking that if anyone pushed the door open, they would be hit on the head by the eraser to punish their late teacher. Sakura and Sasuke were also angry because they had been waiting for a long time, so they just advised Naruto verbally but did not really stop Naruto's pranks. The result was that Kakashi pushed the door open, and because he didn't dodge, he was hit on the head by the blackboard eraser. What Naruto meant by this was that if you can't even dodge a blackboard eraser, then if you use weapons yourself, wouldn't you be even more unable to dodge it? In this world, the less capable people are, the more they love to shout. Kakashi was too disdainful to explain why he didn't dodge and was hit on the head with his strength. If there was any danger, he would have noticed it long ago. Since there was no danger, he was too lazy to hide. It was just a prank. He made them rush here early in the morning and didn't let them have breakfast. It was not that he was deliberately taking revenge on them. He was not so petty as to be that narrow-minded. Kakashi let several people use weapons because he was confident in his own strength. These little brats couldn't hurt him. Don't think that teaching children to use weapons is a cruel thing. This is how the ninja world is. Everything depends on strength. Countries are constantly fighting each other. Ninjas born in such an environment are indifferent to life and death. Only interests are what they value most. It took several ninja world wars to bring about the current peace. Kakashi, who participated in the wars, knows that the current peace is just an illusion and the turbulent waves in the dark have never subsided. The reason why they didn't fight was simply because the last war was too brutal, causing the strength of many ninja villages to be greatly reduced. They were taking advantage of this rare peace to recuperate. Training ninjas is something that every ninja village does. When he was as old as some of them, they had already gone to the battlefield. Okay, let's ignore the last one for now. When I say we're ready to start, the last one. The last one, the last one. I hate it most when others say I am the last one, especially in front of Sakura. Hearing Kakashi say that he was the last one, Naruto became furious. He hooked his hand and took the kunai from the bag tied to his leg. After doing a few tricks unconsciously, he rushed straight towards Kakashi with a swish. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, holding Naruto's head with one hand and strangling Naruto's wrist, holding the kunai with the other hand, and pressed the kunai behind Naruto's head. Don't be so anxious, I haven't said start yet. After a brief display of his strength, Kakashi let go of his hand. Naruto stumbled forward involuntarily, and Sakura and Sasuke also took 2 steps back unconsciously. What kind of speed is this? Sakura was a little incredulous. Are you kidding? I didn't see anything at all. Sasuke was also somewhat shocked. Is this a Jonin? He didn't see Kakashi's movements clearly, and the cold sweat on his face showed that he was extremely uneasy. But, it seems like you're planning to kill me, too, haha. Kakashi chuckled softly, his eyes drooping. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. How should I put it? I think I'm finally starting to like you guys. It's about to start. Kakashi became serious. He couldn't delay any longer or he would be late for lunch. Ready go? As Kakashi started, the figures of several people disappeared in an instant. Naruto's action just now was not really because he was overwhelmed by Kakashi's words. He was not so easily provoked, although he did care about it very much that others called him the last one in front of Sakura. It seemed reckless, but in fact it was just a simple test, which was something that a few people had discussed before. The 3 of them did not understand the strength of their teacher Kakashi. Although Naruto had Feng's advance information and knew that his teacher was very powerful and knew many ninjutsu, but he didn't know what specific ninjutsu he was good at, because Feng didn't tell him the reason why ninjas are called ninjas is because they have an energy called chakra in their bodies. The more chakra they have, the stronger their chakra is divided into different attributes, and depending on the attribute, the ninja's expertise varies. Some ninjas are good at various ninjutsu, some are good at physical techniques, and some are good at illusion techniques, but since there are strengths, there are weaknesses. The three of them had briefly discussed before that one of them would test their teacher's ability to see if he could find any weaknesses. As for who is the person testing, Naruto had to adapt to the situation. Coincidentally, Kakashi's words, the last one, gave Naruto an opportunity, so Naruto became the one testing. Through testing, several people learned that their teacher was very fast, so fast that they could not see clearly. Very good. This shows that you can't have a head-on collision. How can you fight head-on if you can't even see the other person's movements? The only way to successfully seize the bell is to attack from the dark. Hiding your aura is a basic ninja skill. Seeing the three figures disappearing in front of him, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Good, everyone hide well. Then, I found them one by one. Before Kakashi could finish his next thought, he was interrupted by a declaration from behind. Let's have a fair fight. Naruto just stood behind Kakashi with his arms folded and spoke some very powerful words. What a huge idiot. Sasuke, who was squatting on the tree, and Sakura, who was lying in the grass, thought to themselves at the same time, didn't we agree to attack from the dark? Why are you just standing there? You didn't have to dodge the attack just now. It's better to just stand there. What an idiot. Even Kakashi couldn't figure out Naruto's train of thought, and asked in confusion, is there something wrong with you? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Konoha Taijutsu Secret. It's your taste in hair that has problems, right? Naruto retorted. I have a problem? What's wrong with me? I think you have a problem. There's no point in hiding. As long as I can defeat you head-on, Sakura will definitely look at me with admiration. The shop owner said that only a strong person can protect a girl. Girls like people who can bring them a sense of security. The most I'm determined to get the bell. I said it, and no one can stop me. Not only do I want one, I want two, one for me and one for Sakura. As for Sasuke, you should just go back to school and study further. In this way, Sakura and I. Oh wow, Naruto, who had unrealistic fantasies in his heart, shouted wow wow and rushed towards Kakashi, who was standing in front of him facing Naruto's aggressive attack. Kakashi did not dodge but slowly reached into his waist bag. Is he going to take out a weapon? Naruto paused and quickly took 2 steps back, watching Kakashi's actions warily. One of the ninja tactics is taijutsu, Kakashi said slowly. Let me teach you. The so-called physical technique refers to the direct attack of the ninja, right? Naruto guessed with a frown. Seeing Kakashi's hand reaching for his waist bag and trying to pull it out, Naruto's sense of crisis suddenly increased. Sure enough, he just wants to get a weapon. Confirming his idea, Naruto did not act rashly. Instead, he observed Kakashi's movements and tried to launch an attack when Kakashi pulled his hand out completely and had no time to adjust his weapon-holding posture to tell whether a person often uses weapons. Whether he is a novice or an expert, you can tell by looking at the way he holds the weapon. The moment a master gets a weapon, he will adjust his grip, thus bringing the weapon into a position suitable for exerting forces. For the rookies, there are many pretentious people who care not whether the grip is comfortable or not, but whether they look handsome holding the weapon. For those at a lower level, let alone attacking the enemy with weapons, they will get hurt before they can even start fighting. For a few moves, the speed of adjusting the grip can also show whether a person is an expert in using weapons frequently. When experts fight, victory or defeat depends on a moment on the battlefield. If you are slower than others by even just 1 second, that 1 second can cost you your life. It's out. It's out. Kakashi's hand is pulled out. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he was about to. Why is it a book? What's wrong? Come here quickly. Kakashi turned to the page he had not finished reading, looked at Naruto, who stopped moving, and urged him. But, that, Naruto was a little at a loss. Isn't it a weapon? How could it turn into a book? Unable to resist his curiosity, Naruto asked directly, why are you holding a book? As to why I took the book, It's because the following contents are something I care about very much, Kakashi explained without even raising his head at the same time. He waved his hand and said lazily, "Don't worry, it's okay for me to read books to deal with you, it doesn't matter." "How can it be okay? What are you doing? Are you looking down on us? How abominable, I will definitely beat you to pulp," Naruto shouted angrily. He moved his wrist and elbowed Kakashi. Kakashi dodged sideways, but Naruto kept insisting, "Damn it, this time it's a spinning kick." As he jumped up and turned around, Naruto swept his left leg backwards. But Kakashi dodged it by squatting. Kakashi's movements were fast, and Naruto's reactions were not slow either. Seeing that his moves were not working, Naruto quickly punched out after landing. "Ah! Where are the people?" Kakashi, who was squatting on the ground reading a book just now, suddenly disappeared under Naruto's nose. Still maintaining the punching posture, Naruto only felt a chill on his back, which gave him a bad feeling. A ninja can't have his back exposed, idiot. Looking at Naruto's unprotected back, Kakashi couldn't help but make a gesture. He put his hands together, with his thumb, index finger and middle finger stretched out together, and the ring finger and little finger crossed and put away. At this time, the positions of the two people have changed. Kakashi has come behind Naruto, still squatting, and the book is held between Kakashi's closed palms. That hand gesture is the tiger seal. Sakura, who was hiding in the bushes, guessed uncertainly. She couldn't believe it. It must be fake, right? But against an opponent like Naruto, there's no need to use that kind of ninjutsu, right? Sasuke also frowned. He was very familiar with the seal. It was definitely a fire escape technique, there was no doubt about it, since he himself was good at fire jutsu, and the most common ninjutsu recorded in his family was fire jutsu. Sasuke believed that he could not have made a wrong judgment. "Naruto, run away quickly, or you will die," Sakura shouted nervously. "Pity, it's too late," Kakashi said softly. Then, before Naruto could react, he shouted out a move he had used, "Secret of Konoha Ninjutsu, Secret of Taijutsu, 1,000 years of killing." Puff, a strange sound, like a cork being inserted into a wine bottle. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Naruto's face, and his shy expression was beyond words. This feeling of social death, this indescribable pain, made him wish he could disappear on the spot. Then, he really disappeared. With a bang, Naruto's entire body turned into a puff of white smoke and was quickly blown away by the wind. Looking at the disappearing Naruto, Kakashi muttered to himself, "Shadow clone jutsu, when? I didn't notice anything abnormal about Naruto. This was impossible. With Naruto's shadow clones, he shouldn't be able to hide it from me." The shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu invented by the second-generation Hokage of Konoha Village. As a member of Konoha Village, Kakashi is naturally familiar with this ninjutsu, and he also knows this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu uses chakra to create a physical clone. The clone evenly distributes the chakra of the main body, has a consciousness independent of the caster's body, and a certain ability to resist attacks. After the caster is released, the clone's memory and experience will return to the main body. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, this clone is physical, has original consciousness, and can attack enemies. Ordinary clone techniques are just illusions created by the caster using chakra. They have no original consciousness and the ability to act independently. They can only be controlled by the caster to confuse the enemy. The time of existence is also short, unlike the shadow clone, which can continue to exist as long as you have enough chakra. But no one would do this, unless your real body never goes out and doesn't fight with others. Otherwise, the memories that suddenly flood into your mind after you remove the shadow clone would be too much for you to bear. For Kakashi, who often goes on missions, he has used the shadow clone technique many times and is well aware of the advantages and disadvantages of this ninjutsu. The advantage is that when performing some very dangerous tasks, the shadow clone can step on the mines and avoid some possible traps in advance. The disadvantage is that it consumes too much chakra. Kakashi suddenly felt a little envious of Naruto. His chakra was never enough, unlike Naruto, who had plenty of chakra to squander. For example, the dozens of figures in front of us, each one is Naruto, and each one is a shadow clone. Damn, I'm even more envious. This is not a shadow clone, this is multiple shadow clones, an upgraded version of the shadow clone technique. This must be the forbidden ninjutsu that was used to get rid of Mizuki. Kakashi was distracted for a moment as he looked at the many Narutos rushing towards him. The multiple shadow clone technique is also a ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, or in other words, The first ninjutsu created by the second Hokage was the multiple shadow clone technique. It was just because of the fact that ordinary ninjas did not have so much chakra and could not create so many shadow clones that they had to lower the standard for using multiple shadow clones and simplify it to the shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clones became a forbidden ninjutsu and was recorded in the Book of Seals. What is recorded in the Book of Seals are either powerful ninjutsu or ninjutsu with magical effects, such as bringing the dead back to life. In short, all the ninjutsu included in the Book of Seals are forbidden ninjutsu. If any one of them is leaked out, it will cause a fight in the ninja world. Therefore, the guarding force of the Book of Seals in Konoha village has always been one of the strictest in the village. Ordinary people have no chance to access it, and most people don't know about it. Naruto learned the multiple shadow clone technique. It is said that he learned it after being deceived by Mizuki and stealing the Book of Seals. As for how Naruto stole the Book of Seals from a place with strict guard power, Kakashi didn't want to think about it too much. The third Hokage had his own considerations anyway. The culprit Mizuki is already dead, and no one cares about Naruto stealing the Book of Seals, so the matter just passed. It doesn't mean that you can't learn the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. As long as you make enough contributions to the village, the third Hokage will reward you with a ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. Although there are certain requirements, there is still a chance, of course. Whether you can learn it or not is another matter. Just as Kakashi was stunned, Naruto's many shadow clones had rushed in front of Kakashi. For a moment, Kakashi not only had to face fist and kick attacks from all directions, but also noise attacks from all directions. Naruto's mouth is always busy. Naruto alone can make people who don't talk much become autistic. With so many people gathered together chattering, even Kakashi almost couldn't stand it. Figures were flying everywhere and white smoke was rising from time to time. One Naruto disappeared, and more Naruto appeared from somewhere, howling and joining the battlefield. Sasuke and Sakura, who were hiding aside, were stunned. The image of Naruto as the last place student had already been solidified in their minds. Since he is the last one in the class, it means that his strength is very weak. Not only do they think so, but everyone in the school, including the teachers, thinks that Naruto's strength is very weak. But the scene before them changed Sasuke and Sakura's views. They asked themselves, if they were to replace teacher Kakashi, how long could they last? They know the answer themselves without anyone else answering, and I'm afraid they won't be able to last more than a few rounds. There was a barely perceptible flash of anger in Sasuke's eyes. As proud as he was, he would not allow someone of the same age to be stronger than himself. His goal was never people of his own age, and he put in a lot of effort for this, but in the end, he was surpassed by someone younger than him. It was obvious that Naruto's strength was not as good as mine a few days ago. Why did Naruto's strength improve so much in just a few days? Sasuke couldn't figure it out. He only knew that he had to work harder in the future. Otherwise, with his current strength, how long would he have to wait before he could surpass that person and take revenge? Haha, I grabbed the bell. I grabbed the bell. A figure of Naruto jumped out of the battlefield, holding the bell in his hand, dancing with joy. Where? Where? The bell is mine. I must be the first one to get the bell. Give it to me. I am the real Naruto. You are talking nonsense. I am the real Naruto. The people in front are talking nonsense. I am the real Naruto. Give me the bell, or I will disband you. As soon as he shouted, the training ground suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 9. What is happening? Good opportunity. Sakura seized the opportunity and rushed out from her hiding place. Naruto had already snatched one bell, and Kakashi had another bell on him. Naruto originally wanted to take both of them, but he didn't expect that his shadow clone would shout so arrogantly. After taking away one bell, the other shadow clones actually gave up on Kakashi and instead tried to grab the bells in their own people's hands. We are of the same root. Why are we so eager to fight each other? Naruto felt like crying but couldn't. He explained awkwardly, Teacher Kakashi, I said this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? When many Narutos were fighting, one Naruto was left alone. He reacted a little slowly, and by the time he realized what was happening, he was the only one left around Kakashi. It's not important whether I believe it or not. Kakashi clenched his fingers, making them crackle, and said with narrowed eyes, what's important is, I want to ask you, it felt good to beat me just now, right? It feels very good. Naruto nodded involuntarily, but then shook his head. No, now is not the time to think about this. Let's keep some distance first. Naruto turned and jumped up. I jumped. Why did my body stop in midair? It turned out that Kakashi saw through Naruto's actions, and the moment he jumped up, he grabbed his clothes and lifted him into the air. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? There's still a bell. Come on, let's find a place to have a good chat. I'll teach you the secrets of physical skills. At this moment, Naruto is like Monkey King who made a bet with Buddha. No matter how hard Naruto struggles, he cannot escape Kakashi's five-finger mountain. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's clothes at the back of his neck and looked around, trying to find a place away from the many Narutos who were still fighting for the bell. At first, many Narutos only used words to declare ownership of the bell, but now they have escalated the situation and started to use physical force. Judging from the severity of the attack, it was even more brutal than when he robbed Kakashi. At least when Kakashi attacked, he was still concerned about not hitting too hard, in case he accidentally hit Naruto's body and seriously injured him. The numerous shadow clones do not have so many concerns. Others don't know which one is the real body and which is the shadow clone, but they themselves can tell the difference, so they struck without mercy. It's just a beating. It doesn't matter if you get beaten to death. It's not like I'm real. Sasuke, who was watching from a distance, felt a toothache when seeing this scene. Shadow clones are useful, as they can dissolve ninjutsu. After the shadow clones disappear, the memories transmitted back to the original body are real. The feeling of pain cannot be faked. In such a short period of time, Kakashi alone dispersed quite a few shadow clones, and many shadow clones fought among themselves, killing many of them. Just imagining so many memories of death being transmitted back to his body in such a short period of time made Sasuke shudder. What an idiot. He can't even control his own shadow clones. Sasuke frowned as he watched Sakura rush out while Kakashi was observing his surroundings and distracted. Too impulsive. This is obviously a trap. Sakura rushed very quickly and was about to approach Kakashi's back, which was the position she chose for her attack. Except for some special methods, no matter how strong the ninjutsu is, the back is always invisible to the eyes. At this moment, Kakashi had his back to Sakura, and in front of him was Naruto, who was tied up with ropes and hung upside down on a tree. I just told you not to face the enemy with your back, but you didn't take my words to heart at all. What are you thinking? How dare you turn around and jump in front of the enemy? Kakashi really wanted to know what Naruto was thinking. Why did Naruto forget what he had just said in the blink of an eye? He didn't understand even more. After he had already grabbed the bell, why didn't he withdraw the shadow clone technique and let the real body hold the bell? Didn't I already say that whoever grabs the bell before noon will be the winner, and I won't try to grab it back? You have already grabbed the bell? Why don't you quickly hide your real body among the shadow clones? How dare you stay in front of me? You guys are no match for me. Only you, as your real body, can be. Are you underestimating me a bit? There are not so many whys. Naruto has his reasons for not being able to cancel the shadow clone technique, and he has not forgotten what Kakashi said. Okay, he forgot. Damn it, I get it. Although he said these words of submission, the expression on Naruto's face still showed refusal to accept. He was a little annoyed. He shouldn't have turned around and jumped. He should have jumped directly backwards, and not jumped too high to avoid being caught by someone next time. I must not make such a low-level mistake again. Hey, did you hear what I said? Kakashi waved his hand in front of Naruto. Naruto's eyes couldn't help but follow Kakashi's shaking hands, the book on his hand swaying back and forth as they got closer. Naruto suddenly realized that the book in Kakashi's hand looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. He thought about it carefully, and finally, wow, my shop owner also has this book of yours, Naruto said curiously. Kakashi-sensei, what is written in this book? Why didn't the shop owner let me read it when I wanted to? What are you talking about? I have to wait until I'm an adult to watch it. Ahem. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. The content of the book was very explosive and not suitable for children to read. The shop owner uncle mentioned by Naruto was right. Naruto was still young and was not suitable for reading such things that were only for adults. But who is the shop owner that Naruto is talking about? Kakashi knew that Naruto had a special status in the village and had always been under the surveillance of the third Hokage. Although he was the son of his teacher, due to some special reasons, Kakashi did not pay much attention to Naruto and had never met Naruto in person. Naruto also did not know the relationship between him and his father. However, although he didn't pay much attention, Kakashi knew that there were very few people who could be addressed so affectionately by Naruto, and he knew those people himself. Why is there another person who I don't know coming out now? I was just on a mission. What happened to Naruto during this period? Before he could think about it, several whooshing sounds came into his ears, which were the sounds of weapons cutting through the air. Puff puff, all the weapons hit the target, but Sasuke couldn't be happy. He always felt something was wrong just now, when Sakura was thinking of a sneak attack. Although Sasuke felt that Sakura was too impulsive and could not see such an obvious trap, he could not resist the temptation of Kakashi. With his back to him, he threw out a shuriken mixed with a kunai before Sakura could make a move. Hit by the weapon, Kakashi's body fell backwards involuntarily. When his back was about to touch the ground, there was a bang sound, accompanied by white smoke, and Kakashi's body turned into a wooden stake. Oh no, it's a substitution technique, Sasuke said inwardly. The substitution technique is a ninjutsu that uses animals or plants to quickly swap bodies with one's own, causing the enemy to mistakenly believe that the opponent is being attacked, and then take the opportunity to counterattack. In general, this ninjutsu is used to confuse the enemy and is a type of illusion. The wooden stake was Kakashi's replacement. His position had been exposed and he had to move immediately. Sasuke's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and while jumping on the trees, he had already run into the depths of the jungle. The training ground was surrounded by tall trees, lush grass, and rich foliage, forming a natural shelter that blocked the prying eyes of others. The shaking branches woke up Sakura, who was still confused, and made her understand the source of the weapon and also let her know Sasuke's hiding place if she could notice it. Kakashi, who was more experienced than him, would naturally be able to notice it as well. A figure quickly moved towards the direction where Sasuke disappeared. Sakura was worried that Sasuke might be in danger, so she immediately followed behind, leaving Naruto still hanging on the tree, desperately shaking his body. Everyone left, and I was the only one left, with a noisy voice in my ear. Hey, that's not right, you bunch of idiots, put me down now. Naruto, who was hanging on the tree, shouted anxiously, looking at the crowd still fighting for the bell. I am the one chosen by the main body to be in charge. No, you're not, I am, Naruto said with a smile as he walked out from behind a tree. The hand seals continued to form, and with the completion of the last seal, bang 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 sounds were heard one after another, and the numerous shadow clones of Naruto on the field turned into white smoke one after another. Cough cough cough. Naruto, who claimed to be the person in charge, was choked by the thick white smoke and started coughing when the smoke cleared. Naruto, holding the bell, turned his eyes and saw the bento placed in front of the 3 wooden stakes, and smiled. Sakura hurried as fast as she could, but she still couldn't catch up with the 2 people in front of her. Not long after, she lost sight of Sasuke and Kakashi. Where are you? Sasuke, where are you? Sakura was very anxious as she couldn't see Sasuke. Could it be that the teacher has already? No, this won't happen to Sasuke alone. The anxious Sakura thought for sure that nothing happened to her, so Sasuke, who was more powerful than her, would not be in any danger either. But it was different with Naruto. He was just an idiot. Suddenly, Zyuing stopped and said, "Safe, not discovered." Standing on the forest path ahead was Kakashi. Even during the chase, Kakashi did not put down the book in his hand and was reading it with great interest. Sakura carefully observed the front but forgot about the back. Fortunately, someone kindly reminded her, "Sakura, behind me." What? Sakura turned around subconsciously, only to see Kakashi squatting on a tree branch behind her. One eye was exposed on his masked face, staring straight at her. I felt cold all over and couldn't help but scream. The sound spread far away, the mask wrinkled and Kakashi seemed to be smiling. The leaves rose up and danced around Kakashi's figure, covering his entire figure. Suddenly, Sakura could no longer see Kakashi. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the leaves. Sakura came back to her senses and looked around in confusion. Huh? What was that just now? Wait a minute, where's the teacher? What? What's going on? What's going on? Sakura covered her head with her hands. She had a headache and was confused about what was going on. Sakura? The voice was a little soft, but Sakura immediately recognized where it came from. She turned around in surprise and replied sweetly, "Sasuke." But when she turned around, she did not see the cold and handsome Sasuke in her mind. Instead, she saw Sasuke with kunai and shurikens all over his body, bleeding, with his hands stretched out, weakly asking her for help. "Sakura, save me." Sakura screamed in fear again, and tears welled up in her eyes. Unable to bear such stimulation, she fainted on the spot. "Did we go too far?" Kakashi muttered to himself as he squatted on a tree, holding a book and looking at the unconscious Sakura. Chapter 10. What in number 039, the connection? You should have noticed it. Kakashi showed a sly smile under his mask, as if something interesting was about to happen. Sasuke, who was jumping between branches, looking for a suitable hiding place, suddenly stopped. That voice just now, was that Sakura? He turned around and looked towards the place where the sound came from, somewhat unsure. The cry was so creepy, As if the owner of the sound had seen something horrible and was frightened, the bell rang, and Kakashi leaned against the tree leisurely, turning a page in the book in his hand. Ninja Tactics Experience Part 2, Illusion. I didn't expect that Sakura would be so easily hooked. Stopping immediately while running at high speed can easily cause unstable breath. And when the breath is unstable, the chakra energy will fluctuate and overflow. The stronger your strength, or the more proficient you are in controlling chakra energy, the smaller the fluctuations will be. Although Sasuke's strength is decent, it is only limited to his age group. His control over chakra energy is not yet proficient enough, so his sudden stop allowed Kakashi to sense his location. Kakashi was also preparing to eliminate Sasuke, his final target. Is it an illusion? It's a kind of hallucination hypnosis. It's inevitable that he will take the bait if he hears that guy. Sasuke was not surprised by the sudden voice behind him, and he was mentally prepared based on what he had just observed. He knew that Kakashi moved very fast, and it was only a matter of time before he was found. But I'm different from those guys. He felt that with his own strength, he could give it a try. He didn't ask to hurt Kakashi, as long as he could find a chance to get the bell. Don't say that until you get the bell, Sasuke. Kakashi put one hand in his pocket and held a book in the other, not taking Sasuke's words to heart at all. Sasuke turned around and faced Kakashi. His arm was hanging down, just inches away from the weapon bag tied to his leg, but he did not take out the weapon from the bag immediately. He was waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Don't be fooled by Kakashi's lazy standing posture, as if it is full of flaws. In fact, it is indeed full of flaws. If there are other ninjas around, Kakashi will definitely not stand like this. Standing like this is like telling your opponent, come on, I'm ready to die, come on, kill me. But when facing Sasuke, sorry, Kakashi really has no interest in defending himself. His flaw was big, and in his opinion, Sasuke's flaw was even bigger. Kakashi flipped a page of the book in his hand carelessly, and his eyes lit up. Oh, this plot is really exciting. Saying good opportunity to himself, Sasuke quickly reached into his weapon bag and started working with both hands, with shurikens attacking Kakashi from two directions. Although most of his mind was on the book, leaving only a small part to pay attention to Sasuke. But this small part was enough. He put the book in his hand into his waist bag. The shelf could be hit, but the book could not be damaged. He was very fond of the content of the book. Kakashi dodged the weapon by moving to the side. Ding ding ding. All the shurikens were nailed to the tree behind him where he was just now. Your frontal attack is useless to me. While dodging, Kakashi did not forget to taunt. Sasuke's mouth curled up. He knew that a frontal attack was useless, and that was not his idea. A kunai was fired, breaking the rope hidden in the branches. As the rope broke, the trap he had set in advance was triggered again. Shurikens mixed with kunai shot rapidly towards the path that Kakashi had to take to dodge. So that's it, it's a trap. Kakashi was not panicked even though his retreat was cut off. It was just a small scene. He had seen many traps on the battlefield. I'll dodge. When he dodged, the tree behind him was damaged again. If the tree could speak, it would have cursed loudly. It's fine if you jump on me, and it's fine if you fight near me, but I'm just here to watch the fun. Why am I the one who gets hurt? That's right, big brother. You see, I was stabbed several times as well. Hey. Second brother, I'm lucky. I wasn't hit by a single knife. But second brother, do you think they will recycle the weapons after the fight? How could Shuta and Shura know since they are not human beings? Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly felt his face turn red. It was as if rocket fuel was loaded under his buttocks. He suddenly jumped up from the floor, hit the ceiling with a bang, and fell down again. I knelt on the floor, covering my head with one hand and my butt with the other, not knowing which one hurts, or if both hurt. I told you a long time ago to be on guard against Kakashi's 1,000 years of death. Feng put down the game controller in his hand, holding a cigarette, and said with a bit of gloating, you see, you were careless. You should know that the 1,000 years of death is one of the most powerful physical skills in the ninja world. No need for hand seals or chakra. Anyone can do it. Men, women, young or old can use it. Naruto didn't want to pay attention to Feng's teasing. He was covering his head and butt and didn't want to talk. Naruto slowly moved his body and climbed up from the ground with the help of the sofa. He couldn't sit on the ground anymore, so he had to find a softer place to sit to avoid secondary injury. The flowers in the garden were scorching hot from the sun, and the skin on Naruto's face was also wrinkled, rubbing the place where his forehead was hit. Naruto complained, Kakashi-sensei is really something. How can he use such a dirty move? Hey, how dare you say that about others? Feng squinted at Naruto, His contempt was obvious. No one taught you how to seduce, and you learned the art of keeping the harem by yourself. As he spoke, Yi Feng became somewhat envious. The art of the harem. This was the art of the harem. So many men, no, not only men, but also women. When women act like hooligans, they are much more rogue than men. This is the ultimate dream of many SP. He really wanted to learn it, and after learning it he could, hey, don't laugh like that, I'm scared. Naruto crossed his arms vigilantly, and spoke a little unnaturally ever since he learned how to create multiple shadow clones and develop the harem technique based on the seduction technique, and then, he got carried away and performed it once in front of his own store owner. Naruto swore that he would never, ever perform it a second time in front of his own store owner. The reaction of the uncle owner of the shop was really scary. Others would at most have a nosebleed, but the uncle owner of the shop looked at him as if he wanted to eat him. It was not until he lifted the harem technique that the shop owner returned to normal. What are you talking about? My smile is so natural. Many people smile like this. Yi Feng said dissatisfiedly. Yi Feng knew that Naruto was bewitched by Mizuki and stole the book of seals, but he did not stop him. Why stop it? This is Naruto's opportunity. After Naruto has learned the multiple shadow clones mentioned above, he will use them in many battle scenes in the future. He has no reason to stop it. Besides, he was just the owner of a small convenience store. When he went out, he was just an ordinary person. What power did he have to stop it? Besides, he is not a ninja, so how could he know the secrets of the village? He knew nothing. He went to bed very early that night and told everyone the same thing. Well, that's fine. He definitely had no intention of watching the harem technique. The art of harem is really interesting, but the fog floating around is so annoying that it makes him unable to see the main point. I don't know if he, an outsider, is the only one who can't see clearly, or if everyone can't see clearly. Judging from the reactions of other people in the anime, it should be the former. Can you touch it? You can try it next time. Ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. Yi Feng tried to control his expression and changed the subject. How's the situation over there? Let me see. Naruto searched the memory sent back by the shadow clone and looked surprised. I have got the bell. See, I told you my method works. Seeing that Naruto was diverted by his topic, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise if Naruto continued to be entangled, he might not have the chance to see the harem technique. Little did he know that even if he didn't change the subject, it was still uncertain whether he would be able to see the harem technique in the future. After all, Naruto had already made up his mind during the last performance. It works, but Naruto was a little worried. What if Kakashi finds out that I didn't go to the training ground? Will my grades be affected? Knowing what Naruto was worried about, Yi Feng said with certainty, no, don't worry, your score will not be cancelled. Besides, it's not like you didn't go. Did your shadow clone go? If your shadow clone went, it means you went. Kakashi is a Jonin, so if he discovered it in advance, that's what he should have done. After all, he is very powerful. If he hadn't discovered it, he wouldn't have bothered you. It was his own mistake. He didn't say that a shadow clone couldn't go on his behalf. You must know that the third tactical secret of ninja is, when you are weak, you should be strong. When you are strong, you should be weak. To be strong and weak is the way of ninja. What about 1 and 2? Didn't Kakashi already tell you that? The third tactical knowledge of ninjas, ninjutsu. Kakashi half knelt on the ground, looking at Sasuke, whose body was buried in the ground with only his head exposed, and said, how is it? Can't move? Sasuke seemed to be able to fight Kakashi for a few rounds in a head-on confrontation, but in fact, Kakashi was luring the enemy into deeper territory when Sasuke was careless and thought he could really fight with Kakashi. Kakashi used the earth escape technique, the mind beheading technique, and successfully defeated Sasuke, turning Sasuke into what he is now, but you, as expected, have quickly become outstanding. Kakashi stood up and took out his book, lecturing, however, as the saying goes. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Think about where your problem lies. Looking at Kakashi who turned and left, Sasuke cursed inwardly. I didn't expect the gap to be so big. The sound of running was heard. Sasuke turned his head and saw Sakura standing there in a running posture. Sakura's expression looked a little ugly. She swallowed her saliva with a gulp, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Sakura? Sasuke shouted, wanting Sakura to get him out of this oil. His whole body was buried in this oil with only his head exposed. His body was squeezed and he had no strength at all. Without help from outsiders, it would be difficult for him to get out of this oil. Sakura screamed madly. This time it's her head. After seeing Sasuke seriously injured and about to die, she finally convinced herself that what she saw was an illusion, that Sasuke could not be in any danger, and that she would definitely find him. Finally, she found it. She found Sasuke's head, and it was a talking head. Sakura, unable to bear the facts, fell down again and fainted. Sasuke was speechless. He had heard the familiar scream twice before. Really? What the hell? Chapter 11, offline throughout the whole process. When she opened her eyes, her vision was a little blurry. Sakura tried several times before the scene gradually became clear. A familiar face was in her sight. Sasuke, you're okay, that's great. Sakura couldn't help but hug the person in front of her, feeling a little surprised and a little scared. The touch on her hand told her that the person in front of her was real, not an illusion. Hey, stop it, don't get close to me. Sasuke was not used to such intimate behavior. He pushed Sakura's shoulders, trying to push her away, but Sakura was still immersed in the fear that her lover was intact, and she hugged her very tightly. It was impossible for him to use his full strength, so he pushed Sakura away several times but failed. By the time she finally broke free from Sakura's arms, some time had passed. There's not much time left before noon. I have to go. Kakashi arrived late in the first place, and the time left for them was very short. In the fight between him and Kakashi, not only did he not gain any advantage, he was also buried in the ground. Just trying to find a way to get out of this oil took him a lot of time, and breaking free from Sakura's arms made his already limited time even worse. Sasuke, are you still planning to continue snatching the bell? Sakura was a little depressed. No matter how dumb she was, she knew what was going on with this Sasuke she saw just now. It was undoubtedly the work of teacher Kakashi. I haven't even fought him head-on yet, but I've already been hit. If I really meet him head-on, wouldn't it be? Sakura really had no confidence that she could snatch the bell from Kakashi. She wasn't trying to persuade Sasuke to give up, she just wanted to confirm it again. There are only 2 bells, and Naruto has already got one. Judging from the current situation, he has no hope of getting the remaining bell. In this case, he might as well help his sweetheart. If I could help my loved one in snatching the bell, that would be a great outcome. Sakura was moved by herself and thought that she was even ready to sacrifice herself for her lover, and was just waiting for Sasuke's answer. I've touched it just now, and I'll definitely be able to get it next time, Sasuke said confidently. Although he failed to get the bell in the fight with Kakashi just now, he touched the bell, which means he is only one step away from success. Sasuke has already thought of the strategy for snatching the bell next time. What? Oh, so that's the case. You're really amazing, Sasuke. Sakura clasped her fists on her chest and said in admiration. She said this, but there was a stick figure in her mind, tossing around like crazy. I really can't accept this. I don't want to be separated from Sasuke. I didn't want to either. Sakura wanted to struggle a little longer. Well, we don't have much time anyway, so don't force it this time. Try harder next time. Sasuke's face turned cold, and there was a murderous look in his eyes, which made Sakura a little scared. Woo woo woo. Sasuke won't hate me if I say this, right? The atmosphere was a little heavy for a moment. Sasuke lowered his head and looked at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, Sasuke finally spoke. Only I can kill that man. Whenever he thought of that night, whenever he thought of the look in that man's eyes that night, Sasuke couldn't control his murderous intent. What are you talking about? The teacher? Sakura was a little confused. It shouldn't be the case. Right, it's just an exam. Even if you fail this year and have to go back to school, you still have a chance next year. There's no need to make a fuss about killing someone, right? How could she know what happened to Sasuke? Few people in the village knew what happened to Sasuke, and those who knew would not tell anyone. At that time, I cried. You cried. Sakura couldn't believe it. She couldn't imagine what Sasuke, who is always cold and proud in front of outsiders and never changed his expression no matter what, looked like when he cried. Be mine. What are you talking about? Sasuke's incoherent words made Sakura a little worried. She couldn't understand what Sasuke wanted to say. I'm an avenger. I must be more powerful than that man. Sasuke's clenched fists revealed his angry heart. He didn't expect others to understand his inner feelings, nor did he want to hear the word give up from others. If he doesn't kill that man, if he doesn't kill that man with his own hands, the fire of revenge in his heart will never be extinguished. I don't have time to waste here. He didn't know how powerful that man was. He only knew that after killing so many people, he was still able to escape from Konoha unscathed. This could not have been done without strength that surpassed that of most people in the ninja world. You have to know that Konoha is ruled by the third Hokage, who is known as the god of ninja, professor of ninjutsu, and the strongest Hokage. In addition, so many ninjas in the village could not keep that man, which shows how strong that man is in the ninja school. He had already learned everything he could. Even if he went back, he would not be able to learn anything new, and it would just be a waste of his time. He is making progress, and he doesn't believe that the man won't make progress. He lacks time and strength, and he wants to master more powerful power in the shortest time possible. Only in this way can he be sure of taking revenge on that man. The longer the time goes, the more intense the fire of revenge burns. He is afraid that one day he won't be able to hold on any longer. Although she still didn't understand, Sakura suddenly remembered that when Kakashi asked them to introduce themselves yesterday, Sasuke said, "I must kill a certain man." She didn't take it seriously at the time and just thought he was joking to scare Naruto. But now it seems that Sasuke was not joking, he really wanted to kill someone. Jingle bell, the ringing alarm reminded Sasuke that the time had come. Damn it, you talk too much nonsense. Sasuke was very dissatisfied because he missed the time to grab the bell because he chatted with Sakura for a few more words. Walking towards the training ground, Sakura trotted after Sasuke, but she didn't dare to disturb him as he was in a bad mood. In the training ground, Naruto was tied to a tree stump. Although he already had a bell, which meant he had passed the test, his behavior of stealing the lunchbox made Kakashi very unhappy. This was his punishment. Sasuke and Sakura sat on either side of the tree stump, listening to Kakashi's lecture. "I'm sorry to tell you that the 2 bento boxes I prepared were stolen by someone. As for who someone is, I don't need to say more, right?" Someone was tied to a tree stump, shivering and not daring to speak. "Well, I've eaten it. It doesn't matter. I'm not the one who's hungry anyway." Kakashi said that he had already eaten before coming, so he was not hungry. Gurgle. The 2 hungry people glared at the tied culprit. Naruto smiled awkwardly and continued to shiver. "Let's get back to the topic. Regarding this exercise, well, I don't think there's any need for you to go back to the ninja school." "Huh?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Great, he could finally graduate and become a formal ninja. He was one step closer to his dream of becoming a Hokage. Sakura was also very happy, but also a little incredulous. "Huh? But I fainted the whole time. Is this okay? Can you pass the test like this?" The stick figure danced with joy. "This is the power of love. Love can conquer everything." "It's great," Naruto said excitedly. Well, that means all 3 of us are." Both of them were very excited, but Sasuke just sat on the ground without saying a word. He knew that things would not be that simple as predicted. "That's right, you 3. The gentle whispers in front were followed by Kakashi's loud roar. "Stop being ninjas." A basin of cold water was poured on their heads, making Naruto and Sakura feel chilled to the bone. Naruto, whose hands and feet were tied, struggled hard. "What do you mean by asking us not to be ninjas? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. If you want me to give up being a ninja, how can I become Hokage in the future?" But Kakashi is their teacher, responsible for assessing whether they have the necessary qualifications to become ninjas. His words definitely carry more weight than those of the 3 of them who are not yet official ninjas. Naruto panicked. Well, they did not get the bell, but there is no need to say it. Let's give up being ninjas, right? When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Although Naruto already has a bell, Sakura and Sasuke do not. If he becomes a ninja alone, leaving the 2 of them to go back to school, no, they won't even have the chance to go back to school. It doesn't matter about Sasuke, but what about Sakura? Wouldn't it mean that I will never have the chance to interact with Sakura in the future? And Kakashi-sensei said 3 people. From the sound of it, it seems that even if I have a bell, it's useless. Do not, no matter which one of you, you are all brats who are not qualified to be ninjas, Kakashi said mercilessly. Sasuke refused to accept, and asking him to give up being a ninja was even more painful than killing him. "How can I get in touch with the advanced ninjutsu of the village without becoming a ninja? How can I improve my strength without advanced ninjutsu? How can I take revenge without improving my strength?" There were many reasons why he couldn't give up being a ninja. Now someone actually said that he should not be allowed to be a ninja. "Okay, then I'll prove to you that I have what it takes to be a ninja." Sasuke's body instantly bounced off the ground and rushed towards Kakashi quickly. He was very fast, so fast that Naruto and Sakura could see clearly. Before they could finish exclaiming Sasuke had already fallen. Kakashi sat on top of Sasuke, holding his wrist with one hand and pinning Sasuke's arm against his back. One foot was placed on Sasuke's head, forcing him to press his face to the ground. Naruto and Sakura were admiring Sasuke's bravery in the last second, and in the next second they saw Sasuke falling to the ground. He pounced so quickly that they didn't see how Sasuke pounced, not to mention them. Sasuke himself didn't know how he became like this. That's why I call you little brats. Kakashi sneered and increased the strength of his footsteps. Sakura was furious at this scene and shouted angrily, "Don't step on Sasuke." No, her idol can't be so embarrassed. How could her idol be so embarrassed? No, the tears that were about to flow from the corners of his eyes were not because of pain or sadness, but simply because someone was stepping on his head, which was too much for Sasuke's proud self-esteem to bear. A strong sense of humiliation filled his heart and made tears well up in the corners of his eyes. Huh? Kakashi scratched his ears, as if he didn't hear Sakura's words clearly, but his squinted eyes showed that he heard it clearly. Are you looking down on ninjas? Kakashi's roar made Naruto and Sakura shiver involuntarily before the two could reply. Kakashi continued, "Why do you think we need to conduct a class division exercise? Hey, what does that mean?" Sakura was offline the whole time today. She found that she didn't understand a lot of things. Chapter 12 Teamwork requires cooperation. That is to say, you completely didn't understand the answer to this test. Answer. Naruto muttered these two words, as if he was thinking about what Kakashi said and what he meant. It should be said that it is the content. Feng opened the window of the living room to disperse the smell of smoke in the house. This is his habit. He always likes to open the window when smoking indoors. There is no extended balcony on the second floor of the convenience store. The balcony is connected to the living room with a transparent sliding door in the middle as a partition. The balcony is enclosed, with a wall about 1 meter high below and a large window reaching the top above. The windows have also been specially treated, just like the glass walls on the first floor, so people outside cannot see inside, but people inside can see outside. The balcony windows can be opened for ventilation of the living room. Standing by the window, you can see the street scene, and across the street is a ramen restaurant opened by a Cherokee. Sometimes Feng was too lazy to go downstairs, so he would stand here and shout, asking Yao's daughter, Changpu, to bring up the noodles he ordered. It was noon, time to eat. Feng ordered 2 bowls of ramen, which Naruto paid for. While waiting for the noodles to be served, he stood by the window smoking and answered Naruto's questions. Content. Naruto was a little confused. An assessment is an assessment, just like an exam. You give the questions and I solve them. No matter what the process is, as long as I write the correct answer, isn't it enough? Naruto did not release all of the shadow clones on the training ground. Except for the one who was tied up and claimed to be the leader, the shadow clone that truly represented Naruto was still hiding in the dark and did not show up. The real shadow clone hid in the dark, observing the movements in the training ground in real time. Once something happened, it would create another shadow clone, then disband and pass the message to Naruto, who was still in the convenience store. That's right, Naruto didn't go out at all. Following Feng's advice, he sent his shadow clone to the training ground, while he stayed in the convenience store, got up normally and played games. This is the method that Feng taught Naruto to pass the level. He himself did not go, but let his shadow clone go. It is hard to say what Feng's purpose was in doing this. Actually, there is no purpose. I just want to watch the fun. It was inconvenient for him to go out, and he wanted to know Naruto's assessment process at the training ground, so he came up with this idea. Using Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique, he achieved the effect of live commentary. Although there was some delay, it did not hinder his watching. Besides, he knew the result and was only interested in the process. Even if Kakashi was a little dissatisfied with Naruto's behavior afterwards, he would not say anything. Kakashi couldn't possibly not let the 3 of them pass. What was the relationship between him and Naruto? Naruto was his teacher's son. For various reasons, he couldn't have much contact with Naruto before. But now it was different. Naruto had graduated from the ninja school and had 1 foot in the ranks of ninjas. Kakashi knows how special Naruto's identity is. Can he feel at ease letting others teach Naruto? Instead of doing this, it is better to teach by myself. At least under my guidance. Naruto will take fewer detours. Sasuke, the last person from the Uchiha clan, left in Konoha. There are only a few people called Uchiha in the whole ninja world. Before that, Kakashi knew many Uchiha people. His teammate Tobito was from the Uchiha clan, and the person that Sasuke hated very much and wanted to kill was also from the Uchiha clan. It can be said that Kakashi and the Uchiha clan have a deep connection. Based on this relationship, he will also pull Sasuke into his team. With his care, the chances of Sasuke getting into trouble in the village will be very small. Sakura, omitted. There is nothing much to say about Sakura. Pulling Sakura into his team can play a balancing role. It's because Naruto and Sasuke dislike each other, just like he and Obito overall, two people with connections and a mediator. The school's class teams were assigned by the third Hokage himself. He knew which person would be paired with whom, who could best bring out their abilities, and who would be their instructor. The combination of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura can only be given to Kakashi, and only Kakashi is the most suitable. His Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and answered, "Yes, it's the content. In fact, the answer has already been told to you. It depends on whether you can understand it." "I don't understand." "Even if your teacher prepared 3 bells, even if each of you grabbed the bell, you still wouldn't pass the test. That's why I said it was about the content. Getting the bells is certainly important, but what's more important is how you perform in the process of grabbing the bells. If you perform well, even if you don't get any bells, your teacher will let you pass." "So what should we do specifically?" Naruto had a headache. Even though the owner of his shop had explained it very clearly, he still didn't quite understand. "It should be like this. Excuse me, your noodles are here." Along with the sound of talking, there was also the aroma of noodles coming, and the noodles Feng ordered had arrived. Watching Naruto skillfully take the money to pay the bill, Feng put out his cigarette and threw the butt out of the window. "Don't worry," he checked before throwing it, and there was no one downstairs. "Eat noodles first, and we'll talk later. It is the answer to whether you are qualified, so I've been wanting to ask this since just now." Sakura was very dissatisfied. She was not online the whole time and even fainted several times, not to mention touching the bell. She didn't even fight with Kakashi and was killed in one move. There was no experience at all. The answer, is there anything that can't be said directly? I hate riddlers the most. Seeing that no one had guessed it, Kakashi snorted coldly. "Really? Are your heads full of tofu drags, huh? Do you know what it means to be in a group of 3? Naruto was anxious after asking 2 questions in a row. "Really? What's wrong with a group of 3? Naruto had never had a friend since he was a child, and Kakashi didn't expect him to answer him. "How about a group of 3? Haha, idiots. Do you know what teamwork is?" "Oh, I understand what you said," Sakura answered quickly. "It means that we should cooperate with each other." "That's right, but it's too late to notice it now. If the 3 of you had come together, you might have been able to get the bell, but I already got it," Naruto muttered excitedly. "Shut up," Kakashi scolded Naruto. Team, do you understand?" Wait a minute." Sakura felt something was wrong. Why are we required to work as a team when there are only 2 bells? Even if 3 people fight hard to get the bell, one person still has to give in the end. This is not teamwork at all. It's just a quarrel among us. "Of course," Kakashi admitted frankly. "This is a test designed to cause a quarrel among you. The purpose of the test is to select people who can put aside their own interests and prioritize teamwork even in such a situation. But you, Sakura?" Sakura perked up when her name was called and raised her head. "You completely ignored Naruto in front of you, and your mind was full of thoughts about Sasuke, who was somewhere unknown." Sakura lowered her head in shame after hearing what she said. "Naruto?" Naruto was inexplicably shocked, his pupils twitching a little. He admitted that at this moment, he was panicked. "You just run rampant by yourself." This was a fact, and Naruto could not refute it. The owner of his own shop only told him to send a shadow clone over, and left it to him to handle the details. Just don't let it be discovered that his real body is not here before the assessment is completed. He didn't know whether Kakashi-sensei had noticed it, but since Kakashi-sensei didn't ask, Naruto just assumed that Kakashi-sensei didn't know it was indeed he who jumped out first, completely forgetting the sneak attack that the others had discussed before. "And you?" The force on his head grew stronger, and Sasuke felt even more humiliated. He gritted his teeth and held back, trying not to scream out. Being as proud as he is, it is impossible for him to show an expression of surrender in front of outsiders. Besides, he will never admit defeat to anyone. It was the Lone Ranger who identified them as stumbling blocks. Roll call was completed. This was everyone's shortcoming. Kakashi then said, "The mission needs to be completed by each class in cooperation. Indeed, for ninjas, it requires excellent individual skills, but teamwork is what needs to be valued more. A Lone Ranger who destroys teamwork will put his companions in danger or even kill them. Let me give you an example. It's useless to say more." Looking at the confusion on Sakura and Naruto's faces, you can tell that they didn't understand. I don't know if Sasuke understood or not. He was being stepped on by me, and I couldn't see the expression on his face. Reaching into his waist bag, he quickly pulled out a kunai that was already on Sasuke's neck. Kakashi said quickly and urgently. Sakura, kill Naruto, or Sasuke will die. Sakura panicked all of a sudden, and even more panicked than her was Naruto. Why was he the one to die? No, my dream of becoming a Hokage has not been fulfilled yet. I can't die. No, the shadow clone is so immersed in the play that he completely forgets that he is a shadow clone. He will not die. He will just disappear in a puff of white smoke with a bang, and then his memory will return to his original body, just like this. After giving the example, Kakashi took back the kunai and put it on his finger and twirled it for fun. What? I was scared to death. Sakura let out a long sigh and closed her eyes in fear. At that moment, she really thought that Kakashi was going to kill her. She had even started thinking about where would be the best place to attack Naruto. After all, he was someone she knew, so she had to at least give him a quick death. Your companions were taken hostage, forced to make a choice, and caused their deaths. This is all Kakashi's experience. The missions you are carrying out are all life-threatening. The mission is not a joke or a game. When you team up with your companions to carry out a mission, every decision you make is not only your personal matter, but also affects the life and safety of your companions. If you make a decision on your own without discussing it beforehand, you will die and your companions will die too. Look at this. Kakashi stood up and walked to a stone tablet not far behind him. The stone tablet was engraved with names. These are all ninjas who are called heroes in the village. Hero? Naruto heard the key word. What is a hero? A hero is someone who is recognized by people. If you carve your name on it, you will be recognized by the villagers. Naruto was excited. Wasn't he looking forward to this the whole time he came here? This is simply amazing. I have decided now to carve my name on it. Hero, hero. Shouting the word hero, Naruto did not understand the meaning of these two words. When ordinary people die, they are dead. Their death is worthless and meaningless. Only those who sacrifice themselves for others can be called heroes. You may not necessarily die, but you will often die. The title of hero is not something that everyone can bear. For those who are not dead, carrying this title has become a disguised bondage. Chapter 13. Eat my lunchbox. It is not easy to be a hero. If you become a hero while you are alive, you must always pay attention to your words and actions. If you do something that is not in line with your heroic status, you will be criticized by everyone. Public opinion can lift you up to the top or plunge you into the abyss. There was a hint of sarcasm in Kakashi's eyes, and he thought of his father, the man who was once called a hero in the village. But, for some people, dead heroes are heroes. Only when you die will you not threaten the status of some people. After you die, they don't mind using you as an example to exploit your posthumous value to achieve their own goals. Sad, isn't it? This is the reality. At least it's better than dying in some unknown corner with no one knowing. Looking at the names carved on the stone tablet, Kakashi felt mixed emotions. Among them were his relatives and teachers, friends he had grown up with, classmates from the same grade but different classes, comrades who had fought side by side with him, and people he didn't know and had never even heard of. Their names without exception, they were all dead. Some people were very famous during their lifetime, and were known to everyone. Some people were unknown during their lifetime, and not many people knew them after their death. Only their names were left behind, which were engraved on this stone tablet. Ridiculous, isn't it? This is the reality. No matter how great your achievements were during your lifetime, no matter how many people remember your name, once you die, you are dead. The living may remember you, may sing praises to you, or may record your deeds and pass them down from generation to generation, but how long can it last? At the end of the day, will they still remember your true appearance? Pitiful, isn't it? The reality is cruel. When a person dies, he is nothing more than a cup of yellow soil, buried underground, with earthworms as his companions. Your name is engraved on a stone tablet. As time goes by and the seasons change, the crowds of people who come to pay their respects to you change one after another, becoming fewer and fewer, until finally no one cares. Naruto's thoughts are innocent and beautiful, but not everyone's name will be engraved on the stone tablet, and heroes are different from each other. The one who can leave his name here is not an ordinary hero, Kakashi explained. He was not trying to discourage Naruto, but Naruto was not qualified enough at the moment. Naruto stretched out his voice and asked with great interest, "What kind of hero is that?" Kakashi was distracted. The familiar name on the stone tablet made him involuntarily recall a series of images in his mind. Those scenes were his unique memories, beautiful yet he dared not recall them. Every time he recalled them, his mood would become heavy. Go ahead, Naruto continued to ask without knowing the meaning. With a smile on his face, he didn't realize how inappropriate the topic he raised was. Sighing, Kakashi came back to his senses. his eyes still fixed on the stone tablet, and said without turning his head, "They are the heroes who died in the line of duty, died in the line of duty." Naruto was stunned for a moment, and there was curiosity in his inquiring tone. "It's another word I don't recognize." Sakura at the sight answered his doubts. "It means dying in order to complete the mission." Naruto understood and realized that he had said the wrong thing, and no longer had his usual playful smile. "This is a memorial tablet, and my friend's name is on it." When Kakashi thought of his good friend, he felt a dull pain in his left eye which was covered by the mask. This was the last thing his friend left for him. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Naruto wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. It seemed that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate at this time. Finally, it was Kakashi who broke the silence. "You guys, I'm going to give you one last chance. There will be a more brutal battle for the bell this afternoon." Kakashi turned around and looked at the three people with different attitudes and said, "Those who want to challenge, find a way to solve lunch by yourself." But Kakashi's attitude suddenly changed and his tone became serious. "You can't give it to Naruto." "What?" Naruto was shocked. The two bento meals didn't fill him up at all. He wanted to eat something else during lunch. "In this case, won't I be hungry again in the afternoon?" "What? This is your punishment for breaking the rules and eating alone." Kakashi slowly approached the three people and threatened with narrowed eyes, "If anyone lets him eat, that person will be immediately deemed unqualified. I am the rule here. Do you understand?" The three of them nodded hurriedly. "All right." Kakashi waved his hand. "I'll go eat something first. You guys just stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon." "Hey, Teacher Kakashi, Naruto has eaten all the lunch boxes. We're waiting for you here. Why are you going out to eat?" Seeing Kakashi about to leave, Sakura asked hurriedly. "I've told you to figure it out on your own. When you're on a mission, will the enemy prepare meals and deliver them to you?" Kakashi snorted coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the training ground. At this moment, none of the three remembered that Kakashi had said before that he had already eaten. Naruto looked around and found that Kakashi seemed to be really gone. He called Sakura and Sasuke's names in a low voice. "Sakura, Sasuke, come here quickly. I have something to tell you." Sakura didn't want to go over. Who knew what Naruto was up to? She complained, "It's all your fault. We all have to starve." Sasuke sat on the ground motionless. He just raised his head and glanced at Naruto. The meaning was very clear. If there was something to say, just say it. He would not move. "Oh," Naruto was a little anxious. "I have food in my bag. That's the lunch that the owner prepared for me. He also asked me to bring some for you too. Eat quickly before Kakashi-sensei comes back." The three people's backpacks were put together, and Naruto was glad that Kakashi did not search their bags to check the contents, thus allowing him to escape as for why he had to eat other people's food when he brought his own food. Naruto said that it was not his intention. It was his shadow clone who acted on his own initiative and it had nothing to do with him. The shadow clone who was tied up was the one who came with a backpack in the morning. He was assigned when Naruto was woken up by the alarm clock. He set in advance and got up to go to the bathroom. There is a certain degree of induction between the main body and the shadow clone. Through the induction, the main body may not know what the shadow clone is doing, but it can know the location of the shadow clone. The shadow clone can sense certain states of the original body through induction. Of course, induction can be turned off, otherwise mutual induction is also a kind of consumption, which consumes a lot of chakra. But Naruto, who is a big chakra consumer, has never had a shortage of chakra. To him, some consumption is not worth mentioning at all. Naruto sent him out, and after going to the toilet, he went back to sleep, which resulted in the shadow clone also becoming very sleepy. Naruto was very hungry after waking up, and this shadow clone was also very hungry. When he was very hungry, he saw two bento boxes in front of him, so his shadow clone ate them. After he finished eating, he was caught. He remembered that the lunchbox was reserved for the person who successfully snatched the bell. Although he had a bell, he didn't stop when eating and ate the other one as well. Fortunately, he kept it back and didn't reveal that there was food in his bag. Doesn't this come in handy? Sakura happily took out 3 lunchboxes from Naruto's backpack, handed one to Sasuke attentively, took one for herself, and placed the other one in front of Naruto. Sakura didn't mind being nicer to Naruto after eating the lunchbox provided by Naruto. She wanted to take advantage of Kakashi's absence to untie Naruto. Not to say to completely untie him, but at least to free Naruto's hands to eat. But she didn't expect Naruto to actively refuse. Does anyone know if Kakashi-sensei has marked the rope? What if Kakashi-sensei comes back and checks the rope and finds that the mark is in the wrong position? Would that implicate you? Sasuke looked at Naruto with some respect. and even suspected that Naruto had been replaced. Based on his understanding of Naruto, this was not something Naruto could have. "What's that look in your eyes?" Naruto said proudly. "I learned that from TV. That's right." In addition to playing games with Naruto, Feng also often took him to watch movies together. Similar scenes have appeared in movies. Feng also told Naruto at the time that a situation like this might be a test set by the elders for the younger generation, just to see if you have the willpower. You must not be too smart and think that your little tricks will not be discovered by the elders. If they tie you up, you just stay still and be unshakable. You said that you broke free from the rope, and when you were done, you tied yourself back up when someone was about to arrive, thinking that this way others would think you had been tied up the entire time and had not moved. Little do people know that the tightness of the rope and the length of time it is tied will cause marks of varying degrees on the human body. You said you didn't move, so tell me, why are the marks on your body so shallow? Why is the knot of the rope different? Why did the mark I made on the rope disappear? In short, there are many ways to determine whether a person tied up with ropes has ever come out. Also, can you show me how you tie yourself up? Can't demonstrate it? Tell me, who is the person who helped you? Was there anyone else besides him? Just wait, a lot of problems will follow. Feng also asked Naruto, what would you do if you encountered this situation? Naruto couldn't answer. He felt that with his intelligence, he should forget about making up the lie and just stay tied up and not come out anyway, if this situation really happens. As long as the elders are not deliberately making things difficult for the younger ones, they will not watch them die. Since they are not going to die, just stay there, and you will be released sooner or later. Then the two of them discussed this issue for a long time. Gyulu having said that, he won't die, but he will be hungry. With Naruto's appetite, 2 bento boxes are not enough to fill his stomach. Eat if you're hungry. That guy isn't here anyway, Sasuke said coldly. Naruto said with a bitter face, no, the remaining bento is what I left for Kakashi-sensei as an apology. Whether he eats it or not is his business. I have to show my attitude. This is what the store owner told me. Then why didn't you say it just now? Sakura asked curiously. I didn't think of it just now, idiot. Sasuke cursed Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to curse back, Sasuke raised his lunchbox and said, the rest is for you. I can't eat so much, Sasuke. Sakura was infatuated with him again. The stick figure waved her arms and stomped her feet crazily. Sasuke is so loving. He is worthy of being the man I like, Sasuke. Naruto was also a little moved. Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried that you won't have enough energy if you don't eat. The 3 of us will have to fight for the bell together in the afternoon. If you hold me back, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Sasuke turned his head away proudly, not looking at Naruto, but still holding the lunchbox in his hand. Well, then eat mine. Sakura also contributed her lunchbox. You will be the main force when we grab the bells this afternoon. I will help you. Chapter 14. All members passed the assessment. Sakura is very self-aware. She knows that her strength is not enough. If she forces herself to join the battle, she will only hinder her companions. It is better for her to be a support at the side, at least so that Kakashi will be cautious when making a move. Sakura? Naruto instantly forgot about Sasuke's lunchbox and looked at Sakura with tears in his eyes. Thank you, don't thank me, just eat, Sakura said with a smile, maintaining her ladylike image. Well, but, normally, Naruto would have taken the lunchbox and started eating it, and would have even shown off to Sasuke, but now he had no intention of showing off. He was worried that if he ate Sakura's lunchbox and Sakura was not full, and then Sakura would fail the bell competition in the afternoon because of this, and he would feel very guilty seeing that Naruto had no intention of eating his lunchbox. Sasuke withdrew his raised hand. He was sincere just now, but he was also very hungry. When a person is very hungry, his strength in all aspects will decrease. He wanted to eat his fill so that he could recover his fighting strength as quickly as possible. If Naruto refused to eat, he would no longer be polite. Here Naruto and Sakura were still being polite to each other. Even though she was also very hungry, Sakura said nonchalantly, I'm losing weight, as if she thought this excuse was not good. Sakura immediately said, I ate less to begin with, and now I'm full, so you don't have to take it to heart. This excuse is even lamer. The lunch in the lunchbox was obviously barely touched, but Naruto tried to move his wrists. The rope was tied very tightly. Although his hands could still move, he had no way of eating his lunchbox in this state. Naruto didn't expect that being tied up had this benefit. He was secretly happy. This way, someone would have to feed him. Based on his understanding of Sasuke, Sasuke giving up his own lunchbox was already his biggest concession. Expecting Sasuke to feed him was absolutely impossible. The only one left is Sakura. Oh ho ho, this scene made the shadow clone, who was hiding in the dark and not showing up, extremely envious. He also wanted to be fed by his goddess Sakura herself. If he hadn't remembered his mission, he would have jumped out and exchanged with a tied shadow clone. What do you mean? Do you want me to feed you myself? No, no. Sakura quickly shook her head. Her first time was to be saved for Sasuke. Hurry up, Sasuke urged. This was not the time to dawdle. Who knows when that guy will be back? Good assist. Naruto silently gave Sasuke a thumbs up. Why didn't I realize that you, such a cocky guy, have such a cute side before? Sakura was a little reluctant and said in annoyance, just this once. You heard me, you bastard. I know that. Naruto opened his mouth wide, not daring to make his smile too obvious, and said with assurance, if there is one, there will be two. If there is two, there will be three. This is what the store owner told me. What should I let Sakura feed me next time? Naruto has already started to imagine the scene of Sakura feeding him in the future with a. Naruto opened his mouth and ate the rice ball that Sakura brought to his mouth. He felt that the rice today was particularly sweet. Was it because his cooking skills had improved? No, it wasn't. This was the taste of love. Looking at Naruto's expression of enjoyment, Sakura couldn't help but roll her eyes. This damn guy. His virginity is gone just like that. Woo woo woo, Sasuke, I'm really sorry, but you also saw it. The situation is special. There's nothing I can do, you guys. Smoke rose and the wind blew away the fog, and Kakashi's figure appeared in the dispersing fog. His wide-open eyes represented his furious mood with questioning and anger. He said, how dare you guys disobey my rules? Are you ready? Without waiting for the others to answer, Kakashi's seal was almost complete. Suddenly, dark clouds rose in the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and the ground was shaking. Anything you want to say? Sakura squatted on the ground in fear, covering her head and trembling. Sasuke glared at her, angry and unwilling. Naruto's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't speak clearly, because, Kakashi raised his head slightly, and said all with impatience, as if asking, I asked you to speak, not because I really want to hear you, but since you have something to say, I might as well listen to what you have to say, but you have to speak quickly, so that I can deal with you after you finish speaking. So, what do you want to say? This happened because of me. If I hadn't been the first to steal the lunchbox, I wouldn't have been tied to the tree stump. If I hadn't been tied to the tree stump, I wouldn't have caused Zioin to feed me. If, there are too many ifs, and it is too late to say them now. The most urgent thing is to think of ways to remedy the situation, but the more anxious he was, the more Naruto couldn't think of a solution. However, he knew one thing, once Kakashi's seal was completed, not to mention what kind of punishment would be waiting for the three of them, Sakura would definitely be judged as unqualified because of herself. Once she is judged as unqualified, Sakura will lose the qualification to seize the bell, which means that Sakura will have to go back to school to retake the exam. This will be a heavy blow to Sakura, and she may even be criticized by others. Naruto knew best what it felt like to be pointed at by others at this moment. Naruto thought a lot, because the teacher said so. So these guys, hurry up and speak, aren't you usually very talkative? Why can't you speak now? Naruto felt a little regretful. It was all his fault. Why did he greedily eat other people's lunchboxes when he had them too? Think about it quickly. There must be a way. Say something. You must say something. We're a group of three, Sasuke said defensively. Yes, that's right. An inexplicable courage filled her body. Sakura stood up and said loudly, yes, the three of us are one, that's it. Naruto suddenly realized and said with a struggle, that's it, are the three of you one? Kakashi slowly approached the three people with an expressionless face, maintaining the hand seal. The serious expression brought a strong sense of oppression to the three people, and they could even hear their own heartbeats just as the three of them were ready to listen to Kakashi's verdict. The sky cleared up. Qualified? What? Naruto couldn't believe his ears. Did he hear it wrong? It seemed like he heard it passed. No, Naruto didn't hear wrong. Kakashi repeated it again. Passed? You passed? Sakura still couldn't believe it, and was even more confused. Pass? Why, you are the first batch of qualified people under my command, Kakashi explained with a smile. The previous guys were all idiots who only knew how to listen to me. A ninja must be able to see through the tricks within the tricks. In the ninja world, Those who break the rules are scum. However, those who don't know how to value their companions are the worst of scum. The worried heart was put back at ease. Looking at Kakashi's figure with his head slightly tilted back, basking in the sun, Naruto always felt that he looked so handsome. Sasuke sat on the ground, his facial expression hidden by his hair, so that no one could see the corners of his mouth raised. The exercise has ended here, everyone has passed. Team 7 will start carrying out a mission from tomorrow. The thumbs up were Kakashi's recognition of the few people. Great. Before Sakura could shout out what was in her heart, another voice shouted out faster than hers. Who? Kakashi's eyes focused and instantly locked onto the place where the sound came from. How could this happen? Kakashi was a little shocked that someone could approach him silently without him noticing. Teacher Kakashi, it's me. The mission has been completed, so Naruto's shadow clone, who is in charge, naturally doesn't need to hide anymore. A branch fell off the tree, and before it hit the ground, it turned into a puff of white smoke with a bang. When the white smoke dissipated, the shadow clone of the person in charge jumped in front of everyone. He raised his hand and greeted everyone. Hi, everyone, I am Shadow Clone number 1, the representative of all the Shadow Clone this time, and I am here to take the test on behalf of the original body. Before he took the initiative to come out, he had already reported to the original body. Naruto's original body was still happy that he had passed the test, so he let him make his own decision. This was agreed upon in advance. After the assessment is over, Shadow Clone number 1 will have time to move on his own and do whatever he wants. So as soon as the assessment was over, Shadow Clone number 1 couldn't wait to come out. This was his first time out, and he wanted to stay with Sakura for a while longer. He wanted to try Ichiraku ramen, he wanted to go shopping, he wanted to play, and he had a lot of things he wanted to experience. Shadow clones are numbered, Sakura said in astonishment. This really changed her worldview. Naruto's many shadow clones had already shocked her. The fight between herself and her own shadow clones was even more incredible to her. Now, there was another shadow clone who said he was the representative. Impossible, I am number 1, I am the representative. The tied shadow clone muttered loudly. Didn't you say you were number 1? Didn't you say you were the representative? Why is there another one coming out now and I don't know about it? It's so noisy. With a snap of his fingers, the tied shadow clone turned into a puff of white smoke and drifted away in the wind. Shadow clone number 1 scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I'm sorry to have made fun of you all. The original character is indeed not very good, and many of his shadow clones have the same personality as him. Let's not talk about this for now, Kakashi asked with narrowed eyes. You said you came to take the test on behalf of your real body. Does that mean your real body didn't come? My original body wouldn't let me tell you that he didn't come, and the shop owner wouldn't let me tell you either. It was his idea. I think I let it slip. Shadow Clone No. 1 quickly covered his mouth and looked around, whispering, please don't say it was me who said it, otherwise I don't know if I'll have another chance to come out next time. Don't worry, I won't tell. Kakashi smiled. Very good, he dared to play tricks on him. Then I'm relieved. Shadow Clone number 1 breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, does anyone want to eat the lunchbox on the ground? Here you go. I've eaten. Kakashi waved his hand and said indifferently. Sakura opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Sasuke's cough. Sasuke sneered in his heart, what an idiot. After you disappear, your original body will naturally know that it was you who told the secret. Do you need us to tell you? By the way, Kakashi asked casually, is Naruto home now? Yes, Shadow Clone number 1, who was enjoying his lunchbox, said without even looking up. The owner is home too. Really? That's even better. Let's go, Kakashi called out, motioning everyone to follow him. Sasuke and Sakura hurriedly picked up their backpacks and followed Kakashi. Wait for me. Holding the lunchbox and carrying his backpack, Shadow Clone number 1 followed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 It in number 039, It's been a long time since we last met. Familiar streets, familiar people. Shadow Clone number 1 parted ways with everyone at the door of the convenience store and went to Ichiraku Ramen across the street to eat ramen. It really is a convenience store. The strange name made Kakashi burst out laughing on the way. He specifically asked Shadow Clone number 1, and learned from Shadow Clone number 1 that Naruto's real body was now working in a convenience store. When he asked about the name of the convenience store, Shadow Clone number 1 answered that it was a convenience store. He originally thought that Naruto's real body had a bad memory, and Shadow Clone number 1 also didn't remember the name of the convenience store. When he got there, he found that Shadow Clone number 1 had not lied to him. The name of the convenience store was actually a convenience store, and it was written on the sign. The convenience store is not closed. It is doing business. It is not windy or rainy, so why should it be closed? After eating ramen with Naruto and learning that Naruto had successfully passed the test, Feng, for once, did not play games in the afternoon, but went downstairs to open the business. He put off the celebration until the evening. At this time, Feng was sitting on a chair behind the cash register, controlling the mouse with his hand, sliding it down little by little, checking the new messages on the cash register. This was the second time the convenience store had proactively given him a reminder. The last time was when Naruto signed the employee contract. This time, Feng had no idea what was up with a convenience store. After he finished eating his ramen, a beep beep sound suddenly started to ring in his head with Naruto's look as if to say it's over. My shop owner suddenly went crazy. Feng searched almost the entire second floor but couldn't find the source of the noise. It was not until Feng arrived at the first floor that the beeping sound in his head suddenly became louder, like a speaker with the volume turned up. Finally, as Feng kept getting closer to the cash register and the beeping sound kept getting louder, Feng realized that it was the cash register reminding him that there was new message. When Feng opened a flashing software on the cash register, the beep sound completely disappeared. Welcome to convenience store. The speaker above the door sounded when Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura stepped into the store. Please feel free to choose whatever you want to eat, and then come to me to pay the bill. From the sound of footsteps, Feng judged that there was more than one person, so he greeted them casually and continued to look at the contents on the cash register without raising his head. Take whatever you want. Today I'm treating you to celebrate the establishment of our class 7. A young man's voice was casual and generous. Thank you, teacher. Humph. There were two more childish voices, sounding like those of teenagers. Oh, to be more precise, they were a boy and a girl. The girl is very polite, but the boy has a bad attitude. This is not okay. How can he talk to the teacher? But it's none of my business, and the teacher didn't say anything. Well, that's good. There are 3 customers in the first wave in the afternoon. It's a good start. There will definitely be more customers in the afternoon. That's right. The voice sounded familiar. Feng looked up and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Hey, isn't this Sasuke and Sakura? Feng took the initiative and said, why didn't Naruto come back with you? Didn't you say you had an exam today, Uncle Shop Owner? The secret is out. Naruto has already, Sakura was about to say. Shadow Clone number 1 has already revealed that Naruto did not go to the training ground, when she heard Sasuke coughing again and immediately shut up. Little Sasuke has a cold, Feng said with concern. That's not good. I have some cold medicine here. Do you want to take 2 first? No, I'm fine, Sasuke said coldly, ignoring Feng's enthusiasm. He did not forget the purpose of following him. Besides, he didn't really have a cold, so why should he take cold medicine? Shopkeeper, my name is Kakashi. I'm quite familiar with the village. I also go to Chiriko ramen restaurant often. But I remember that there used to be a weapon store opposite the ramen restaurant. How come it has become a convenience store now? Kakashi didn't go straight to the point, but asked in a roundabout way if it was before. Feng really didn't know how to answer, but now he knew. The new news just happened to contain this part. Oh, the previous boss had family matters and had to take care of his wife who was about to give birth, so he transferred the store to me at a low price. What a pity. The quality of their weapons is still pretty good, Kakashi said regretfully. It is true. The previous owner of this store had a good vision. He knew that a Chiriko ramen restaurant was doing good business and most of the customers were ninjas, so he opened a weapon store opposite a Chiriko ramen restaurant. Many ninjas who eat ramen will choose to go shopping in the store after eating ramen. Ninjas who come to the store specifically to buy weapons will go to the ramen restaurant opposite and eat a bowl of ramen before leaving. There are many overlaps between the customers here and the ramen restaurant across the street, so they can achieve mutual success. Also, because the weapons sold by the boss are of good quality and affordable, they are deeply loved by ninjas, so he has accumulated a large number of repeat customers. When Feng opened his shop some time ago, many old customers came to him. However, Feng didn't know what the previous owner did at the time. So he just made up an excuse and sent those people away. The new news happened to contain the cause and effect before Feng came. The weapon shop was real and the matter could withstand investigation. However, the person who signed the shop sales contract with the boss at that time was Feng, not Feng. He looks like Feng, but he is not Feng himself. Instead, he is an imaginary character created by the convenience store. The imaginary character also had experience of living in the village before. He grew up in the village and had never left the village. He didn't have any special experiences. He was just an ordinary person who grew up in an ordinary way until Feng arrived. Judging from the content displayed, the imaginary character did not really exist. It was just a false memory that was implanted in the minds of all people related to the imaginary character. People who know him will not think that there is anything wrong with this memory. In their memory, there is a person named Feng. As for people who don't know him, the convenience store doesn't need to waste much effort. If they don't know, then they don't know. Isn't that better? It saves trouble, right? Memories are false, but things are real. The things he comes into contact with as he grows up, such as used paper, poop, purchase receipts, houses he has lived in, etc., are all real things. With the inheritance from his parents and the money from selling his house, he was able to buy the store instead of renting it. It is also because he bought this store that he appears very poor in the eyes of outsiders. People who know him know that he has never worked before, and all his expenses come from the money left by his parents, which is commonly known as living off the savings. Because of this, he didn't even have any friends before, and even if they did, they would cut off all contact with him, not for any other reason, but because he was too lazy. They were afraid that one day he would spend all his savings and come to them to borrow money. To such a lazy person, the money they lent would be wasted and would never come back. Feng hereby solemnly declares that these are all false memories arranged by the convenience store. He is not like that. Feng does not admit that he is a lazy person. He is just a homebody. Feng hadn't finished reading the content of the new message. He could slide the mouse and continue scrolling down, but he didn't have time to read anymore because Kakashi was still standing in front of him. By the way, the content shows that the fictional character's name is also Feng, and his last name is Kaian Shao. Kakashi just sighed. He bought all his weapons from acquaintances. He had indeed been to the weapon shop before, but only once or twice. He didn't come here to really want to know where the previous boss had gone. It was just a casual polite remark. Now it's time to get straight to the point. Shopkeeper, Naruto should have returned by now, right? He was the one who ran the fastest before, and he said he wanted to be the first to tell you that he passed the test. Is that so? A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Feng said with a guilty conscience, but I really didn't see him. Did you make a mistake? Naruto said he was the first one to tell me, but he actually went somewhere else. Then do you know where Naruto might have gone? Today is the day our Team 7 is formed. We should celebrate. It's no big deal if we're missing one person. What do you think, owner? I don't know where Naruto has gone. Naruto and I are not familiar with each other. We have only known each other for a few days. I don't know where he often goes. Obviously, what he said was true, but for some reason, Feng felt that he was getting hotter and hotter, and the sweat on his forehead couldn't stop coming out. The owner seems very hot, born to sweat. Naruto is really not here. I really didn't see it. Didn't you lie? How dare I, a common person, deceive you, the honorable ninja? All right then. Kakashi waved his hand, turned around, and pretended to walk out. When Naruto comes back, please tell him that we'll be waiting for him at the old place at 5 p.m. No problem. Feng agreed immediately. Let's go quickly. I will never give Naruto any advice again. This teacher has even come to our house. This is so scary. Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the voice coming from the stairs made his heart rise to his throat again. Uncle Owner, everything is packed. Do you want to come up and play games? This was Naruto's voice. Kakashi stopped walking out, looked at Feng with a smile, and said nothing. It's really strange. Kakashi is clearly wearing a mask, but Feng can still see his expression. Ha, ha. Feng laughed awkwardly twice. Seeing the three people's expressionless faces, he lowered his head and looked at his watch again. Oh, it's getting late. I should go to the street to buy vegetables. Teacher Kakashi, please move aside. I need to pass by. Don't leave in a hurry, shopkeeper. I also have something to ask you. Why don't we go upstairs and talk to Naruto? Putting his hand on Feng's shoulder, Kakashi's tone was as cold as ice, which made Yi Feng shiver. Although no one can hurt him in the store, he is now playing the role of an ordinary person who has no ninjutsu, no physical skills, no illusions, and no chakra. Yi Feng didn't dare to break free from the hand on his shoulder. Besides, Kakashi couldn't beat me in the store, but once I went out, I would just be an ordinary person. With Kakashi's strength, when dealing with ordinary people, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted to them? What a rip-off convenience store. What's the point of only protecting yourself inside the store? Outside the store, you should let the owner protect himself. It seems like you are really the practice work of some great god. Oh, that's terrible. I hope Kakashi will be gentler next time. Uncle shop owner, tell me if you want to play or not. If you don't, I'll play by myself. It's over. Long time no see. Naruto? Kakashi smiled and raised his hand to greet Naruto, who popped his head out from the second floor. Chapter 16, Ninja and Number 039, S Plot. Well, why don't we go upstairs and talk? It would be embarrassing if outsiders saw us. Reaching out to stop Naruto, who wanted to go downstairs, Yi Feng made a please gesture and took Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke to the second floor. The convenience store, which had not yet opened, was closed by Yi Feng again. If it were an ordinary convenience store, it would have gone bankrupt within a week according to Yi Feng's half-hearted business style. Unless you are a second-generation rich and open a convenience store just for fun, it doesn't matter how much money you have. Several people sat down on the sofa in the living room on the second floor. Without Yi Feng's invitation, Naruto took the initiative to serve them tea and water. The more attentive he was, the more his abnormality was highlighted. You know, with Naruto's personality, when would he take care of guests like this? No need to bother, I just want to talk to you about something. Sit down, then you should have told me in advance. The tea is ready. Yi Feng sat on the sofa, slandering Kakashi in his heart, leaning sideways, looking at the balcony, as if he was looking at the scenery outside the window. Naruto sat on a low stool, facing Kakashi with a coffee table between them. Sakura and Sasuke sat on both sides of Kakashi, one on the left and one on the right, like two great guardians. This scene is very much like interrogating a prisoner. I'm looking for you to tell you about the dinner tonight, Kakashi said after Naruto sat down. It's to celebrate the establishment of our Team 7, and also to celebrate my first official role as an instructor. As you know, my previous students did not pass my assessment. You are the first batch of students I officially teach. Because this is my first time as a teacher, there are many things I don't understand. If you find anything I did wrong, you can tell me directly, even though I may not change if you tell me. It's another matter if you don't tell me. Honest enough. Yi Feng, who turned a deaf ear to the outside world and only listened to gossip, gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Look how scared your students are. You've said this already. Even if they really have opinions, they dare not raise them. Who knows if you are narrow-minded and will retaliate against them secretly after they raise them, but that's all for the future. Today is only our second meeting, and we're not familiar with each other. After a pause, Kakashi picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Sakura and Sasuke, who were sitting next to him, did not see Kakashi take off his mask, but only noticed that there was less water in the teacup. Naruto sat on a low stool, his hands on his legs, his head lowered, looking like he had made a mistake. Yi Feng turned his head to look at Naruto, then quickly turned his head back. Why don't you raise your head? The way you look at it is clearly telling others that you have something to hide. Yi Feng wanted to remind Naruto to sit down, but he was afraid that as soon as he opened his mouth, Kakashi would point the finger at him again. So forget it. I'd rather my friend die than let him die. I should just take care of myself. After moistening his throat, Kakashi continued, So, have we met before, Naruto? No. Naruto thought carefully and found that there was indeed no Kakashi in his memory. He shook his head and said, Since we have never met before, there is naturally no grudge between us. So, are you dissatisfied with me as your instructor? Or do you think that I am not strong enough to guide you? There's even less of this. Naruto quickly shook his head. Kakashi is a Jonin, and one of the more advanced Jonin. In the entire ninja world, there are only a few people who can beat him in terms of current combat power. Even if a cage-level ninja comes, Kakashi can still fight him off with a few moves. Yi Feng told Naruto all the information about Kakashi's strength, but he didn't say too much because the ninja world is too complicated, and he was afraid that if he said too much, Naruto would not be able to grasp it. Yi Feng only told Naruto that Kakashi was very strong, and Yi Feng did not lie to Naruto. Judging from the current individual combat power in the ninja world, there are really not many people who can beat Kakashi at his full strength. And there are even fewer people in Konoha village. Moreover, Kakashi, Naruto and Sasuke have a deeper relationship. The third Hokage feels more at ease when Kakashi teaches Naruto and Sasuke who made Naruto have a forbidden power in his body. That power can be called the nuclear weapon of the ninja world, but it is even more terrifying than a nuclear weapon. Moreover, this power is not very stable and there is a risk of leakage at any time. At this time, Kakashi is needed to appear. Kakashi's eyes are special and can control this power. I can't say that I can completely control it, but at least I can suppress it. The source of Kakashi's eyes comes from the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's eyes possess the same power, but now Sasuke has not developed his eyes to the extent that he can control nuclear weapons. It was fine for these two special people when they were in the village, as the third generation could take care of them. But now that they are both ninjas, they will have to go out of the village to carry out missions in the future, and the third generation is worried without anyone watching them. Kakashi is the most suitable person to look after the two of them, no doubt about it. Naruto didn't know the reason, but he knew that Kakashi was strong enough. A strong enough person was certainly qualified to be his instructor. He didn't have any complaints against Kakashi, so he didn't quite understand why Kakashi asked that. He didn't know, but Feng knew. Feng, who was eavesdropping on the side, was getting restless and wanted to leave, but he always felt that Kakashi would catch him back in the next moment. That's good, that means it's not my problem. Since it's not my problem, Naruto, tell me, whose problem is it? What? Naruto was confused. Kakashi kept beating around the bush and never got to the point. He had long forgotten Kakashi's original purpose of coming here. When he first saw Kakashi, he thought that his act of sending a shadow clone to the training ground had been exposed, and Kakashi was here to call him to task, so he was worried for a long time. He didn't even dare sit firmly on his butt, and kept his hands close to him, just in case Kakashi wanted to hide him, so he could run away immediately and create a shadow clone to disrupt Kakashi's sight. In the end, Kakashi never mentioned this matter, and Naruto relaxed. Little did he know that this was exactly the moment Kakashi was waiting for. Kakashi stretched out his arm, and in front of Naruto's confused eyes, he grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him. Fortunately, he stood up when he grabbed Naruto. So the cups on the coffee table were not damaged like playing whack-a-mole. He punched Naruto's head repeatedly. Amid Naruto's screams, Kakashi said as he punched him, "You're playing this on me, huh? Ah, shadow clone, huh? Ah, you're the only one, right? Shopkeeper, save me. Ah, you still dare to call for help? Ah, I was wrong. What's wrong? Ah, it was all the shop owner's idea." Naruto couldn't bear it anymore and sold Feng out. Seeing Kakashi's gaze turning towards him, Feng froze, and with lightning speed, he took out a book from under the sofa cushion, held it with both hands, and said quickly, "I was wrong, I apologize. This is my apology gift, the collector's edition of Intimate Paradise, with the author's signature on it. I haven't read it yet. Look, it hasn't even been unpacked." Seeing Feng's sincere apology, Kakashi didn't care about Feng giving Naruto advice. It wasn't for the collector's edition of Intimate Paradise. Who was he? He grew up reading The Will of Fire. Ahem. Ignoring Sakura's contemptuous look, Kakashi put the book into his waist bag, pointed at Naruto and said, "You pay for tonight's dinner." What? What? Be careful or I'll cancel your test results? Oh, I see. Although he felt bad for his wallet, Naruto still agreed. There was nothing he could do since Kakashi was in control of his test results. Although Kakashi has now announced that they have all passed, they still need to report to the Hokage to officially confirm it. Only when it is confirmed can they take on the mission under Kakashi's leadership. Before Kakashi reported to the Hokage, he was at risk of being eliminated at any time, and Naruto knew all these procedures. He frequently went in and out of the Hokage building and was scolded by the Hokage, but it was not without benefit. Taking out his wallet, Naruto was ready to see how much money he had left. The amount of money would determine the quality of the food for tonight's dinner. His cry was even more miserable than when Kakashi beat him. "My money, where's my money?" The wallet was empty, with only a few coins in it. Mocking the emptiness of Naruto's wallet, Uncle Shopkeeper Naruto yelled, "Where's my money?" Feng was afraid of Kakashi, but not Naruto. He smoked a cigarette, crossed his legs, and pretended to be stupid and said, "How should I know where your money is? Maybe you spent it all yourself." "Impossible," Naruto said with certainty. "I know where every penny of my money goes." "Did you drop it?" Feng asked kindly. "Do you want me to help you find it?" "I don't care. Give me back the money." His intuition told him that the disappearance of the money must be related to the uncle who owns the shop. Naruto decisively reached out to Feng for the money. Feng was even poorer than Naruto. The ramen he ordered was all paid for by Naruto. No money. Where did you spend the money? Naruto felt that he would not be able to sleep tonight if he didn't ask clearly. I bought some books. Where's the book? To your teacher. Kakashi, who was watching the fun, didn't expect that things would turn to his side. What book was it? It was needless to say, but it was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the book. I have something else to do. I'll be leaving now. If you don't report to the Hokage, your assessment results will be void. Naruto really didn't dare to gamble if Kakashi was using this as a threat. Even though he knew that Kakashi was lying. What if? What if this was possible? Naruto watched helplessly as his money turned into a book and flew away from his sight. He was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. Sakura and Sasuke followed Kakashi. They were there to watch the fun, so they left without even looking at Naruto. Suddenly, Feng and Naruto were the only ones left in the living room. After looking at each other, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and Feng put out his cigarette. There seemed to be sparks flashing in their eyes. The next second, the three people walked out of the convenience store, listening to the noise coming from the second floor and the clanging sounds. The corners of their mouths curled up more and more, and finally turned into loud laughter. Ha ha ha! On the balcony on the second floor, watching the three figures gradually walking away, Feng and Naruto put down the tools, basins and spoons in their hands, and they both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Uncle shop owner, your method really works, Naruto said admiringly. Feng was not polite and acknowledged Naruto's praise. That's right, instead of waiting to be discovered by him, it's better to put on a show. No matter whether he believes it or not, after this, he won't bother you for this matter in the future. From the moment Kakashi entered the door, everything that happened was rehearsed in advance by Feng and Naruto. The active exposure of Shadow Clone number 1 was also instructed by Feng. Otherwise, Naruto would definitely not just get beaten up. You must know that a ninja has to see through the plan. This is what Kakashi said himself. Ha 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 ha. Feng was glad that he had escaped the disaster. Haha. Naruto was also happy that he had managed to deceive the world. This was the most successful of all his pranks. By the way, Uncle Shopkeeper, you can give me the money now. You're not really. Okay, I'll fight with you. Chapter 17. No one knows what in number 039 is happening outside the door. The money was really gone. Feng had never expected that a book could be so expensive. He had originally wanted to keep the money left after buying the book, but in the end he got nothing. The fake fight turned into a real fight. In the convenience store, Naruto was naturally no match for Feng. Of course, Feng would not use the power of the convenience store to suppress Naruto, and Naruto would not use ninja methods to compete with Feng, an ordinary person. The fight between the two was more like a fight between hooligans. You punch me, I punch you, you pull my hair, I break your fingers, and so on. The dinner fund is gone, so forget about eating out. Naruto doesn't even have money for a bowl of ramen now, but we have to celebrate. The sun was setting and the moon was about to go up. Kakashi and the other two met in front of a convenience store. The location for tonight's dinner was the convenience store. What kind of gathering can be as high standard as a family dinner? The three people at the door all had a feeling that this was not unexpected. Naruto, with a head full of bumps, and Feng, with panda eyes, stood at the door, welcoming the three people. The funny look made Sakura laugh out loud, and Sasuke's mouth corners kept trembling. He wanted to laugh, but was afraid of ruining his cool image. Feng shouted, "Three distinguished guests, please come in." Just like a doorman at the door of a bathhouse, we came to the living room on the second floor again. The coffee table was filled with food, and the water in the double pot on the induction cooker was boiling hot. Pot is the cooking method that is least picky about ingredients. You can put any food in it. You can eat whatever dish you want. Feng didn't know whether Kakashi drank or not, but he was prepared. The three minors had their own juice, and the TV was on, playing a popular movie in Naruto. There are also movies in Naruto. Although Feng doesn't know why the TV can search for movies in this world, it can. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the few people who were full and satisfied were chatting while digesting their food. The topics of conversation among the kids were full of yearning for the life of Ninja. Kakashi didn't want to interrupt their happiness, so he didn't say much and just held the book to read the subsequent chapters. Feng wanted to speak but couldn't get a word in, so he just smoked and listened to their chat. The most important thing was said by Naruto, and Sakura said something from time to time, and it was almost always related to Sasuke. Sasuke was still the same. What he wanted to do most was to take revenge on that man. Revenge, revenge, you always talk about revenge. Who is your enemy? I will help you. Naruto was a little dissatisfied with Sasuke's passivity. Sasuke always talks about revenge, but even after mentioning it so many times, Naruto has never heard the man's name from Sasuke's mouth. I don't need your help. I must kill that man with my own hands. When Sasuke mentioned that man, he couldn't control his emotions. Anyone could feel the murderous intent in him. Feng asked curiously, what if someone killed that man before you took revenge? Impossible. Sasuke seemed to believe in the man's strength. He didn't believe that anyone could kill that man. If, Feng asked, adding fuel to the fire when asked this. Kakashi couldn't help but look at Feng with a strange look. Kakashi knew who the man Sasuke mentioned was, and many ninjas in the village knew it, but the third Hokage had issued a gag order. Anyone who knew about this would not tell anyone about it, let alone mention it to Sasuke, the survivor. In fact, it's not just the people in the village. The man is not dead. The ninjas outside the village who know him all have some understanding of his affairs. After all, this incident caused quite a stir back then, but many of the inside stories were hidden by 3 generations. Kakashi didn't know what the inside story was, but he knew that the matter was not as simple as he thought. He would not make any comments before knowing the cause of the matter. Sasuke slammed the table and stood up, the veins on his neck showing due to anger. No ifs, whoever dares to kill that man, I will kill him. What if, what if? Feng looked puzzled. What if that man wants to commit suicide? As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, the anger on Sasuke's face disappeared and he sneered. Just him? He would commit suicide? If he really wanted to commit suicide, he should have died that night. Okay, Kakashi interrupted Feng, who wanted to continue asking questions and closed his book. Today is the day our Team 7 is established. We shouldn't talk about such heavy topics. While we have time today, I will talk to you about what to pay attention to tomorrow. What should we pay attention to tomorrow? Sakura raised her hand and asked, Teacher, have you accepted the task? Yes, Kakashi nodded. This afternoon, when I went to report your results to the Hokage, I took over tomorrow's mission. Hey, what's the mission for tomorrow? Naruto was extremely excited. Being able to take on the mission meant that he was one step closer to his goal. After thinking hard for a while, Kakashi slammed his palm. I forgot. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of people falling to the ground surprised Feng. He couldn't help but sigh again that the style of painting in the anime world is different. The postures of several people sliding to the ground were all weird in the blink of an eye. Several people were sitting there again, as if they had not moved at all. This is our first mission, how could you forget? Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction. Sakura was also worried. Well, we won't be punished, right? Why are you being punished? Kakashi asked, puzzled. That's right, Sakura stuttered. You forgot about the mission, so we can't go tomorrow, right? Even if someone else goes in our place, it will still be considered a failure of our mission. We won't be deducted money, right? Deduct money. Naruto is very sensitive to the word money. He can mention anything, but just don't mention money to him. He will get angry with anyone who mentions money to him, especially that guy who has no self-awareness and is smoking nearby. Why are you looking at me? Feng spread his hands and said indifferently, I am deducting your money, not mine. Naruto glared at him and said, if it weren't for you, how could I have no money? I don't care. If money is deducted, you have to pay for it, otherwise don't expect me to treat you in the future. What? Feng was anxious. Without Naruto treating him, how could he eat ramen in the future? Hey Kakashi, the Hokage building should be open now, right? You're a Jonin. So you must be faster than these brats. Why don't you make another run before the Hokage gets off work? It's too late. Kakashi shook his head after taking a look at the sky outside. The Hokage got off work at 7 o'clock. It's already 8 o'clock now. That's it, my ramen. Feng collapsed on the sofa as if he had no bones. Naruto's face also turned pale. He was also poor and was counting on the reward after completing the task tomorrow. Now, not only did he lose the reward, he also didn't know how much money he would have to lose. Sakura and Sasuke's faces also changed, not because they felt bad about having to pay the compensation. Although Sakura's family was not wealthy, it was still no problem for them to pay some compensation, not to mention Sasuke. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Uchiha clan is gone, the family fortune is still there. The money left behind is enough for Sasuke to spend for several lifetimes. He doesn't even care about a small amount of compensation. It's a pity for the two of them, as they died before they could accomplish their mission. The first mission wasn't even started yet, but it was announced to be over. Besides, why should I make another trip? Could there be a chance for a turnaround? Feng was shocked and stood up instantly. The other three also looked at Kakashi expectantly. I forgot because I didn't remember it. Here, Kakashi said, reaching into his arms and pulling out a piece of paper. The mission is written on this paper. I only need to take it out and see it. Why should I remember it? After saying this, Kakashi looked at everyone's reactions and smiled as if he had succeeded in doing something bad. Teacher Kakashi, you're so mean, Sakura complained in a coquettish manner. Yingji's coquettish tone gave Feng goosebumps, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Great, my ramen was saved. Do you want me to read it to you? Kakashi held a task list and asked for their opinions before the three of them nodded. Feng stopped them and said, no, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to know the mission of you ninjas. Why don't you read it when you gather tomorrow? Or should I step aside first and come out after you finish reading it? No need to avoid it. Let's talk about it when we gather tomorrow. Kakashi looked at the clock on the wall in the living room and stood up. It's getting late. You should rest early and try to face tomorrow's mission with the most full spirit. Yes, the three of them nodded and shouted, okay, then we'll call it a day. We'll meet in front of the Hokage building at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. They put the unboiled dishes into the refrigerator and saved the bottom of the pot for another meal tomorrow. After everything was cleaned up, they got up and left. Feng and Naruto sent them to the door, locked it from the inside, and prepared to rest. Both of them have their own tasks tomorrow. Naruto will officially start his ninja career, and Feng also needs to open the business, so neither of them plans to stay up late. There's nothing we can do, it's all because we have no money. If Naruto doesn't go on a mission, he won't get paid. If he doesn't get paid, he won't have money to eat. He himself doesn't have money to eat, let alone treat Feng to a meal. Feng was worried that Naruto would not have time to come back once he went on a mission. It was okay in the early days, as the mission locations were either in the village or near the village, and we could get back at night. What about later? If Naruto is far away from the village and can't come back, will Feng starve himself? Feng had had enough of eating food from convenience stores, and if there was any way, he would not touch any food from the store, except for drinks and alcohol. Feng wanted Naruto to leave him enough money for food when he went on a long trip, but Naruto refused, saying that when he was away from home, food and drink all cost money, and he didn't know if it was enough. What he said made a lot of sense, so Feng had to start saving his own money. If nothing else, he would pay back the money he owed Uncle Yearly. First, Naruto borrowed money from Uncle Ichiraku to buy the dishes for the hot pot tonight. Lying in bed, Naruto tossed and turned, but couldn't fall asleep. On the one hand, he was a little excited because he had a mission tomorrow, and on the other hand, he always felt that there was something he had not remembered. Is it because Kakashi-sensei didn't tell us about tomorrow's mission? No, Naruto shook his head. We can also tell you about the precautions before the mission starts tomorrow. Then what else? Naruto fell asleep while thinking. Open the door, I haven't gone in yet. Open the door quickly. Looking at the lights going out, Shadow Clone number 1 shouted anxiously, but no matter how he shouted or knocked on the door, his hands were sore and his throat was almost hoarse. But the lights upstairs never came on. Instead, the lights in the house next door came on. Chapter 18. Two Stupid People. The next morning, after Naruto finished eating the remaining hot pot ingredients from yesterday, he called Feng to get up. Naruto usually doesn't eat breakfast, but today is different. He has to go on a mission today. He doesn't know the specific content of the mission yet, and he doesn't know if he can get back by noon now that he was almost penniless. If he didn't fill his stomach early, he was afraid that he wouldn't make it to the evening, so he deliberately finished eating before calling Feng. Feng didn't care. He didn't exercise all day, so let alone skipping breakfast. He could even skip lunch if he didn't have to open the store after cleaning up Naruto's mess. Feng yawned, sat behind the cashier counter, and waited for customers to come. Good morning, shop owner, a tired voice sounded in Feng's ears. A familiar figure passed by Feng's side and was about to go upstairs. Good morning, Feng responded in a daze. That's not right. Suddenly, he perked up and called out to the person who was going upstairs, stop, weren't you supposed to go on a mission today? Why are you back? Without waiting for an answer, Feng advised earnestly, this won't do, Naruto. The way you passed the test yesterday was just a trick. You can't do this on a formal mission. Your teacher Kakashi is not so easy to fool. If your shadow clones are dispersed and something unexpected happens during the mission, it doesn't matter if you are stripped of your ninja qualifications. Is it okay to be stripped of your ninja qualifications? The figure who was about to go upstairs was stunned. This doesn't matter, What else is more important? The key is to deduct money. We can't afford the compensation for mission failure. Well, this is more important at the moment. The figure going upstairs nodded. But, Uncle Owner, what do you mean by I? He looked at the watch on his hand. Time was running out. It was almost time for the agreed gathering. Feng was anxious and stood up from his chair. Come on. There's still some time. It should be in time. I'll take you to apologize to Kakashi. Really? You're already so old, but you don't have any sense of time. You're late for your first mission. What's going to happen to you in the future? No, Uncle Shop Owner. He tried hard to break free from Feng's hand, and the figure became more and more anxious. He didn't sleep well last night, and now was the time when he was most sleepy. When he saw the convenience store opened, he rushed over immediately, wanting to have a good sleep. Now Feng is dragging him to go on a mission. Impossible, he will definitely not go. Besides, he is not Naruto. That's not right. He's Naruto? No, he doesn't seem to be Naruto. Uncle Shop Owner, I'm number 1. Shadow clone number 1, are you number 1? Feng paused and looked up and down at the person he was holding suspiciously. They looked exactly the same and could not be distinguished with the naked eye. However, he had another way to confirm it, so he whispered, 9 llamas, Master Fox, Little Fox. There was no response even after I shouted like that. It seemed that it was indeed Shadow clone number 1. If it were any other time, if I had shouted like that, the 9-tailed fox would have come out to scratch me. It is impossible for the 9 tails to exist in the body of a shadow clone. There is only one 9 tails, and it is sealed in Naruto's body. Naruto now does not know the existence of the 9 tails, and does not know how to use the power of the 9 tails. The shadow clones he created do not have the aura of the 9 tails, so the person in front of me was not lying. He really was shadow clone number 1. Tisk. Feng raised his hand and punched shadow clone number 1. Saying dissatisfiedly, you guy, why didn't you say so earlier? Number 1 squatted on the ground, feeling a little aggrieved. He wanted to say something, but it was too late after knowing that Naruto had gone to meet up. Feng felt relieved and sat back in his chair. He asked jokingly while smoking a cigarette, you didn't come back last night. Did you go to some girl's house? When Feng asked this, number 1 felt even more aggrieved. He didn't go anywhere last night and just hung around the convenience store after he finished eating a Chiraku ramen. He still had a lot of free time, so he thought about strolling around the village. He went back once, received a task, and came out quickly again after telling Kakashi and the other 2 that they would meet in front of the convenience store for dinner in the evening. He quickly lost himself in the hustle and bustle of Konoha. Although Konoha village was just so-so in Feng's eyes and there was nothing interesting to see, in the eyes of the locals, Konoha village was already one of the most prosperous places in the entire ninja world. It is true that the shadow clone and the original body share memories. Whatever Naruto has experienced, the shadow clone has naturally experienced in disguise as well. In order to attract other people's attention, Naruto jumped up and down in the village, playing pranks everywhere, and visited almost every place in the village. The shadow clone also knew that he had the same memory. However, seeing through memory and seeing with one's own eyes are two different things. Shadow clone number 1 wanted to experience it for himself, and before he knew it, he was wandering around until night. He came back relatively early. According to Feng and Naruto's previous habits, they were still playing games at that time, and Shadow clone number 1 never thought that he would not be able to enter the door. But unfortunately, Feng and Naruto went to bed early yesterday. Looking at the aggrieved look of Shadow clone number 1, Feng understood. He did not ask such a simple question as why didn't you knock on the door? Feng was still clear about the sound insulation of the house, which was top-notch. Once you close the window inside, you can't hear any noise from the outside world. Unfortunately, Feng doesn't have the habit of opening the window when he sleeps. Naruto slept even more soundly. Unless someone leaned over and yelled in his ear, he would not wake up all night. But this is not a reason for Shadow clone number 1 to wander the streets. It's not like he has nowhere to go. Feng looked at Shadow clone number 1 as if he was an idiot and said, before Naruto moved in, was he also living on the streets like you? Of course not, Shadow clone number 1 said without hesitation. The original body used to live in my own home. Shadow clone number 1 was dumbfounded. He forgot that Naruto also had his own home. Before moving to Feng's place, Naruto had always lived in his own home. Even after moving in, Naruto would go back to his home from time to time to clean it. Naruto's home was like his own home. He had a place to live. But he was living on the streets. Shadow Clone number 1 cried because of his own stupidity, especially the look in Yifeng's eyes, which deeply hurt his heart. With a whoosh, Shadow Clone number 1 disappeared in front of Yifeng. Ashamed, he rushed into Naruto's bedroom and covered his head with a quilt. A faint whimpering sound came from under the quilt. There were also 2 large footprints on the quilt, proving that he was eager to find a place where no one was around to hide, otherwise he would not have gone to bed without even taking off his shoes. Yifeng sighed, feeling worried about the IQ of Shadow Clone number 1. Time passed by little, and customers came to buy things in 2s and 3s, which made Yifeng lose his spirit. He was so bored that he had watched several movies using the cash register. Now he started playing games again. This is a new function that Yifeng figured out of boredom. In the past, he watched movies and played games on the TV on the second floor. Now that he had to open the business, he couldn't stay on the second floor for a long time, so he clicked on the cash register and accidentally opened another system of the cash register, a system similar to a computer. Only then did he realize that the cash register had 2 systems. One is a normal cash register system, which has the cash register function of a cash register. The software that the convenience store uses to remind him of new messages is also on the desktop of this cash register system. The other is the computer system, which can download any software and has all the functions that a normal computer has. I don't know what the configuration of the host is. Although Yifeng did not see the existence of the host, the cash register also looks like an all-in-one machine, except that there is an additional cash box underneath to match it. The configuration is so high that no matter what game Yifeng plays, even if he turns on the highest graphics quality, it will not lag at all. Like the TV on the second floor, the computer system on the cash register can only search for things from Yifeng's previous world. Unlike in China, there are restrictions on internet access in China. You cannot browse foreign web pages at will. You need to climb over the firewall or something. Therefore, many netizens find it troublesome and only browse domestic content. He doesn't have that here. When he surfs the internet, it's just like people in his country surfing the internet. There are no restrictions. Whatever his countrymen can search and play, Yifeng can do the same here. All in all, it's great. In particular, the website of a certain country where people live a good life is what Yifeng's eyes lingered on the most. The few movies he had just watched were all from this country. Fortunately, only Yifeng himself could see the screen on the cash register, and what others saw was the normal cash register page sound. There is no sound. Yifeng is wearing headphones. What a thoughtful design. Yifeng was so angry that he urgently needed to play a few games to calm down. Finally, after he lost billions of happy beans, his heart was calm. That was impossible, you rubbish. Do you know how to play? We are in the same group. He is the landlord. Why do you always stare at my cards? Teammate in the game. The landlord is my girlfriend. Do you have any objection, brother? Excuse me for disturbing you. Please do as you please. He quickly quit and reported it. Yifeng sneered. You cheated and asked me if I had any objection? I have a big objection. You didn't cheat, so how did you two get matched together? Damn, what bad luck, my happy bean. Little did they know that the person on the other side was even more confused. Where did this psychopath come from? We booked our own room. How did he get in? There were surprises one after another. After discovering that the cash register could access the internet, Yifeng also discovered that it could go online when playing games. By going online, he could curse at the netizens in his previous world. No, he could have a conversation with them. This made him think about contacting his parents through netizens, but he gave up the idea in the end. He is now in the world of Naruto. He doesn't know how he came here, and he has no idea how to go back. Even if he contacted his parents through netizens, it would be useless. Instead, it would only make his parents more worried. What's more, he really doubted that his coming into this world was inseparable from his parents. The conversation with the netizen was just a small episode. Yifei played landlord tirelessly and vowed to win back all the beans he had lost. He would not leave the game until he won them back. For this reason, he didn't even eat lunch, not because he had no money. I am back. It was a familiar voice. It was Naruto. Yifeng replied with a hum without even raising his head. After playing landlord for an entire afternoon, not only did he not win back any happy beans, but he also lost billions. He couldn't lose any more. He had already lost all his happy beans. Yifeng was now playing another game, an auto chess game. This was good. He didn't have to worry about losing. At most he wouldn't be able to level up. Naruto didn't care about Yifeng's attitude. This was how Yifeng behaved when he played games, and he was used to it. He went straight up to the second floor. He was now covered in mud and urgently needed to take a shower and change clothes. Hey, Did I forget to say something to Naruto? Looking at Naruto's back as he went upstairs, Feng scratched his head in confusion. "Ah, my quilt, my sheets." Naruto's roar scared Feng so much that he shivered. He swiped the mouse and selected another hero in the mall. "Ah, my 3-star hero, I finally managed to collect all the 3-star heroes." Chapter 19 Task Level Division. Failed again. Feng failed again. After playing the game for nearly a whole day, he didn't win a single round. He was so unlucky the best result was also the last game he played. If he bought another hero, he would get 3 stars and make a comeback because of a trembling hand. He clicked the wrong button, resulting in his result being 4th place. He was furious and joined the chaos on the 2nd floor. Every time Naruto uses shadow clones, no matter how many he creates, as long as he is not fighting with others, there is no doubt that they will be the first to start fighting. It doesn't matter whether there is a reason or not, they will fight even if there is no reason. Not to mention that Naruto's reasons are very sufficient. This time he takes good care of his living environment. He may be a little sloppy at home. He will not clean up the instant noodle box after eating, but will take it with him when he goes out. But after moving into Feng's convenience store, he became much more diligent. Every time before going out, he would make his bed tidy, and he would not leave the garbage in the room until the next day. Even Feng had to change his shoes before entering his bedroom. Now someone actually broke into his bedroom without his consent, slept in his bed, and left footprints on the bed. This made Naruto furious when he saw the scene. "Who? You said the person sleeping in his bed was his shadow clone, that is, himself. He can't do it himself." The shadow clone, who was awakened by Naruto, knew he was in the wrong, so he took the initiative and punched Naruto in the eye. Naruto immediately fought back and punched shadow clone number 1 in the ribs. Then the two of them started fighting in Naruto's bedroom, punching and kicking each other. After Feng joined the battlefield, it turned into a 3-way melee. After a burst of crackling, Feng gained the upper hand, and since he suffered the least, he declared a ceasefire. Naruto was already exhausted and didn't even have the strength to go downstairs to eat ramen, so Feng had to bring it up for him in the next few days. Naruto would go on missions every day, and Feng was also active in opening the store every day. Shadow clone number 1 was not removed, and occasionally he would help Feng look after the store. Most of the time, he would wander around the village, come back when it was time for dinner, and leave after dinner. The convenience store business is neither good nor bad. The business does earn enough money for daily meals, but it is just enough money for daily meals. The third Hokage announced that his support for Naruto would stop on the day when Naruto officially became a ninja and took on the mission. The money Naruto earned from his novice missions was only enough for his own expenses. Fortunately, his current expenses are not too high. He only does tasks in the village or near the village, so he doesn't spend money very often. But he was tired of this kind of life. It was different from what he had imagined a ninja to be like. The missions that he imagined ninjas would take were either escort, ambush, assassination, or some other difficult tasks. He felt that his current mission was not in line with his identity and strength. He was a ninja, so how could he spend his days either farming for the villagers or looking for cats and dogs? This kind of simple task couldn't be done by anyone. Why did he, a ninja, have to do it? If this continued, how long would it take for him to accumulate enough merits to become Hokage? When would he be able to gain everyone's recognition? Could it be that after he became Hokage, the villagers started pointing fingers at him and things became different? "Look, this is our Hokage. Yeah, I heard he's really good at finding cats and dogs. I can do it too." No. Thinking of this possibility, Naruto shook his head. This was too scary. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Kakashi slapped Naruto on the head and whispered to him, "The Hokage is announcing our next mission now. You have to cheer up." Their Class 7 had just completed a cat-finding mission and was currently reporting on the mission. The cat's owner had not left yet and was holding her cat, madly torturing it as if no one was around. The owner, who weighs about 200 kilograms, holds the cat with his arms, or it would be more appropriate to say, holds the cat by its belly, and plays face-to-face with the cat regardless of the cat's constant struggle. Perhaps the cat owner was afraid that her beloved cat would leave home again, so she strangled the cat very tightly, making the cat very uncomfortable, so it struggled continuously. The more the cat struggles, the tighter the owner strangles it. The tighter the owner strangles it, the more the cat struggles. Well, it forms a perfect vicious circle. Sakura's stick figure popped up and she complained in her mind, no wonder the cat wanted to run away. If I were in her place, I would run away too. Team Kakashi. The next mission for Team 7 is, the third Hokage, wearing a Hokage robe and holding a pipe, looked at the task list in his hand and read slowly, help the old master take care of the children at home, or run errands in the next village, and help dig sweet potatoes. No. Before the third Hokage finished reading, Naruto urgently called a halt, crossed his arms, and sternly refused. Don't come for this kind of mission again. I want to perform more difficult missions. Give me other missions. It seems to make sense. Sasuke agreed with Naruto's suggestion. He didn't want to carry out this kind of mission that was not difficult at all and could be done by anyone. His time was limited, and he didn't want to waste it on what he considered to be a meaningless task. This kind of task does not help him improve his strength at all. Although he believed in the man's strength, Yi Feng's words also had a certain impact on him, causing him to sometimes wonder, what if that man was killed by someone else before he killed him? This was a result he could not accept. As the saying goes, experience comes from actual combat. Only in actual combat can his strength be improved. He needed more powerful tasks and he needed to fight more powerful people. What a troublesome guy. Only Sakura was satisfied with this kind of mission. There was no need to fight with the enemy and there was no danger. At most, it was a bit tiring. But for them, the ninjas, this kind of tiredness was not even as good as their normal training. There was also money to be made, so why not do it? There is an even more important reason. Sakura glanced at Sasuke secretly, a blush rising on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking of. I knew he was about to start cheating, Kakashi thought speechlessly. After spending a few days with Naruto, he had a general understanding of Naruto's personality. Although Naruto often stayed with Yi Feng, under the influence of Yi Feng, Naruto had also changed a little, but the time was too short and the impact was limited. Overall, Naruto's personality was still similar to before Yi Feng came. He was carefree, outspoken, and said whatever he thought. That's how it is on the surface. Sometimes he acts like a little rogue, and Kakashi is used to it. He knew that with Naruto's personality, he would not be able to stand such boring tasks after doing a few of them. This was what he thought when he first did this kind of task. You bunch of idiots, you're just newbies. Iruka, who was sitting next to the third generation, slammed the table and cursed without any mercy. Everyone starts out by gaining experience through simple tasks. What Iruka said made sense. But Sasuke and Sakura suffered an unexpected disaster, but they didn't say anything. Naruto just wouldn't listen, and talking back to Iruka had almost become his habit when they were still in the ninja school. Iruka was the teacher of their class. After spending several years together, they became very familiar with each other in school. The person who talks back to Iruka the most is Naruto. Even though he respects Iruka very much, and Iruka is one of the few people who doesn't look at him with tinted glasses, this doesn't stop Naruto from often making Iruka mad. Bickering between them had become a daily routine, and no matter what Iruka said, Naruto would subconsciously want to argue. As soon as Iruka finished speaking, Naruto responded, but, the missions in the past few days were very boring. What you said is very good, but I don't want to listen. I just want a more powerful task. With a duong sound, Kakashi punched Naruto on the head and knocked him to the ground. Stop it, you idiot. Who dares to refuse a mission assigned by the Hokage? Well, there are some, such as Danzo, and Danzo again. Danzo is a classmate and old friend of the third Hokage. With decades of friendship behind them, he can directly refuse some missions that Danzo is unwilling to take. Even though they have some disagreements now, Danzo will not refuse if the third Hokage asks for help on some small matters. But this is not the treatment that Naruto can enjoy. Although Naruto was raised by the third generation was more tolerant of Naruto's usual pranks. Even if Naruto made a mistake, the third generation would not punish him too harshly. Apart from talking back to Iruka, Naruto talks back to the third Hokage the most, and he often comes to the third Hokage to chat, but that was in the past. Now that Naruto has grown up and become a ninja, he should learn to be independent. The third generation will not spoil Naruto like before. Taking a puff of his pipe, the third Hokage said seriously, Naruto, I have to explain to you the true meaning of the mission. Ouch, it hurts. Naruto sat on the ground, holding his head and crying in pain. Hearing the serious tone of the third Hokage, Naruto also became serious. Whenever the Sandaime spoke to him in a serious tone, he knew that he should be serious, otherwise, the punishment he would receive would be more painful than the punch Kakashi had given him. The third generation continued to speak, and the others listened quietly, not daring to interrupt. Listen, there are many things that need to be entrusted to us in the village every day, ranging from childcare to assassination. The commission list records all kinds of commissions. These jobs are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, according to their difficulty. The people in the village are roughly divided into Hokage, Jonin, Chunin, and Shin'an according to their abilities, starting from me, and the commissions are assigned by our top management to the corresponding ninjas according to their abilities. A-level tasks are for Junin, B-level and C-level tasks are for Chunin, and some C-level and D-level tasks with lower difficulty are for Shin'an. What about the Hokage? Naruto asked a stupid question, but as soon as he finished asking it, he realized that the Hokage had to stay in the village and could not leave the village at will, and naturally he did not have to accept any missions. The third Hokage was no longer surprised that Naruto could ask such a stupid question, so he did not answer, but continued, as long as we can successfully complete the task, the client will pay us the reward, as if to confirm what he said. The auntie who was still holding the cat took out a few banknotes and handed them to the staff at the task acceptance office. The task acceptance office was right next to them, and several people happened to see the whole process. Although Shin'an can also accept C-rank missions, you have just become Shin'an and lack experience, so you can only do D-rank missions at most. The third generation's eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. He was explaining the classification of tasks and the levels of ninjas in great earnest, while Kakashi and his friends sat in a circle discussing what to eat for lunch. We had pork bone ramen for lunch yesterday, so let's have miso ramen today. Naruto, who was sitting on the ground and could only be serious for 3 seconds, said positively. Kakashi and the other two were standing, listening attentively. Simply unforgivable. The third generation roared, "Listen, I'm so sorry." Kakashi apologized quickly. Naruto turned around. He had his back to the third generation just now, and it was obvious that he did not listen to the third generation's popular science. Chapter 20, Ninja Village Power Division. Naruto said nonchalantly, "The old man always lectures me like this, but I have grown up. I am not the kind of kid who can only play pranks as the old man always thinks." These words were not convincing at all. Even Kakashi, who had been with him for about a month, didn't believe it. Kakashi was already prepared to be lectured later. Naruto was still unhappy, hugging his arms and groaning, then turned his back, but someone believed it, and Iruka smiled, looking very relieved. The third generation also laughed softly, and looking at Naruto's back he realized that the little guy who used to only express himself through pranks might have really grown up, so maybe it was time for him to let go. Is that so? I see. What? The few people who had lowered their heads waiting to be scolded raised their heads in disbelief. Since you said so, I'll give you a C-level mission. The third generation supported the table with both hands, rested his chin on his hand, and announced the next tasks of several people slowly. Go protect someone. Really? Naruto turned his head in surprise. Who is it? Who is it? Is it the wife of the prince? Or the princess? Don't be so anxious, I'll introduce them to you right away. Signaling them to be patient, and the third generation shouted to the outside of the door, "Please come in." The people waiting for the mission all looked towards the door at the same time. As the door was pushed open, a voice came in. "Why are there only these little ghosts?" He was holding a bottle of wine, carrying a package on his back, and had a towel around his neck, dressed like a farmer. Several people looked at the uncle standing at the door issuing tasks. He reeked of alcohol and could barely stand steadily, which made them doubt whether the uncle was still sober. Could it be that he was drunk and came to the task hall to post tasks for fun? After a few gulps of wine, the uncle wiped the wine drops on his beard and said drunkenly, especially the shortest one, who looks super stupid, "Are you really a ninja? Ahoha? Who are you talking about?" Naruto put his hands on his hips. He didn't understand the situation yet, shaking his head from side to side, gloating. The smallest one, the dumbest looking one, Sasuke and Sakura, who were standing next to him, took another step towards Naruto without saying a word. What? Naruto was dumbfounded, as if he was the shortest one. Kakashi quickly grabbed Naruto by the collar and lifted him up. Naruto still struggled and yelled, "I'm going to kill you." "Why are you going to kill the uncle we are about to protect?" Kakashi added considerately, "Idiot." Ignoring the murderous look Naruto gave him, the uncle stated the purpose of his visit. "I'm a famous bridge builder. Dazna is talking about me," the uncle said, taking another sip of wine. "During the time when I return to my country to complete the bridge, you must protect me with all your might." The door was open, and Naruto was the first to run out, opening his arms and saying energetically, "Let's go, let's go." "Why are you so excited?" Sakura, who was walking at the end, complained speechlessly. "We just walked out of the village gate. Why are you so excited?" Naruto looked around. He was extremely curious about everything outside the village, because I've never left the village. Naruto's identity is special. The third Hokage will not let him leave the village until he has the ability to protect himself. Although Naruto has asked him why he is not allowed to go out, the third Hokage always made excuses to fool him. This is also one of the reasons why Naruto has always been persistent in carrying out more difficult missions, because only by receiving more difficult missions can he leave the village openly and without any hindrance. Naruto was coming outside the village for the first time, and even though he had just walked out of the village gate, he was still extremely excited. The outside world was a completely unfamiliar area to him, and he was full of curiosity about everything outside. Naruto looked like he had never seen the world before, which made Desna, who issued the mission, dissatisfied. Hey, is it really okay to send this kind of brat? Kakashi smiled awkwardly. With a Jonin like me following you, you don't have to worry so much. Are those little ghosts really okay? Are those little ghosts really okay? Those little ghosts. These words echoed in Naruto's ears, making him very unhappy. The tone of complete distrust made him even more angry. This was the worst client he had ever met, and he just wanted to give his employer a good beating. Hey, old man, don't look down on ninjas. I'm very powerful, Naruto said confidently, pointing at Desna. I will become Hokage sooner or later. I'm a super elite ninja. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Remember it well. Gulp. Desna drank another mouthful of wine. He didn't even look at Naruto. He said one sentence and Naruto broke down his defense. Hokage is the most powerful super ninja in your village, right? I don't think a guy like you can be the one. Stop making so much noise. Stop making so much noise. Naruto's forward veins popped out instantly, and he looked extremely angry. I'm ready to do whatever it takes. When I become Hokage, even you, uncle, will have to recognize me. I won't recognize you, brat, Desna said nonchalantly. Even if you become Hokage, I am going to kill you. Naruto grumbled and tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Kakashi. Didn't I tell you to stop, idiot? Furious, Naruto couldn't break free from Kakashi's grasp, so he lowered his demands and said, no, at least let me punch him. With no other choice, Kakashi used physical means to convince Naruto, and Naruto successfully calmed down. Naruto, looking listless, walked in front, while the four people behind him walked in a horizontal row. This method of protecting the employer is full of loopholes in the eyes of professionals, especially since the employer is walking at the edge. If someone really wants to attack and kill the employer, others will not have time to launch a rescue. The experienced Kakashi could naturally see the problem, so he stood next to Desna without saying a word. He didn't mean to point out the problem. Although he was the leading Jonin and it was his responsibility to guide the students, his teaching method preferred to let the students discover the problems themselves. No matter how good others say it, it is never as profound as your own personal experience. The atmosphere in the team was a bit depressing. Naruto didn't want to talk after being beaten up. Sasuke was not a talkative person, and Kakashi was still waiting for his student when he noticed something was wrong. Sakura felt that this was not a solution. There was still a long way to go to reach the destination, and it was not a good idea to continue like this, and Sakura had some doubts about the content of the mission. Desna only told them to protect him, but he didn't say why they should protect him. Build a bridge. Building a bridge is a good thing, which makes travel more convenient for everyone. Logically, Desna, who did such a good thing, should be loved by everyone. Why would anyone want to kill him? No one wanted to kill him, so why did he run all the way to Konoha and even issue a special mission to protect him until he finishes building the bridge? These are questions that Sakura can't figure out. Mr. Desna, Sakura decided to ask some questions to see if she could get any useful information out of him. Even if someone issues a mission, once you accept it, you shouldn't ask too many questions. This is the professional ethics of a ninja who accepts a mission. If you feel there is something wrong with the mission, you can choose not to accept it. If you accept it and then regret it, it will damage your reputation. Not only that, but you will also have corresponding responsibilities no matter which village or place you accept it. Conversely, if the employer suddenly changes his mind after someone has taken over a task, or something unexpected happens and he wants to cancel the task, he will also need to pay the corresponding liquidated damages or some other price to pay. What's wrong? Desna, who was on his way, replied, Mr. Desna's country is the land of waves, right? What's wrong? Desna didn't understand why Sakura asked this. When the task was issued, some of his basic information had already been filled in and submitted to the task acceptance office. The people who took on the task should have seen it. Mr. Kakashi, there are ninjas in that country as well, right? Sakura asked Kakashi. This is also a point that Sakura cannot understand. A country should have its own ninjas. With ninjas, they can issue missions. After all, ninjas also need to eat. They do not produce agriculture or participate in labor, and most of them rely on tasks issued by others to survive. If there were ninjas, Desna could just issue the mission in his own country. Why would he have to go to Konoha village in the land of fire? Is it possible that there are no ninjas in the land of waves? Kakashi confirmed his guess. No, there are no ninjas in the land of waves. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke turn their heads to look at him, Kakashi explained to them, however, although the cultures and customs of most countries are different, they all have ninja villages and ninjas. For many countries on the continent, the existence of a ninja village can be regarded as a country's military strength, that is, by using this to maintain diplomatic relations with other countries. Having said that, the ninja village is not controlled by the country, but its position is equal to that of the country. There are also countries like the Wave country that are not easily interfered with by other countries. There is no need for the existence of a ninja village on a small island country, even in countries with ninja villages, especially the 5 countries of fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth. They are not only vast in territory, but also very powerful in national strength. They are called the 5 great ninja countries: the land of fire, Konohagakure Ninja Village; the land of water, Kirigakure Ninja Village; the land of lightning, Kumagakure Ninja Village; the land of wind, Sandagakure Ninja Village; the land of earth, Iwagakure Ninja Village. Only the leaders of each ninja village can be called Kage. The Hokage, Mizukage, Rikage, Kazakage, and Tsuchikage are the so-called 5 Kage. They are ninjas that are above tens of thousands of ninjas from all over the world. Oh, Lord Hokage is so powerful, Sakura said admiringly. The stick figure in her mind came out at this time, crossing his arms with some doubt. Is that skinny old man so powerful? I always feel that he is a little suspicious, recalling that the 3rd Hokage had a nosebleed and fell down with his head raised after he performed the seduction technique. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. Naruto was still young and had no idea of the power of his seduction technique. Any normal man would not be able to resist this ninjutsu. Hey, seeing Naruto's distracted look, Kakashi shouted, "Were you doubting the Hokage just now?" Naruto quickly shook his head to indicate that he didn't have it, and Sakura, feeling guilty, also shook her head. "Forget it, don't worry," Kakashi consoled. "There will never be a showdown between ninjas in a C-rank mission. Others may not know the strength of the 3rd Hokage, but Kakashi knows it very well. After all, the 3rd Hokage is his teacher's teacher's teacher." He said this just to tell them not to worry. According to his past experience, a C-level mission, especially one taken by a Genin, would be unlikely to involve a confrontation with ninjas from other countries. He thought that they were worried about this, and they were right. After all, they were just a few newbies with no practical experience, so it was normal for them to be a little worried. Sakura also took advantage of the situation and said, "Is that so? Then we don't have to worry about coming into contact with foreign ninjas, of course." Haha. Desna lowered his head and laughed. Chapter 21. It's all about money. Wu-Ha sitting on the chair behind the cashier counter, Feng yawned loudly, looking a little listless. He was used to staying up late, so during this period of time, he deliberately adjusted his work and rest schedule. The first few days were fine, and he adjusted himself to go to bed early and get up early, but after a few days, his bad habit of staying up late came back again. There was no way. He always felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he didn't do something at night. This is the same mentality as many office workers. They are busy with work during the day and have no time to do their own personal things. After get off work, they play with their mobile phones, play games, and watch movies. They are even busier than when they are at work during the day. They won't fall asleep until they are exhausted and fall asleep immediately. Even if you feel listless after waking up the next day, you should do this. Yawning is contagious. When he yawned, number 1 next to him also started yawning. Number 1 did not go out today, but followed Feng obediently to look after the store. It was not that he did not want to go out and play, but that he had no money. When Naruto lived alone before, he had no source of income and it was the 3rd generation who supported him, but Naruto was very frugal in spending money. The food I eat is either instant noodles or milk, and the occasional snack is Ichiriko ramen. He was reluctant to buy new clothes and had several sets of orange and blue clothes in his closet, which he had worn for several years. Therefore, he saved part of the money given to him by 3 generations. This part of the money was for him to buy weapons after he graduated from school and became a ninja. He valued the money very much and did not dare to let Feng know about the existence of the money. He was afraid that Feng would stop working again after knowing it. Obviously there is a shop where one can do some small business, So don't say there are no customers. Naruto has seen through it. It's not that there are no customers. It would be strange if there are no customers if the shop is closed all day with a flow of people on the street and with a flow of people at Ichiraku Ramen. As long as the store is open, there will be no worries about business, and there will always be curious customers coming regardless of whether to buy it or not. At least someone is here, right? The premise of all this is to open the door. Open the door. What's the big deal about not opening the door? The store looks beautiful from the outside, and the decoration inside is also good. It definitely meets the aesthetic tastes of most people. However, there are not enough items in the store. There should be a few more sets of shelves. The leisure area at the back is too big and is a waste. Uncle Ichiraku said this to Naruto when he was eating ramen, and Naruto agreed with him deeply, but Feng had no choice. He also felt that the empty space in the leisure area was a waste. He also thought about importing some goods from outside and selling them in the store, but as long as he brings things he bought outside into the store with the intention of selling them, he cannot bring the things he bought in. Even if he brings them in, they will disappear on their own when he puts them on the shelf after losing several days' sales. Feng gave up the idea of purchasing goods from outside. He also tried to ask Naruto to bring it in, but it was useless. It disappeared after being placed on the shelf. Because of this, Naruto misunderstood him, thinking that Feng didn't like the things bought from other stores in the store, so he quietly threw the things away when he wasn't paying attention. How could Feng explain this? He couldn't just say that it had nothing to do with him and that the convenience store had swallowed the goods themselves. Feng had no intention of telling anyone about the magic of convenience stores. Whether they could understand it or not depended on them to figure it out on their own. You can't hide it. The store is here, and its magic will be noticed by people sooner or later. If nothing else, when pain attacks and destroys Konoha, its indestructible attribute will be exposed in full view of everyone, unless before that, the convenience store grows two legs, runs away in advance, and comes back later. Convenience stores do not allow anything to be brought in from outside and sold in the store. Even if Feng does not mark the price or put the item on the shelf, but just puts it on the ground, customers can take it themselves if they like, and they cannot go through the cash register and pay outside the store. The money collected will disappear the moment Feng takes it. Outsiders can't do that either. Don't ask Feng how he knew that. He would not tell anyone that Naruto was asked to collect the money, but the two of them didn't even come in. After getting the money, they went outside to spend it all. Then when the boss calculated the day's turnover, he found that there was less money, so he turned around and beat him up. In short, Feng tried all kinds of methods, but it didn't work because the convenience store only sells its own products. Back to the topic, these things have nothing to do with the money that Naruto hid. Naruto was afraid that once Feng knew about the money, he would lose his money. If he didn't spend all the money, he was worried that Feng would not open the business for this purpose. Naruto hid the money in his former home originally. Feng didn't know about the existence of this money. When he found out, the money was gone, having been spent by number 1. Naruto has never removed Shadow Clone number 1, perhaps because after he fought with number 1 that night, number 1 never appeared in front of him again. When Naruto is in the store, number 1 will not show up. When Naruto is not there, number 1 will come back to have a meal and chat. Number 1 did not live in the store, but lived in Naruto's house. Anyway, after Naruto moved out, the house was empty, so number 1 moved in. Don't forget that before the Shadow Clone was separated, it shared memories with the original body. In other words, before it was separated, there was only the original body. Only after it was separated did the concept of the original body and the Shadow Clone come into being. So, Feng didn't know, but number 1 knew that when Naruto was busy on missions and had no time to check on his family, number 1 took the money and traveled around, and then, nothing happened. He had spent all the money. It's also strange that Naruto's Shadow Clone is different from other people's Shadow Clones. Other people's Shadow Clones are controlled by the original body, and the Shadow Clone has the same personality as the original body. But Naruto's Shadow Clones, especially the multiple Shadow Clones, are stranger than the other. They look exactly the same, but their personalities are different. Before you have seen Naruto's multiple Shadow Clones, you may not be able to imagine what it would be like if you fought with your own Shadow Clones. Naruto is a thrifty person, but number 1 is just the opposite. He spends money lavishly. This money can't even support his consumption for a few days. Originally Feng was wondering why number 1 might not come back once a day in the first few days when Naruto went on a mission, but later he would come back at mealtime. Now he knew it was because he had money in the first few days but no money in the next few days. So, what do you mean now? Yi Feng lit a cigarette to refresh himself and asked number one, who was leaning next to him. No, nothing. Number one dodged and refused to tell the truth, and said stubbornly, I just don't want to go out shopping today. I want to go around the store with you, the shop owner, so that you won't be bored. Really? Yi Feng didn't expose number one's little thoughts. He was fun anyway, so he could just keep on waiting. He didn't believe that number one had the patience. As soon as number one entered the door, he could tell that something was wrong with this kid today. He was hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. It was obvious that he came to him for help, but since number one didn't say anything, Yi Feng didn't say anything either, and let's see who can outlast the other. Yi Feng stopped talking and continued playing the game on the cash register. Only when a customer came in would he take his eyes off the cash register for a while. Number one on the side was fidgeting and wanted to say something several times, but finally, he couldn't help it. Don't poke me with your hands, that's for little girls. Yi Feng knocked away number one's hand that was poking at his waist, flicked the ash from his hand, looked at number one with a half smile and said, why, you can't help it. Just say what you want to say. You know what kind of person I am. I will definitely help you if I can. It's because I know what kind of person you are that I don't dare to say it. Number one slandered in his heart, but I can't not say it before he spoke. Number one took a few steps back, thought about it, took a few more steps back, and with one foot already out of the door, he said, well, Uncle Owner, can you give me the money you earned from this period of business? No, isn't this too decisive? As soon as number one's face fell, he knew that this was the case. Uncle Shop Owner, if you don't save me, I'm doomed. You're done for. How can you be finished with just a shadow clone? Yi Feng said speechlessly. Number one naturally knew that as a shadow clone, he could only be broken up or actively released by the original body, and it was not the end of the game. Can, Uncle Shop Owner, I want to live a little longer. Even if I am disbanded by my main body, I will still have a chance to come out again in the future, but if you don't save me, I will never have the chance to get out again, and you will never see me again, number one said pitifully. Oh, so serious? No, Yi Feng asked curiously, aren't the shadow clones of your original body and the multiple shadow clones all random? Why do you sound like the ones that come out are fixed? It can't be said to be fixed, number one explained as he stood at the door. We decide by rock paper scissors. Whoever wins gets to come out, or if you have the bigger fist, you can come out by punching. Are you kidding me? Yi Feng snorted coldly. Do you think I believe your statement? Believe it? Number one asked tentatively. Seeing Yi Feng's glance towards him, he quickly changed his words. Don't believe it, whether you believe it or not, this is the fact. Number one shrugged helplessly. It is difficult for outsiders to understand the existence of their shadow clones, especially Naruto, who is quite special. The shadow clones he created all have different personalities. Even they themselves can't explain it clearly, but they do exist. At least number one is sure that he exists, but he has no real body. That is, because of Naruto's summoning, he can't get out. Does Yi Feng understand? Maybe he does. He remembered that he had watched an American TV series called Doom Patrol before, in which there was a person named Jane, who has a similar existence. Jane is a person with multiple personality disorder. In Jane's mind, there is another world, and her many personalities live in this world. Whenever Jane is in danger, one of her many personalities will choose a representative to come out on the subway to save her. Taking the subway may take time, but to outsiders, Jane's personality switch is completed in an instant. Yi Feng also knows a person similar to Jane, Professor X's son, Dakwon. Although their situation is different from Naruto's shadow clone, this does not prevent Yi Feng from putting them in the picture. In this way, he can better understand what number one said. No matter whether what you said is true or not, what do you want the money for? In the past, he always asked Naruto to borrow money. This was the first time that Naruto, number one, asked him to borrow money. Yi Feng was a little curious about the purpose of number one asking him to borrow money. It's like this. Number one spoke incoherently and stated the purpose of borrowing money. If I don't make up the money before my real body comes back, I will probably be banished to the cold palace and never come out again. It's your fault, Yi Feng said harshly. Uncle Owner, you can't say that. You spent the money. Do you dare to say that it wasn't me who paid for the ramen you ate a few days ago? The more he spoke, the more confident he became. Number one took back his foot that was about to step out of the door. He realized that he couldn't be the only one to bear the blame for the money. The other person who had taken advantage of it had to bear the blame as well. If the main body knew that you spent his money while he was away and refused to admit it, what would you say? Hey, let's make a plan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Useless Coward. Naruto, who was on his way, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose subconsciously. This was like poking a hornet's nest, and several sneezes came out in succession. What's wrong, kid? If you're sick, you can go back now. This place is not far from your village anyway, Dasna asked with seemingly kind concern. Naruto was finally smart enough to understand what Dasna meant, and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, uncle. I'm not pretending to be sick, haha." Really? Dasna obviously didn't believe it. During the journey, the two had no idea how many times this kind of sarcastic conversation had happened. At the beginning, others would try to stop the fight, but now they have no intention of intervening. It's useless. Even if the two of them temporarily stop fighting under their mediation, it won't be long before they start quarreling again over trivial matters. Kakashi didn't know why the two people who met for the first time disliked each other so much, but every time they failed in an argument, it was always Naruto who got angry and wanted to fight. The jungle is dense, with numerous forest paths throughout. I don't know which great gods opened up these paths, but it definitely wasn't opened up by them. The ninjas, when they are ninjas on the road, they always jump around on the trees. If you can't land on the ground, it means that you haven't learned the skills well enough. If anyone has observed, they would find that in places where ninjas often move around, there are always a few trees that they must pass through, and the branches of the trees are bald. It is undeniable that the strength of some ninjas is indeed outrageous, and their every move is filled with destructive power. They are the best construction companies. With just one move, a straight and wide road will appear in the jungle, but obviously, with such power, they would not be idle enough to open up new paths. Most of the paths in the jungle were formed over time as civilians passed through them. After all, in this world, there are many ninjas and even more civilians, and the latter are the main force that makes this world gradually prosperous. Civilians are the foundation of the pyramid, and ninjas are the top of the pyramid. How many ninjas know how to farm? Even when ninjas took on missions to farm, there were always employers directing them. Otherwise they wouldn't even know what would grow from the seeds they sowed. Without trade with civilians, they might not even be able to afford food. Even the raw materials for the weapons they used were mined by civilians. What contribution do you think they have made? Protecting civilians, maybe, but don't forget that most of the wars were started by them. It's better for civilians living in ninja villages. At least the ninjas here will abide by some rules and will not kill civilians at will. The civilians in a country without a ninja village would be miserable. No one would talk to the wandering ninjas who have lost the constraints of rules and regulations about morality. I don't like you. Death is your best outcome. It doesn't mean that all ninjas are bad. There are good ninjas too. It also doesn't mean that all civilians are kind-hearted. Civilians with power can do worse evil than ninjas. The world is like this. There is no absolute good or bad. How to distinguish it depends on the attitude of those in power. Even if the world is unified, even if those in power are worshipped as gods, gods are not omnipotent. There are always some corners that gods cannot notice. This is the case in the unified world, not to mention the ninja world, which has never been unified. Kakashi, who was in a hurry, used thinking to divert his attention. Compared to the two people who were arguing, he would rather use thinking to exchange for a moment of peace. Kakashi thought of the first Hokage. The first Hokage had good ideas. He pacified the chaotic world, ended the warring states period, and established the one country, one village system. He distributed the tailed beasts to various countries to balance the power of each country. When he was still alive, he had the power to suppress the entire ninja world and could suppress the restless hearts of some people. But when he was away, the ambitions of some people could no longer be suppressed, and war broke out during the 3 Ninja World Wars. More and more ninjas from various countries were deployed to the battlefield, and the damage caused became more and more serious. These wars were much more brutal than the previous warring states period. During the warring states period, all parties were fighting each other. Between families, between villages, and between countries. No one would passively defend, and everyone was looking for opportunities to take the initiative, because if you don't hit others, others will hit you. It is different now. The establishment of the ninja village has allowed the scattered ninjas to form a group with the ninja village as the core. The family form still exists, but there is mutual cooperation among the families. Being organized and goal-oriented has become the standard for the modern ninja army. Therefore, a composite ninjutsu used on the battlefield was born. Walking on the forest path, Kakashi couldn't help but think with interest. Could it be that the path he was walking on was left over from a battle, and there's this puddle of water on the ground? It's really strange. It's right in the middle of the road. Kakashi glanced at the water on the ground covertly, and as he was walking at the end, he said nothing. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water with its head, followed by its neck, and finally its entire body. Looking at Kakashi, who was walking at the end with his back to them, the figure showed a cruel smile as his arm swung. A chain with spikes was thrown out from the special weapon on his arm, and another figure jumped out from the tree and cooperated with his actions. The spike chains tightly bound Kakashi's body, making him unable to move. With a gentle pull, the chain became tighter, and Kakashi's body instantly turned into a ball of flesh and blood, falling to the ground with a plop. If Yu Feng were here, he would definitely shout that it was unscientific. Where are the bones? Where are the bones? The people in front were frightened by the noise behind them and didn't know what to do. Sakura looked pale and took a few steps back, screaming. Naruto shouted in disbelief, "Kakashi-sensei!" The wind flashed by, and two figures appeared behind him without him knowing when. The second one, a dull voice sounded in his ears. Naruto turned back in horror. His stiff limbs forced him to watch helplessly as the chains attacked him. If he had been tied up, he would have ended up like Kakashi. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted in time. Sasuke threw out two shurikens as he jumped upwards. The shuriken passed through the round hole in the middle of the chain and nailed the chain to the tree. The two ends of the chain were tied to special weapons on the arms of the two figures, which trapped the two people in disguise. Sasuke's body fell, and before he hit the ground he kicked each of the two men. The two men pulled the mechanism on their arms and the chain popped out. The chain was useless as it was nailed to the tree and could not be pulled down. If it was still there, it would only restrict their movements. When the first attack failed, the two men quickly changed their target, or rather, their target was not Naruto and his companions in the first place, but Dasne. Getting rid of Naruto and the others first is just to make your own actions more convenient. Due to the sneak attack by the two, Dasne was left alone and without protection. I have to defend. Sakura, in panic, finally remembered her mission. She stood in front of Dasne holding a kunai. "Uncle, stand back." Facing the enemy running towards her, Sakura said to Dasne nervously, but Dasne was just an ordinary person. He was already panicked and didn't hear clearly what Sakura said. Sakura can't do it alone, Sasuke thought with a frown. He was aware of Sakura's strength, and he knew that Sakura was no match for the enemy. After trying hard to get rid of the other enemy he was entangled with, Sasuke did not have time to think and used his fastest speed to stand in front of Sakura. The special weapon on the enemy's arm, in addition to being able to activate the chain, also has a glove integrated with it, an iron claws on the glove. At this moment, the iron claws in Sasuke's eyes kept getting bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. He saw the enemy's ferocious eyes, and the pleasure of being about to succeed. The enemy did not expect that their action would be so smooth, and the teacher leading the three little ghosts was easily dealt with by them. Of the three remaining little kids, one was still lying on the ground, shivering with his butt sticking out, and one girl was pretending to be strong. Even though she was the one who screamed first, there was one little ghost who did scare them, but that was all. The little ghost just stood in front of him stupidly, without dodging or evading, with his arms wide open. Is he a fool? The enemy thought cruelly, since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. Just when his claws were about to touch Sasuke, an arm strangled his neck, stopping his forward momentum. The arm was strangled so tightly that he could not breathe, and then his vision fell into darkness. Yo, with a teasing greeting, Kakashi strangled an enemy's neck with one hand. The enemy didn't move, and it was unclear whether he was unconscious or dead. "Teacher Kakashi, you are still alive," Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi was speechless after hearing this. After all, he was a Jonin. How could he die so easily? Why are you trying to steal the limelight? Sasuke was unhappy. His highlight moment was gone. Just like that, another Kakashi teacher appeared. Naruto was confused. What happened just now? Turning to look at the place where Kakashi had the accident, he saw wood broken into several pieces, scattered on the ground. Naruto suddenly realized, "Teacher Kakashi, did you use the substitution technique?" "Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't come to save you immediately and caused you to get hurt," Kakashi said apologetically. "Oh, looks like I'm saved." Dasne came back to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. Injured? He was not injured. Naruto was still thinking about it. When Kakashi said that he was injured, Kakashi had already brought two enemies to Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke behaved very well, and so did Sakura. You two behaved well, unlike a certain person who remained motionless. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about me? It's me. I didn't do anything." But Sasuke, It was obviously his first time in actual combat. Isn't he afraid at all? He looked calm, not even his clothes got dirty, and he stood up to protect me. Naruto looked defeated, and felt ashamed that he had not been of any help at all in the battle just now, and his performance was not even as good as Sakura. This was hard to accept for him as he always boasted about how brave he was. Yo, Sasuke called out, and when Naruto looked at him, Sasuke's face was full of concern. You're not hurt, are you, coward? What? Naruto's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a live fly. Naruto could not accept being laughed at by someone he considered his love rival, so he immediately shouted Sasuke and was ready to fight him. Naruto? His voice was loud, and Kakashi's was even louder. Now was not the time to play around. There's poison in these guys' nails. You need to get it out quickly. What? Naruto then realized that there were several scratches on the back of his hand, and blood was still flowing, but he didn't feel any pain. Generally, poisons have a paralyzing effect, which prevents you from feeling pain. Once the paralysis effect wears off and you feel the pain, it's too late. We have to cut the wound open quickly to release the poisonous blood. Don't move, or the poison will spread, Kakashi warned with two enemies still trapped in his armpits. Speaking of which, Mr. Desna was startled when he suddenly heard his name, and asked in a panic, What? I want to ask you something, Kakashi said with a puzzled look. Chapter 23 Reckless Quick Moves. Before Naruto could treat the wound on his hand, the two enemies tied to the tree woke up. Several people stood in a row, and Naruto was still on guard. He didn't seize the opportunity just now, and now he wanted to make amends. Kakashi stood in the middle, and Desna stood on his right. After the attack just now, Kakashi would not let Desna out of his sight for a while. Only by having him by his side can he better protect Desna, and Kakashi is worried about leaving it entirely to Naruto and the others. Sasuke and Sakura's performance can only be described as brave. They are both unable to adapt to this sudden situation. Not to mention Naruto, who is just short of burying his head in the ground like an ostrich. It is really bad. They should be tuning from the hidden mist village, Kakashi said uncertainly. Although the ninjas of each ninja village have their own unique characteristics, the unique ninjutsu of each village is one of the means to identify their identities. The other method, which is also used by most people, is to identify the ninja's identity through the forward protector worn on their forward. The forward protectors of each ninja village are different. For example, the one in their Konoha village is a vortex shape with a protruding small horn as the pattern. The pattern is engraved on a thin metal plate. There are straps on both sides of the metal plate, so you can tie it around your forehead or arm. There is no clear rule on where to tie it. It depends on personal preference. If you like, no one will care if you wear it around your neck. However, most people wear it on their foreheads. One reason is that it is convenient on the battlefield so that people can distinguish who are their teammates and who are enemies from other villages. Secondly, the forward protector also has a certain protective effect. It can prevent sudden attacks from the enemy. At least when the enemy attacks you, they will not choose a position that cannot be fatal in one blow. It is precisely because many ninjas like to wear forward protectors on their foreheads that it is called forward protectors. Kakashi also saw the marks on the two people's forward protectors, four wavy lines that looked like flowing water, and determined the identities of the two people. But forward protectors are not difficult to make. As long as you know the pattern, you can easily make a lot of them. So Kakashi is not particularly sure whether the two are ninjas from the hidden mist village. Who knows if these two wandering ninjas are trying to confuse the public in this way, although generally organized ninjas would not do such a thing, because they who accept assassination missions need to let others know through the forward protector that it is they who did it. They need others to identify their identities so as to make their organization famous. Ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages may use this method unless they are performing special missions. Normally, when they go out on missions, they wear the forward protectors of their own villages, but it doesn't matter. No matter which village the two people are from, Kakashi is confident that under his supervision, the two have no chance of escape. Those guys from the hidden mist village are famous ninjas who will fight to the end no matter what the cost. Kakashi, who had fought with the hidden mist village ninjas before, gave some scientific knowledge to Naruto and the others who had never seen the world. Why? Can he see through our actions? One of the tied-up enemies was still wondering. He thought he was hiding well enough, but when he started to attack, he found that Kakashi seemed to have anticipated it even without him noticing. The substitution technique had already been performed. Kakashi answered his question at ease. It hasn't rained in the past few days. On a sunny day like today, there can't be water on the road, right? You clearly know the answer. Why did you let a kid do it? Desna couldn't understand why Kakashi had already discovered the enemy's tracks but didn't do it himself. Instead, he let a few inexperienced kids do it as an outsider. He saw clearly that if Kakashi had not made the final move, he might not be able to stand here alive as an ordinary person. He may not know that the world of ninja is like this. They will not let you go just because you are young. As long as you are a ninja. When Kakashi was Naruto and the others' age, he had already gone to the battlefield, and there were people younger than him on the battlefield. Desna has been exposed to ninjas, but he doesn't understand the world of ninjas because he is not a ninja. Kakashi had no intention of explaining to Desna. Even if he explained, Desna wouldn't understand. Besides, there was another reason why he didn't want to take action. If I want, I can kill these two people in an instant, but I need to know. Kakashi looked at Desna with a sharp gaze. Who is the enemy's target? He already had the answer in his mind. He just wanted to confirm it again. Huh? What do you mean? Desna pretended to be confused, as if he didn't understand why Kakashi said that. Kakashi pointed out directly. In other words, is it you who is being targeted, or someone among us ninjas? We didn't know you were being targeted by ninjas before. Your request was just to protect you from gangsters, thieves, or other armed groups. This is a B-level mission. You are only responsible for protecting you until the bridge is built. If the enemy is a ninja, we will definitely set this as a high-priced B-rank mission without hesitation. You seem to have something to hide, but a false commission will also give us a headache. What we have to do now is beyond the scope of the mission. It's too early for us to complete this mission. Let's abort it. Sakura advised. We need to open Naruto's wound and release the poisonous blood. We also need anesthesia. We need to go back to the village to see a doctor. Kakashi took a look at the wound on the back of Naruto's hand. The wound was swollen and still bleeding. Noticing the gaze is being directed at him, Naruto turned his head and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head away and stopped looking at Naruto. However, what he said made Naruto very concerned. This is a heavy burden. Help Naruto heal his wounds and go back to the village. Have I become a burden again? No, no. Naruto's face was ferocious and his eyes were fierce. He took out the kunai he carried with him and stabbed the back of his injured hand. Why is it so different? Why am I always the one holding back? Damn it, Naruto was unwilling to accept this. He was known as the last in school. After finally graduating and becoming a ninja, he didn't want to still be the last if his hand was injured, and he was worried that he would not be able to bear it and could not have the bloodletting because he was not anesthetized. Then he would do it himself. It's just bloodletting. You can do it without anesthesia. In short, he doesn't want to go back to the village. He doesn't want to fall behind. He wants to continue to carry out the mission. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura was a little nervous. She was worried that Naruto would not be able to take care of his injuries and would make them worse. Bleeding is not something you can do on your own. You can't just make a random cut. If you prick the wrong place, you may die from excessive blood loss even if you are not poisoned. But Naruto, who was so hot-blooded, didn't think about these things. He even swore to the others, I should be stronger than before, constantly completing tasks and doing special ninjutsu training alone every day. Feng, who is not here, would like to clarify that he has not seen Naruto have any special training after he moved into his convenience store. As for whether there was any special training before, Feng said he was not sure. I don't want to wait for someone to rescue me anymore. Oh, Feng, who is not here, added, if you have the guts, you can add another sentence. Tailed beasts are not necessary, especially a certain fox. I will not be frustrated, nor will I escape. I do not want to lose to Sasuke. I swear on the pain in my left hand, Sasuke was caught in the crossfire. He said that his target has never been Naruto, at least not now. I will use this ninja dart to protect the uncle. Naruto laughed a few times, moved by himself, and said in a strong voice, the mission will continue. Although he said it with great momentum, Kakashi had to remind him, Naruto, it's very good that you choose the right time to release the poisonous blood, but if you bleed any more, you'll die from blood loss. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while, and the chirping of birds in the jungle seemed to be laughing at Naruto's stupidity. The expression on Naruto's face was amazing. He had been so confident and strong just now, but when he heard what Kakashi said, he turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Kakashi came to his side considerately, squatted down and whispered in his ear, if you don't stop the bleeding quickly, it will be very dangerous. Naruto panicked, completely panicked, waving his hands and feet. No, that won't do. No. How can I die because of something like this? Let me see your hand. After watching the excitement, Kakashi couldn't really watch Naruto die from excessive blood loss. He needed to check the injury on Naruto's hand before deciding what to do. No, help. Naruto stretched his hand in front of Kakashi and asked for help. Sakura rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Naruto, I think you have a tendency to be masochistic. Really? This is ridiculous. Looking at the wound on the back of Naruto's hand, Kakashi's expression was solemn. He found that Naruto's wound was gradually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are not many people in the entire ninja world who can have this amazing recovery ability. They are either very powerful or have special physiques. If the latter does not have the strength to match it, his end will often be miserable. Okay, am I okay? Naruto asked fearfully. Teacher 2, why do you look so serious? Don't worry, it's okay, Kakashi said in a relaxed tone even though the wound on Naruto's hand was almost healed. Kakashi still took out a medical bandage and wrapped it around Naruto's hand in circles. He didn't intend to let others know about Naruto's peculiarity, otherwise it would bring disaster to Naruto, but he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this the power of the nine-tailed fox demon? Uncle Owner, how much is our turnover? Little guy, let me seriously correct you. This is my store. The turnover is none of your business. Why is it none of my business? If the main body knew you, what do you mean? Feng interrupted number one's nagging. He had heard this sentence several times and he was tired of it. If you say this in front of me again, I won't care. At worst, I'll be beaten up by Naruto when he comes back. Besides, he may not be able to beat me. He selectively ignored the following sentence. Number 1 did not think that as a ninja, he would be unable to beat an ordinary person. Those previous fights were just small fights and were not taken seriously. It's right to think so. Number 1 won't say it directly. He wants to say it a few more times, but he doesn't want to offend the only person who can help him. Looking at number 1, who had finally quieted down, Feng nodded with satisfaction. Great, now finally no one would disturb him while he was playing games. The sky gradually darkened, and it was time for the sun and the moon to take over. He opened the cash box and took out a few banknotes at random. Feng nodded continuously and waved in front of number 1, who wanted to doze off but forced himself not to fall asleep. Number 1's eyes widened instantly and he became alert. Is it time to eat? Yes, it's time to eat. Let's go to Chiriko Ramen. It's my treat, Feng said generously. What the hell? Number 1 couldn't believe it. He had been born for so long, and his original body had lived here for so long, but this was the first time he saw Feng treating someone to a meal. This abnormal behavior made number 1 a little worried. He tried to touch Feng's forehead and asked in confusion, do you have a fever? Chapter 24 How I Came Here. What kind of fever? Fever? This is a reward for you, Feng said, slapping the hand on his forehead. You worked so hard today. Keep up the good work tomorrow. It was true today. In order to increase the store's sales, number 1 stood at the door and shouted loudly. When he saw someone walking by the door, he went forward to promote the snacks in the store. He also set his sights on a Chiriko Ramen restaurant, and acted as a matchmaker to help Feng and the owner of Chiriko negotiate a deal. Yao Noodle House only has noodles, no alcohol or drinks, but Feng has them here. Feng supplies alcohol and drinks to the noodle shop and does not charge for the goods. After Li's boss sells them, Feng charges the cost price. It is Li's boss's business to decide the price. If anything cannot be sold or is difficult to sell, Feng can recycle it. It can be said to be a win-win situation. The boss of Yale does not have to bear any extra risks. He makes money by selling a bottle. Feng has even less risk and instead has a stable source of customers. Moreover, this business has opened up a new function for convenience stores, wholesale. In the past, the store only sold loose goods and did not sell whole items. After getting the order from Li's boss, he can sell them whole items. It's not that it wasn't possible to sell the whole item before, but Feng couldn't find where to put the whole item, and the store didn't have a warehouse or anything. The storage room on the second floor is quite large, but it is also clear at a glance that apart from the shelves and the sundries on them, and a door whose purpose is unknown, there is nothing else. There are no whole commodities at all. It was as if there was an invisible display clerk who had unpacked and displayed the goods in the store. Feng didn't even see the cardboard, let alone exchange the cardboard for money. Now, there is an additional product catalog list on the cash register, and he can find any product available in the store. In it, Feng can place orders according to the customer's needs. If they need a whole piece, he will place an order for the whole piece. If they need loose goods, he will place an order for loose goods. Once the order is placed, it will appear out of nowhere in the utility room on the second floor. However, this also has a disadvantage. With the wholesale function, his invisible merchandiser will become truly invisible, and the goods on the shelves need to be replenished manually, either by Feng himself or by the store clerk. It is not difficult to carry things down from the second floor. This is the world of Naruto. With the existence of the ceiling scroll, why does it need to be carried manually? Just stuff the thing into the ceiling scroll, and take it out when you're done. It doesn't require much manpower at all. At most, you'll need to make slight adjustments to the position manually when taking it out compared to gaining a stable source of customers. What does this little thing matter? Moreover, Feng placed orders from the cash register without spending his own money, which was great. All the sales were pure profit and he didn't have to pay any price here. He would like to especially thank a great God. This practice work is good. This practice work is wonderful. This practice work is top-notch. With these pure profits, Feng can do what he likes, such as placing orders. And placing orders again. The cash register and TV are both connected to the internet, so he can search for them all, and if there is a mall he can place an order. Although he could only search for things from the world he was in before, this was enough, wasn't it? It was just a practice, so he couldn't ask for more. Feng tried it and found that the things he bought in the mall could really be received. They would appear directly in the storage room on the second floor and arrive in seconds. As for the price, it is equal. For example, in his previous world, something worth 3 or 4,000 yuan is also worth 3 or 4,000 yuan here. As for whether there would be a loss if the prices in the two different worlds were converted into money, Feng had no idea. It was none of his business. Anyway, he was not the one who suffered the loss. Feng didn't buy any big items, as he couldn't afford them for the time being. He just bought a mobile phone and used the magical functions of the convenience store to modify it a bit. This function existed before, but Feng didn't know about it. He had never bought anything online at that time, mainly because he didn't have the money to buy it, so he didn't know that convenience stores could be modified as long as it is something he purchased from another world. After being modified, he can use it in this world. For example, the mobile phone he bought does not have internet function. What is the difference between it and an old age phone? After the magical modification, he can access the internet anywhere in this world. However, there are limitations. It cannot make calls, log into chat software, watch videos or watch websites, etc. It cannot comment on any software that allows comments. You can view and like the posts, but you cannot comment. The problem of software that requires logging into an account to play games, listen to music, watch movies, etc. has been solved after the magic modification. The convenience store created a virtual account for Feng, and using the virtual account, he can log in. It doesn't matter if you become a member, as long as you have money, the money will be deducted directly from the cash box of the cash register. What else is not satisfying? What else is not satisfying? Feng was extremely satisfied. Why do many people not want to travel back to ancient times when they travel through time? Isn't it because of this? They are used to the convenient life in today's society. If you ask them to go to a world without the internet, it would be more painful for them than killing them. All of this was brought to him by number one. If it weren't for number one's hard work, he wouldn't have known that the convenience store has so many magical functions. The convenience store didn't have an instruction manual, so they would only remind him after something happened. If he had to figure it out on his own, there was no telling how long it would take him to figure it out. For this reason, in order to specifically thank number one for his contribution, Feng was rarely generous and treated him to a meal up. Because he spent a lot of money on buying a mobile phone, Feng could only afford ramen. He still didn't know how to get around the issue of buying a mobile phone. He had promised number one that he would contribute the sales revenue of the next few days. Now there is so much less, and treating everyone to a meal can be considered as a trap set by him. It is a good thing to be grateful to someone who has given you something. Number one was very suspicious during the meal. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was until before going to bed at night. Number one was still wondering if something was wrong with Feng. Feng ate very heartily, and before going to bed he watched videos on his newly bought mobile phone. He was reluctant to put it down until he was sleepy and tired. Uncle owner, wake up, why are you here? Feng turned over in a daze. Huh? Why is the bed so uncomfortable today? I feel a little cold. Did I kick the quilt away? No way, I remember I don't have the habit of kicking the quilt. Feng, who was sleeping soundly, frowned because of the cold. He instinctively groped for the quilt that he might have kicked aside. Oh, he touched it and it was still warm. It seemed that he had indeed kicked the quilt away, and not long ago, otherwise the quilt would not still be warm. I pulled the quilt over myself. Phew, I feel much warmer now, but my head feels a little uncomfortable. Where is my pillow? Kakashi was confused. After fighting with the enemy yesterday, he was seriously injured and fell into coma. When he woke up today, he found a group of people surrounding him. Sakura, Sasuke and the others are not strange, and neither is the Desna family. But isn't it a bit too strange for you, a convenience store owner, to appear here? When did you show up? You showed up, so you showed up, but why did you try to steal the blanket of a wounded man like me? Finally, Feng realized something was wrong and woke up from his sleep. He was shocked when he opened his eyes. Several pairs of eyes were staring at him without blinking, and Naruto's face was almost face to face with him. Feng blurted out, "What's going on? I was about to ask you what happened. Why are you here?" Naruto was relieved to see Feng wake up. He had just called Feng for a long time. If Feng had not turned over and snored softly, he would have thought that Feng had an accident. He was really afraid that Feng would encounter an accident. He felt that the days he lived in the convenience store were the happiest days of his life. The quarrels with Feng made Naruto feel at home for the first time. Although the uncle owner of his shop was a little unreliable and didn't show any modesty to a kid like him, he also didn't see any strange looks in the uncle owner's eyes. He sees himself the same way he sees everyone else, except beautiful women. He saw himself as a peer, a good friend with whom he could communicate normally, even though sometimes the shop owner would talk to him in an elder's tone, always hit him on the head, always try to seduce him, always spend his money, and, hey, it seems like I'm the one who suffers the loss. Why am I here? Feng was a little confused. What do you mean by why am I here? I was sleeping well in my room. Well, looking around, ignoring the people in the room, the wooden structure in this room, this strong Japanese style, this is not my home. Feng sat up in shock. He ignored Naruto, who was holding his forehead and crying in pain, and said in panic, "What's going on? Why am I here? Where is this place, Uncle Owner? You really don't know." She stared at Feng with a scrutinizing look. Seeing that the panic expression on Feng's face did not seem to be fake, she explained, "This is Uncle Desna's house. We are on a mission." "The Desna family? On a mission?" Land of waves. Feng's voice became louder and louder, and in the end he almost shouted, "Mama Chizubuza, do you know Mama Chizubuza?" Kakashi's voice was cold. This mission was already full of uncertainties and many unreasonable aspects. The appearance of Zabuza Mamachi further raised the level of the mission. Now there is one more person who shouldn't be here. Kakashi has reason to suspect that someone has investigated them, and the person in front of him might be an imposter. If he hadn't been seriously injured and had just woken up from a coma, under normal circumstances, he would have taken action by now. I know. Feng looked bitter, as if he had lost his parents. Zabuza Mamachi is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He uses the broken sword and beheading sword. His nickname is Demon Man. He is a renegade ninja from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. He is good at using water-style ninjutsu and assassination techniques. Because he has killed a Jonin before, he should be an elite Jonin. Kakashi frowned. This information was almost obvious. Anyone who knew Mamachi Zabuza would be familiar with it, but the key point is, it would be fine if the ninja knew it. But why did Feng, an ordinary person, also know it? How did he know this? How did you know this? I learned it from anime. Feng had no idea that what he said had aroused Kakashi's suspicion. All he was thinking about now was how to survive. He is just an ordinary person. Even if Zabuza Mamachi is not an elite Jonin, he is at least a Jonin, right? If an ordinary person like him faces a top-level Jonin, wouldn't he be dead? This wasn't in his convenience store. No, I have to go. Looking at Kakashi's injured appearance, he must have fought with Mamachi Zabuza. Mamachi Zabuza should still be recovering from his injuries. If I don't leave now, when will I leave? Feng lifted the quilt and was about to leave. Thank goodness that he fell asleep yesterday because he was tired from playing with his phone instead of falling asleep after taking a shower. Otherwise he, who is used to sleeping in only underwear, would be basically naked now. In the end, Feng failed to leave because he didn't know the way. Feng, with a sad face, sat on the ground without saying a word. Kakashi was still lying in bed recovering from his injuries. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others were also there at this time. There were only a few of them left in the room. The Desna family left tactfully. Perhaps Desna saw that they had something to say, so as outsiders, he left his room and left them space to talk. Chapter 25, Call from Dream. After a long silence, Feng spoke first. I think I know how I got here. He tried to recall and remembered that when he was sleeping in his bedroom, A voice appeared in his mind out of nowhere. The voice told him that Naruto was calling him, asking if he wanted to respond. Feng was sleeping soundly. He thought he was dreaming and didn't say anything. He didn't have the habit of talking in his sleep. But a thought flashed through his mind. Which idiot said Naruto called me? Naruto is on a mission now, how could he come back so soon? Before Naruto left, he went back to the store to pack up his things, said goodbye to him, and specifically told him to remember to open the store every day. In the end, the voice ignored him and remained in his mind, asking him like a loudspeaker whether he should respond or not. Annoyed by the noise, Feng also replied, respond, he is not here, why should I respond? If you have the guts, teleport me to him then. The sound disappeared, Feng continued to fall asleep, and then the previous scene happened. Are you saying that Naruto summoned you? Kakashi's gaze moved back and forth between Feng and Naruto. It's not that he didn't believe it, but he had never heard of such a bizarre thing. Kakashi has been famous for so long and has heard and seen many strange things, but this is the first time he has heard of such a thing. Since when can humans summon humans? Can't we only summon spirit beasts? To summon a summoned beast, one must sign a contract in advance, and one must also make hand seals when summoning. This. Kakashi didn't know how to describe it. What are you thinking? You summoned me here, how can I help you? Feng looked at Naruto with a melancholy face and said speechlessly, I can't even beat you. Outside, he's really no match for Naruto. After all, Naruto has received professional training, I didn't. Naruto was also confused. I was thinking that Kakashi-sensei was injured and I didn't know when he would wake up, so I thought if there were professionals here, they would definitely help Kakashi-sensei get better faster. I thought about all the people I knew and thought it would be nice if they were there. Then you miss them. Why do you miss me? Do you know number one? What happened to number one? Oops, I almost let it slip. Feng played it lightly. It's okay. Go on. Gone. Yeah, Naruto also felt a little aggrieved. He swore that he really didn't do anything. He was just thinking about it. He didn't know many people. Apart from his classmates at school, he only knew a few adults apart from Kakashi. There are only Haruka teacher, the third-generation old man, Uncle Ichiraku, and Feng. He could only talk about these few people. He really didn't know how Feng came here. Okay, let's talk about this later. Kakashi was quite touched when he heard Naruto say it was for him, but he remained calm on the surface. Now let's talk about your safety. Stay with us for the next few days and don't go anywhere. Wait until my injury is healed, and then we'll go back together. Feng nodded repeatedly. This was exactly what he wanted. He definitely didn't want to be with a Dazna family. If they really encountered an enemy attack, everyone would be finished being with Kakashi and the others. At least I will be safe until something happens to them. Given his relationship with Naruto, and his relationship with Kirama, if something happened to him, and this man and the fox went crazy, no one in the current ninja world would be a match for them. Kurama, you will protect me, right? He tried to establish a connection with Jiu Lama. The connection was successful, but the only response Feng got was a humph. The friendly exchanges with Kurama began when Naruto ate the food he cooked and had diarrhea all night. Feng didn't expect that the food he cooked could be so powerful. Not only was Naruto hit, but even the Kurama sealed in his stomach was hit. Kurama is an energy creature and can survive without eating human food. He has never eaten human food before, so he doesn't have to squat in the toilet like Naruto and be unable to come out even though it didn't need to poop. The pain in its stomach was unbearable, so it banged on the sealed door to vent its emotions. Jiu Lama, who had been sleeping on and off for more than 10 years, only woke up occasionally. This time he woke up because of the pain. When Feng was in the convenience store, not only was it impossible for others to harm him in any way, he could also sense the number of people entering the convenience store. As a convenience store owner, it is normal to know the customer flow of your store clearly. There are surveillance cameras in the store. The cash register and the TV on the second floor can display the surveillance images. Except for a few special places such as the toilet, bedroom, and storage room on the second floor, the rest of the places can be said to be fully covered with no blind spots. There is also a system secretly existing in his mind. No matter whether you can see it or not, as long as you're conscious and can communicate, Feng will notice it naturally. Jiu Lama could not escape Feng's sight. Not to mention that Feng already knew about Jiu Lama's existence. Kurama slammed the sealed door with a clang sound, but Naruto couldn't hear it, but Feng heard it clearly. He was annoyed by the noise, so he cursed with his mind, stop slamming, or I'll rip off your skin and make a plush coat for you if you keep slamming. Jiu Lama was not willing to be outdone and cursed back. and the man and the fox started arguing. Yi Feng lives in an era of information explosion and has heard all kinds of swear words. Naturally, Jiu Lama cannot scold him any better. Jiu Lama was so angry that he shouted, "I will kill you when I get out." Then it came out, bypassed the sealed door, came out of Naruto's body, and came to the convenience store. This made it very happy. After being trapped for more than 10 years, it finally escaped. It didn't care that the person it wanted to kill was standing in front of it, and it rushed out immediately. The result was the same as Yi Feng, who was trapped in the store and couldn't get out. Jiu Lama couldn't get out either. He tried various methods, but just couldn't get out. Moreover, it can only come out when Naruto is in the store. When Naruto goes out, it will automatically return to Naruto's body in the store. It was no match for Yi Feng and was easily suppressed by Yi Feng. It also didn't want to meet Naruto and only came out after Naruto fell asleep. Sometimes Naruto goes to bed early and Yi Feng goes to bed late, and Kurama will run out and squat on the sofa, watching Yi Feng play games. What else can it do? Sometimes it would get the hang of it and play games with Yi Feng. There was nothing it could do because it was bored and its range of activities was limited. Can you imagine Jiu Lama holding a bottle of happy water and eating potato chips? Yi Feng had seen it when the two of them were watching a game together. It's not that Kuala Lumpur can't eat human food, it's just that it didn't want to eat it before. As a result, he established a deep friendship with Jiu Lama. That's what Yi Feng thought. Also, you guys have to train well these few days, Kakashi said solemnly after arranging Yi Feng's affairs. Zabuza might still be alive. What? Two faces with varying degrees of fear, two frightened people. What does that mean? Naruto asked nervously. Sakura also hurriedly asked, Teacher Kakashi, haven't you confirmed that the guy is dead? It has indeed been confirmed, but I'm afraid it's just a state of suspended animation. Kakashi was skeptical about Zabuza's death. Everything was too coincidental, which made him feel uneasy. He gave his guess. The weapon used by the chasing ninja is called a flying needle. It is a weapon with very low lethality as long as it does not hit the vital part. It is also a product used in acupuncture treatment. They are chasing ninjas. They are well versed in the structure of the human body. It would be easy for them to put people into a state of suspended animation. First, he brought back Zabuza's body, which was much heavier than his own. Second, he used flying needles, which had very low lethality, as weapons. From these 2 points of view, the young man's goal was not to kill Zabuza, but to save him. Is Mr. Kakashi thinking too much? Sakura said embarrassedly. She had experienced Zabuza's abilities before. It was very difficult to kill him head-on. If they launched a surprise attack, without Kakashi as the main force in the front, the three of them would not be able to stop him even if they attacked together. No, in order to prevent any eventuality, we must be prepared before it's too late. This is also the iron rule of ninja. Kakashi has already prepared himself mentally for the possibility that Zabuza is not dead. Even if Zabuza is really dead, he cannot let his guard down before completing his mission and returning to Konoha. The biggest trouble has not been solved yet, so it's always better to keep something on hand. Uncle shop owner, what are you doing? Naruto rubbed his hands on the ground and came to Yi Feng's side without knowing when. Please give us some advice. What advice can I give? I don't even know what happened to you. Yi Feng was helpless. He knew, but he shouldn't know, so he could only pretend not to know. Is such that, just as Naruto was about to tell Yi Feng what happened to them, Yi Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. No, I'm not a ninja, I'm just an ordinary person. If I know the content of your mission, won't I be investigated again when I go back? I can't stand the interrogation methods of the Anbu. If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, who will know? Them. Yi Feng motioned Naruto to look up. 2.5 pairs of eyes were looking at them. Naruto, Uncle shop owner, what are you doing? Sakura was very unhappy. They were making plans here, but two people were whispering over there. The shop owner is okay, he is an ordinary person, it doesn't matter whether he knows the plan or not. But you, Naruto, are ninja, you also have a part in making the plan. What's the matter with you not listening? Nothing, Yi Feng said, spreading his hands. Naruto wanted me to help you with some advice, but I said I didn't have that ability, and he didn't believe me. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but Yi Feng pulled his sleeve, and he immediately swallowed back what he was about to say. Noticing the two's little movements, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. If the owner has any suggestions, please tell me. I didn't make any suggestions. Yi Feng really had no suggestions, but Kakashi didn't believe it. He always felt that Yi Feng was not an ordinary person. Seeing Kakashi's face almost saying really? I don't believe it. Yi Feng had no choice but to say, okay, before I give you my advice, I need to know what happened to avoid any deviation. Yi Feng pretended not to know what happened and listened to Naruto's story again. Their next mission as Team 7 was supposed to be just a C rank 1, but they were assassinated by a ninja and Naruto was injured according to the rules. The C-level mission was upgraded to a B-level mission. When they were about to reach their destination, the land of waves, their client finally told them the truth about the mission. A super rich man named Cardo has set his sights on the country where the client is located. Cardo started out in maritime transportation, and the Kingdom of Waves is an island country surrounded by water. It can be said that as long as you control maritime transportation, it is equivalent to controlling the economic lifeline of the Wave Kingdom. This is what Cardo is thinking. He wants to keep the Wave Kingdom firmly in his own hands, and the client became a stumbling block for Cardo. To control the Kingdom of Waves, the client, Desna, is the most outstanding bridge engineer in the Kingdom of Waves. In order to improve the poverty in his country, Desna wants to build a bridge to the outside world. The people of Wave Country certainly support this move. Kakato is rich and powerful, and has hired many thugs. He openly and secretly prevents the completion of the bridge that was built before he came. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.